Good. Stream is up. Okay. I am Best Sakia NA.
Jin asks if you do rap.
Jin,
I feel like you've had enough.
I feel like we had plenty of giveaways and raffles for the day. I think we're good to go.
I am Best Sakia NA, the wonderful, horrible leader of Team OTK, and we should really introduce OTK. But before we do, I guess we'll go over what we're going to do today. Today we're going to go over the entire set of Rebellion, every single card that you see before you. We're going to go through every single card, and we're going to talk about what it means for the meta, what it means for shaping the oppression into Rebellion meta, if it's strong, if it's weak, if we think it should be reworked or buffed or nerfed, and so on. Then we're going to talk about Rebellion set design as a whole, comparing it to older sets, Rise, Infestation, and so on. Talk about thematics and stuff, and then finally, again, talk about what's going to be top tier this set, what might not be, what's going to be terrible this set, what's, like, let's say there's like an oppression deck that's strong, now it's weak, or maybe an oppression deck that was tier 3 is now tier 1, and so on. So, let's intro. Again, Best Sakia. You guys know me. I am a horrible, horrible streamer that somehow still gets viewers talking at length about card games. We have Electro below me. What are you up to today, Electro?
I used to play a lot of Infinity Wars, and I was a big trader and I guess personality name, and I was on the old council. And lately, I've been playing a lot of Hearthstone and a lot of other card games, but I came back to take a look at the new set because this is the first time I've seen it.
Okay.
The last set.
We have Inverted Eye. Inverted Eye had worked on the council and the Infinity Council for Infinity Wars, working on balance, working on redesigns and all that stuff, and testing for Rebellion. He's since left the council, and he's currently doing a lot of work behind the scenes with OTK on the card game that we're working on. We then have Katizer. Katizer, tell us a little bit about you.
Oh, I am, I guess, the only programmer right now in the card game that you're working on. I thought that Logad was here, but I guess not. I'm also probably the least experienced person here with Infinity Wars, so I probably give more of a casual player's perspective rather than these people who have always been good at the game.
That's fair. That's honest, you know. Key, what are you about?
You see, I play these things called card games. I'm on the design team currently for Rebellion, even though some of our ideas aren't put through. So I tried to balance Rebellion. I can say I'm sorry, but...
Oh.
Well, you know, we know you tried your best, as did Inverted Eye. We have Merlin, which many Infinity Wars players know as the best gosh darn player ever, maybe. But, Merlin, what are you about?
I don't even know why I'm here, honestly. I'm just chilling or something.
You're just chilling or something?
So,
What, you're not gonna hit rank 1 in Rebellion and top level tournaments like you did back in, you know, Ascension and Oppression?
I mean, I'm rank 1 right now. I might try hard for November to finish in rank 1. I don't think I'm going to bother with this game after that, but we'll see how it goes.
That's fair. And we've got Riv. Riv, tell us a little bit about what you do, because you do some cool stuff behind the scenes with Infinity Wars that maybe some players don't know about.
Fantastic. So I am pro back in game, and I actually don't know a lot about this set, so I'm going to be looking at it from fresh eyes. And as a note, if you guys aren't looking for this set, you're looking for older sets, I actually run a little store called the Infinity Box where you can purchase all the singles you need. So feel free to give me money for these cards in this game. That's totally not that. So, feel free. And, I have one other thing. I really am curious. I want to learn from Drew about StarCraft and how it relates to Infinity Wars. That's kind of my goal for today.
Well, you're watching the wrong stream for that.
I feel like you guys could explain to me and maybe teach me at some point how StarCraft and Infinity Wars works together. So it's just, what I'm looking forward to.
Okay.
Well, there's this thing called a reverse all sweep, you see.
It's an all kill, actually. And
Oh, you're right. See, I could do with some schooling myself on this.
and a reverse all kill could have happened, but in fact, what actually happened was Merlin did this thing called an all kill in that tournament.
Gotcha.
The reverse all kill didn't happen.
Alright, so I guess we're gonna go right into it. Let's jump back into my Infinity Wars client here. I just left the Time for Fun alt art up because it's kind of cute. cute. So
Yeah, that's a good art.
let's start, and yeah, I guess just as a general thing, the art for Rebellion, pretty fun overall. So let's just go left to right again across the entire gamut of Rebellion cards. We have Canopy Defender, thematically kind of cute as a giraffe that has reach, a long neck and whatnot. Giraffe, rhino, I guess, I don't know, but it is a 5/10 with reach for 3. I guess we'll go for Merlin's perspective. I'm interested. Do you think that this is a playable Warpath card in any context?
I think it's a waste of a perfectly good artwork, is what it is.
And why do you think that for the players that might not play as well as the rank 1 Infinity Wars player plays?
It has ass stats. It has a redundant ability. It does the same thing as Killaroo does, except Killaroo does it better because Killaroo has haste. This does not. It doesn't have an attack stat with it trades with anything. I mean, the 5 might as well be a 4 because nothing has 5 health. Basically, there's a very few cards that have 5 health or that end up with 5 health.
Yeah. So you're essentially saying that 5 attack is somewhat wasted when it could have had a different stat line, and then maybe it would have been better.
Yeah. If it had a 6, it might be slightly better because then it at least trades with, say, Paladin with Flame Dawn or something. But as a 5, it may as well be a 4 for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
It's a beast, but it's in Warpath, nothing special there, and reach. No one's playing this in Constructed. You might pick it in Draft if you have no other flowing answers, but that's it.
Right. And I wouldn't disagree with that. Killaroo kind of does a lot of the similar job, but better. And as a haste card, it doesn't have that, expected quality to it, where it's like, oh, Canopy Defender is only really good if it's sitting in command, or if you can give it haste from hand for some reason, and at that point, you're spending a lot of resources for a 3-cost 5/10.
If you have this in command, you're going to have some serious problems with your deck.
Yes.
The art's pretty incredible.
I mean, the card you can only see half of you can only see half of the body of the giraffe, and that's what this card feels like. It feels like it's half done. Just it does nothing.
It's a filler card because we need those.
I feel like this card would have been an easy fix for it. Would have just been straight up to give it something around 8 attack, and then it'd be perfectly fine.
Right.
That might be a little much, but it seems like that would make it a lot more playable.
Right.
Jaja made an interesting point that the Canopy Defender is actually eating a canopy here, which is kind of interesting.
Wow, not even its artwork is good.
So
yeah,
the Canopy Offender. Jeez.
I can't deny that I do find it amusing that they was like, oh, a character with a long neck and, reach and everything. That's kind of cute. But yes, overall, it doesn't feel like it has a playable stat line. If the attack was higher, there's the potential for it to almost be like a Warpath Kali, where you could play it at 3, and at that specific timing, there are certain things that you could block with it, but at 5 attack... you can't use it offensively, so you have to use it defensively for the stat line, and it just doesn't block anything except for like cheesy Overseers decks. And then of those decks, it's like, what is it going to block? Like Soldier of Solitude that has a 7/7 flying? You know what I mean? Like, so it doesn't kill that. I don't know. I don't know what this card is supposed to do, so I'm mostly in agreement here. So
it's also with the free cost and Warpath's kind of redundant. Why'd you play Canopy Defender when you just play Brings Life by Cast into Adaptive Hulker?
Right, exactly. I 100% agree. So we're gonna move on to Defiant Hunter. So Defiant Hunter, for those who can't read it, the card down there. I guess I could zoom in on the card art. That probably is a smart thing to do. But when Defiant Hunter is removed from the game, you temporarily gain 1 extra resource next turn. Removing from the game includes zones such as hand, deck, and graveyard as a little, helper text, since it's a somewhat new effect. It is a 2-cost 5/7. It's double purity Warpath. So, I guess Key, go for it. What do you think about this card?
I mean, the whole Defiance cycle, I kind of like, gaining the ability of normally overcharging. But then, I'd say the most abusable of the cycle is, a letter kind of banishing. There's other stuff you can do with it, which is kind of creative, but as a whole, Warpath really doesn't need that ramp.
Right, so you feel as though the ramp is a bit redundant with their existing powerful ramp?
Well, I think I've seen Adora Bear play 2 Warpath, 1 Overseer where you use Neophyllist Angel and overcharge Defiant Hunter, and on turn 4 you get 7 mana, which is obviously a power play. It's like Warpath has the ramp, it doesn't need more support or whatever.
Right. So again, redundant slot. Does anyone else have any
Yeah.
other thoughts on Defiant Hunter? Do you think it's like playable? Do you think it's powerful? Do you think that there's just better ramp cards that you can use?
It's absolutely playable. To what extent is questionable. You could definitely pick it in draft and use it with, say, Adaptive Hulker, to go to 6 resources on the following turn instead of 5. Like, that's not horrible. It's not particularly great, but if you're going to be overcharging cards anyway, you may as well get an extra resource out of it. You know, why not? So
Its artwork is not good.
That is fair. It is somewhat one of the weaker artworks. It goes along with the set of Defiant, or the what was the word that you used, Key? The
Defiant Cycle.
cycles. Thank you. Sorry, the word.
I mean, are they all deformed like this?
But yeah,
Are they all bad art?
But Defiant, the cycle is almost always the character that is Defiant in front of another character. It's supposed to be like every faction banding together to fight the Overseers, you know, at least thematically. So I imagine that the artist was kind of put between a rock and a hard spot where they're trying to put like a character in front of another character with the Overseer shadow over it.
Yeah.
And so I imagine that might have been just weird to make, but yes, I do agree it's kind of static. And part of the draw of the Infinity Wars card art is always the animation. Yeah, it's a little bit like that. So perhaps a playable, but it remains to be seen what's optimal ramp paths for Warpath, I suppose. Hey, thank you for the follow.
it's playable, but not at all exciting as a card, basically.
Yeah. Thank you, P4 LME and LM3, I suppose. I just don't want to mispronounce the name, which is always the horror of Twitch, is mispronouncing
Palm,
Twitch
I
names.
believe.
Palm.
That's what Drew was calling him on the other stream.
Alright, I apologize, Palm. But thank you for the follow. We are moving on to Dragon of Autumn Wind, which I'm very excited for. I was going to call on Merlin, but I already called on Merlin earlier, so I want to make sure everyone gets time. I guess, I don't know, Electro, do you want to go first on Dragon of Autumn
Yeah.
Wind?
So it's interesting because I think a couple of other people have mentioned this before, but really the only semi-playable dragon in the past besides Dissension, which is a spell, is the Hunted Dragon. So this is, 2 of the 3 playable dragons are in Warpath now, when dragons are thematically kind of a big part of the Infinity Wars style.
But they're often not playable, yeah.
But so then saying this one I think is playable. I don't know how good it is. I don't know that it's playable, but it doesn't feel like it's innately trash because most high-end, high-cost cards just don't work in games like this.
I
think this card might be good enough to not be just completely trash because it does impact. Like, in order for a card that has a high mana cost to be relevant, it needs to impact the board the turn you play it. And having haste and unstoppable and flying does have that ability to impact the turn that you play it, which is a big deal.
Yeah. Essentially, a game would have to last long enough to play it, or you would need to gimmick it out in some way before 11.
Yeah. It's hard to do in 2 Purity, though, I think. Well, with Sleepers and Awaken, maybe.
Mm-hmm. So, I know Merlin has come up with a fun combo deck with Dragon of Autumn Wind, which I guess we'll get to when we get to Martyr, which is in just a few cards. So I guess, Merlin, I'll call on you for Martyr because that's I think, an interesting deck. It just doesn't really make too much sense until we get to it, though. But Dragon of Autumn Wind can be comboed with things this set in interesting ways. And it is exciting to see a dragon that might actually hit the board in an Infinity Wars ranked game someday. So, that's cool. I do agree that I think it's a playable card. I think that there's a couple of contexts where it's going to hit board and be interesting. Still 11 costs, so there's always going to be specific circumstances where it's going to be playable and otherwise it's going to be terrible, like if you get rushed down before it comes out, But
yeah,
we'll get to that. So, Helix Worm. Who... Does anyone want to volunteer for this one before... Oh, you want to go for it, Katizer?
I would be terrified of Helix Worm, like, on instinct, because it's Worm Coil Engine, basically, if not for the fact that it was very expensive, and I feel like it would be easy to kill the investment. But the fact of the matter is, it's still a whole lot of power that splits into a whole lot of power.
Right.
Funny
So-
story about the investment.
Go on, Merlin.
Go on.
On release, you could just play these in command, sacrifice them on turn 1, and get all of the tokens in support.
Oh.
It's almost like we've had that mechanic with other cards in the past and knew that it could be a problem, and that
It's almost like it keeps happening over and over, and then yet somehow no one saw it coming. It's like the Spanish Inquisition of Infinity Wars.
But yes, aside from that bug, assuming that bug is fixed and will be forever fixed, and there will never be another problem.
That's assuming a lot. A lot.
But let's. I guess the best we can do is we can evaluate the card from the design, from the theoretical perspective that it only works from a deployed helix worm. If it only works from deployed, what are we looking at here? Is this playable in Warpath in the same way that Dragon of Autumn Wind Wiz?
No.
No, it's too...
And could you explain for perhaps the players that are not as competitive why?
Warpath already has a lot of really big, high mana cost, like, powerful cards. It's so difficult. Like, again, it's a high cost card that doesn't impact the board the turn you play it. It's really slow.
Yeah,
Playing a 10 mana card.
The lack of haste kills high cost cards. So
Yeah, and you can't put it in command either.
What was that? Rick?
I'd say you can play with a new seal, technically.
Yes, a new
And that's
seal.
like okay, but like even then you're better off normally doing something else because Unstoppable is a super whatever ability and Reach is a super whatever ability.
Right. I would agree with that.
I think that this will see a large amount of draft play, especially with the 1 purity, because
Yeah.
it is a very good draft card.
Yes, draft
Yeah.
draft
For
is often about
constructed, it
value. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And what is
it's-
that color icon? What rarity is that?
One
They've
rarity.
changed the
That
rarity
is
since.
uncommon.
Okay,
That
that-
is
yeah, that's
a 1
quite good
purity
for draft then.
uncommon.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's a
uncommon,
great
yeah.
draft card.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like an uncommon, but it is definitely an uncommon. It has a lot
Yeah.
of text for an uncommon. It is, Unstoppable Reach, and if it dies while deployed, it creates 2 tokens, one with
Are you
one of its
joking?
keywords, one with the others. And it is an uncommon, yes.
Its flavor attack is very so you started the worm has coiled around the whatever.
So, yes. I actually, that's a great point, Merlin, that this might be a draft card, especially at 1 purity, especially at uncommon. It's going to pop up a lot, and draft games tend to last a little bit longer than constructed games due to achieving win cons being a bit difficult with a draft deck compared to a constructed deck, and so on and so forth. So, how do we play all of these high-cost Warpath cards? Well, Lightmare seems to have given us a legendary solution in Martyr of Life, and I know Merlin's had a lot of time talking, but I would love for him to talk about Martyr of Life and how you can make this card work. So I'll go over the stats, and then he'll go over, hopefully, decks and what you can do with it. Martyr of Life is a 10-cost, 2 purity Warpath card with Unstoppable. Sacrifice... Oh, in 2020, of course. Sacrifice Martyr of Life. All cards you control have a maximum cost of 2 resources. This ability can only be used while deployed. So Merlin, assume I'm dumb. It shouldn't be hard. And let's go over how can you get Martyr of Life out before 10, which is primarily when you'd want it. Or how can you make the game last until 10, either way.
Yeah,
Did we
for
lose
starters,
him? Oh, there he is.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Maybe
Okay.
I was losing connection there for a bit. Continue.
Well, it's a 2 Warpath card, so you're already playing it in the faction with the most ramp in the game, or the only faction with ramp in the game. So, I mean, naturally you can accelerate it out earlier than turn 10. Most of the time in a regular Warpath deck, you can probably play it around turn 8 with 2 pieces of acceleration, which is not unreasonable to get in a game. The issue that you normally run into with Martyr of Life is if you're playing in a fast meta, which I expect Rebellion will be a fast meta, how do you not die before that? Because this will come out, it'll have no impact the turn it's played. You're looking to gain that impact on the subsequent turns by, say, playing 3 Dragon of Autumn Winds on the board. So, I mean, it's only 2 Warpath. You can play it in a stall purity. Say you do 2 Warpath Sleepers, you run a bunch of Tomes, Fears, and Tangling Wilds, which currently can lock all characters your opponent controls and support, so, that's kind of cool, I guess. You can do things like fight with it in command to put it in your graveyard early, then awaken it to your support zone, sack at them on turn 5 potentially, et cetera, et cetera. There's probably several ways that I haven't thought of yet to get it out early, but effectively, if you get it out early, you're playing Dragon of Autumn Winds afterwards, Scrars, maybe some other things. Titan of the New World with Inusial is quite potent.
A lot of things with Inusial are quite good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anything... Warpath already has a plethora of large heavy hitters to choose from. It's basically choose your favorite ones and put them in a deck with Martyr of Life.
Mm-hmm.
The trick is just, to not go too overboard on them because you need to live to get to that point.
Right.
Warpath has some tools to help you do that, like Primal Hunter, but it doesn't have a lot. So you're going to probably be wanting to put this into a deck with another purity that shores up that weakness.
Right. They do have some cards, like Rabbit Rabbit is a card that can somewhat help with staving off aggro. There are some new cards. I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but there's some new cards like Sin that Rabbit Rabbit might help against in terms of, like, it's something that he can't target. You know what I mean? We'll have to see. But yes, the trick is, if you can live long enough for Martyr of Life, it makes your deck incredible, and you can pretty much play whatever you want for the rest of the game. So if you can hit it before 10, and you can hit it before death, I suppose, is the more important qualifier, then you're good. But if you can't, then it's not going to be a useful card. So it really all depends on how the meta shakes out. And Merlin, you said you were pretty confident that it's going to be a pretty fast meta?
Yeah, from everything I've seen overall, like you said, I don't want to get too far ahead, but from everything that I've seen from the cards that came out, it's only going to have made things faster. We were already in a pretty fast meta before. It's going to be faster now. There's a lot more things, a lot more tools for aggro and rush style decks to beat people down very quickly. That's not to say that there won't be any control decks at all. I'm sure there will be, but the fast decks only got faster. So
right. That kind of very conveniently segs into our next card, Once with Clean. Once with Clean is a 4-cost Beast Demon with 10/11, and when you deploy Once with Clean, you may overcharge it once with an Exile's card. If you do, Once with Clean gains +10, -10, and haste. Key ran away. Take us away. What do you think about this card?
I say, as Merlin said, it is a very fast card, being a 20 damage haste, But it's like interesting in those janky purities. It's like something we haven't seen before. Overcharge a specific card.
Right,
like,
right.
Basically, playing those purities means you have to, defend with like small tokens. But then there's the mind game: are you going to drop Scrar or Once Was Clean?
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. And it's like against certain purities, like against the Warpath Exile purity, you would have to save your Flame Dawn Commandos and Lightning Blasters for Once Was Clean if Martyr doesn't come out. It's a scary card, honestly. Being 20 damage and all.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Infinity Wars TCG, for the host. They are now hosting us, and I appreciate that. But yes, Once Was Clean is interesting. It's removed very easily after the fact, but 20 damage in Infinity Wars is a good 1/5 or 20% of your life bar, and it's a lot of health. Katizer, I know that you don't have a tremendous amount of Infinity Wars experience, but you do have a lot of Magic the Gathering experience. What's your thoughts on the idea of a card, thematically, that on turn 4 can take away 20% of your health bar, but can be blocked by a single minion? Like, are there any Magic analogs that you could bring to the table to talk about with this?
Not really, because in Magic that's not a particularly huge deal. Infinity Wars is a little different in Magic in that I feel like in Magic, none of your health matters until you lose the last point.
Right.
But in this game, it's very easy for people to chip you down, so getting a big burst like that can hurt you pretty badly in the long run.
Right. So it's a bit of a difficult mind game. Once with Lean is a 21, can be blocked by almost anything in game and die. As opposed to Skrar, which is a 15/15 for 7 with Unstoppable, and if you block it with a single minion, then it blows right through you. Yes?
There's another card coming up in the Warpath section that kind of combined with Once Was Clean concerns me, but I'll get to that when we get there.
Yes.
There's also like, let's say you get a Once Was Clean 20 damage poke to the face, then on turn 5 you can like drop down a Martyr Golem and be safe from like, the lightning blasts and the and just like pull it to the front and destroy their big defender or whatever.
Right. Martyr Golem interaction with Once Was Clean is definitely interesting, because you essentially get 20 damage that, unless it gets kidnapped or something, which it also hits on 5. That's an interesting little interaction. It doesn't have Unstoppable, but yeah, that's a card I suppose to keep an eye on. How playable do you think that is? I guess Merlin, who is often a pretty good bar for playables. Merlin seems to be able to figure these things out in advance.
Just a second.
What's up?
Oh, which card are we on?
He's zoning out over there, buddy. We're on Once Was Clean.
Oh, Once Was Clean. It's absolutely playable, especially since it has a bug where it doesn't get the -10 right now. So.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
That changes my opinion on the card a little bit.
Provided that the bug fixes itself, though. Or gets fixed,
I had someone play against me, and it just got the haste 2011 on me. So I still won because I was playing.
These are the best. Yeah.
Log Biganator, which is busted, but yeah.
Oh yes, because you're the best, and you're also playing a terrifyingly value-oriented deck that wins on turn 4. But yes. So, do you think it'll still maintain playability once it works properly?
It's the card itself is solid. I mean, a 21 haste character for 4 is very good value. If you can protect it, and if you're reasonably decent at the game, there's no reason that you can't either get a hit face or to trade with something much more expensive than itself, so the rest of your line can push through. Either one of those is good. The problem is that it requires really janky purities in order to work, and I don't know how effective Warpath Exiles as a combination would be. I just
right.
I'm not sold on that.
So you're saying that the value of the card in a vacuum is good, but in the context of the meta, Warpath Exiles is ugh.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear something great?
What?
A card released in this set for DoD that grants extra lives. So if you want the jankiest color combination ever for one very specific setup,
play Once with Fleeing and then give it a second life, and then yeah. I mean, maybe there's potential. Although, to be fair, Second Wind, I think it freezes the game right now, or something. It does something to the game, I know.
How many cards in this set actually work?
Very few, but eventually they will all work. And
then would be my guess.
It's actually just a theoretical set.
Yes. So I guess we have to move on to our next card here. We were spending a lot of time on Warpath, but to be fair, Warpath does have some of the more interesting cards in this set. So, I guess we're moving to Shockwave Giant. Is there anyone in particular, before I call on them, that wants to talk about Shockwave Giant?
No.
This card is just a giant meme.
Can we skip to the next card?
Electro, I call on you.
Because I didn't say anything.
I
don't actually know what the current iteration of this card does,
so I'll read it
out loud while I read it.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to read it out loud. Shockwave Giant is an 8-cost 15/15 that is a giant, not a beast, that is pay 5, enrage 5. When you enrage Shockwave Giant, which does give it +5/+5, of course, all other characters on the battlefield take 5 damage. This also would make it a 20/20 instead of the 15/15 that it is. Again, it costs 8. Thoughts on that card?
So, yeah, so it's an 8 mana card that doesn't have haste and doesn't do anything the turn you play it unless you have 13 mana. And why the hell do you have 13 mana? So it's like 5 damage isn't bad, like, as an AoE, but it's a 5 mana deal 5 damage after you play an 8 mana 20/20.
Hit your own shit, too. Why would I just play Winds of War?
Yeah,
That's exactly the thing, is that you can choose to play this as a commander to forego Winds of War in your deck, but then you're faced with the question, why the fuck do you have Winds of War in your deck? And why can't you find a better commander?
You might be playing Virus. Virus runs Winds of War.
Virus runs Warpath here.
Virus runs Winds of War so it can detonate its own boomies and kill flyers. Like, that's like a legitimate thing in that deck. There's no reason for Winds of War and Warpath.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, you're right.
This is really good art, too. I'm really sad.
Yeah. Yeah, it is fun.
The recurring theme, I feel like, is if it costs more than like 5-6 mana and doesn't actually do anything when you play it, it's just not very good in the current meta, I think.
Infinity War is in a nutshell for the most part.
original
Murder of
Shockwave
Life,
Giant.
Lucio, maybe? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could technically play this after Murder of Life to just have some extra AoE and bodies on the board.
Right.
But, like, at that point, you're just like, man, I'm gonna get this Murder of Life up every time, so I'm just gonna play all of these awful cards.
But even so, with Murder of Life, you're playing Shockwave Giant for 2, but you're still enraging it for 5. Like, the 5 cost didn't go to 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you have the 2 mana on everything, you have a lot better things than deal 5 damage and get plus, like, Upgrade and Winds of War for 5 mana when you can play dragon for 2 mana or something.
So
I mean, the card isn't a disaster, and that it is still Rift playable. If I see this card in Rift for 8, yeah, I can pick it. It has 15/15, it's a decent stat line, and a Winds of War effect in draft is actually not bad.
Yes, I would agree with that. It can blow out a draft.
Outside of that, this is not a constructed card. It's just not.
Well, it used to be the best card in the game.
Thank God it's not.
It's like Double, right?
Yeah. So, we got our next card up. Speaks with Wind, one of these wonderful commons. We have... yes?
I do like the uses now. Once was like we're keeping the theme of cards in Warpath with 3 or 4 word names that just describe what it does.
Yes, attacks with damage.
Like, kills by leap. Like, I like that they've continued this theme into this set with a few cards that run that name.
It is at least extremely unique.
Yes, it is. So, we got Speaks with Wind, a beast character that is 2 purity, 5 cost, 7 morale. I suppose I've been kind of ignoring morale costs because they're morale
you can
costs,
continue to ignore your morale costs if you like.
But it is a 5 cost, 12/12. When you deploy Speaks with Wind, you may overcharge it once. If you do, you are refunded 2 resources. Rivereth, you're up.
Initially, I think this is pretty awful. I mean, 5 for 12/12 isn't the worst, but it doesn't. It's essentially a vanilla that you're getting slightly cheaper, but you still have to have the 5 initial resources to play it. Like if it was like, hey, you can overcharge it once, and if you do, this costs 2 less. That would be really good.
Right.
You get 3 cost 12/12 played out early. This is just like play this and play like what does 1 event even cost you?
No, 3.
Yeah, so like, what do you even play with this when you play? Like, you want to play it.
Brings life by passing to get more mana back.
I see the idea of this. The idea of this being similar to timing attacks, which I described as a StarCraft thing, because I used to be a somewhat serious StarCraft player. The idea that like at a specific turn in the game in Infinity Wars, you can hit a boom of resources that will allow you to take or maintain control of board and then push that into a win. So yeah. Is there any potential timing, if anyone can come up with, for Speaks with Wind, assuming that you pay X resources, get 2 back? Is there anything you can play with Speaks with Wind that would really be valuable? Keep in mind, you can't play the thing before Speaks with Wind, so it's not like you could play a new seal and then Speaks with Wind and then refund the resources, so.
It's a good popper card, I guess. It's not bad for that.
Right, so you're saying for popper, the raw value you get for it would be okay?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you can play this and like popper includes like a Nucio. Like I feel like a Nucio is always going to be the answer to these cards that don't have haste inherently that are kind of expensive. It's like, oh yeah, well, I mean with a Nucio, like the next turn, this is 3 cost, and then you play something else with it, and then you have a lot of haste on the board. Mm-hmm. Outside of that, though, it's just meh.
Right.
Feel if it's a popper though.
Yeah. So Pauper potentially playable, otherwise it feels like it's maybe too slow, like by the time it comes out it's just too late to really make anything happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the question you have to ask with a card like this is giving up the card you're overcharging worth the +4/+3 you get over one of many? And in a lot of cases, it's probably not going to be, especially since it's very turn specific when you can play it. You cannot play this on turn 3, it has to be on turn 5,
Right.
where you have to have 5 resources. So it's
It's a very
It's-
specific setup, yes. I would agree.
Jaja made another good point that though Primal Hunter kind of pushes it out of this niche, it does work well with Fight because you get the 2 mana back and Fight costs 2 mana.
Oh, yeah,
It's an
okay.
Fight target.
Fight is a very specific timing for this, so you could play a 12/12 and then use Fight, and then anything that has under 12 health you're killing. That's actually pretty interesting. Thank you, Jaja, from chat.
Yeah, but he pointed out that Primal Hunter kind of is just better
Yes.
than this.
Primal
Yeah.
Hunter, strictly speaking, tends to be better for the value as a haste card with very similar stats that and it has haste again, and so it can block that turn as a 10/14 and
yeah, the card is that the 5 drop slot in Warpath is very full. You have Primal Hunter, you
Yeah.
have Drop Bear, you have Drop Bear Tree, and you have a couple other things which I can't be bothered to remember right now.
That are less good than all of the other
But yes,
things.
Eucalyptus Tree and Coil in their respective decks that make them good. Coil literally every Warpath 2 parity deck, and Eucalyptus Tree decks that want to gear around that towards of that type of tribal play. They're both high value cards, and this card is you can play it with Fight. I don't really know what else you're playing it with. It's in a bit of an odd spot at 5 as a timing. Like maybe if it would be like 3 and then refund 2 and it's only like an 8/8 or something, But it's I don't know. It by the time it hits, I'm not sure what you're doing with it.
It's not objectively a bad card, but cards that already exist just overshadow it. So
Yes, exactly. So we got Entangle coming up, which is a very interesting new keyword. It is not quite as interesting as the following card, but I guess we'll very quickly go over Entangle. Entangle is a 1-cost card that is an ability. Target deployed character. Someone followed us. Let's find out who. What do we gotta follow from? Oh, no, not follow, but a host. Sorry, it was the same sound. I should probably change that. Drew Universe is now hosting you for up to 1 viewers. Thank you, Drew. Entangle. We got Entangle. Target deployed character becomes entangled and is unable to be ordered to a new zone as an ability. Is this a playable...
Can somebody clear up the difference for me between this card and that thing that Cobb had? The
Ultra
binding, ritual of binding, or whatever.
Well,
No.
I don't actually
It
remember.
costs 2 more, and it's an artifact, and the artifact can be destroyed. So it's like strictly worse, but it costs 2 more.
yeah.
the artifact is also instantly destroyed if you use anything like Ferocity, Word of Command, etc.
Okay.
This, I am not sure, but it is possible that, based on how the following card works currently, that reordering to a new zone just locks it in the new zone.
Right, so
Why
what you're
this
saying
word
is...
is so bad?
What you're saying about Entangle is that, let's say, a character is locked and they happen to be in the attack zone. If they're moved to the defense zone or the support zone, they're locked there too. They're essentially in a locked state regardless of which zone they happen to be in, Merlin, right?
And the way it seems to work right now, and I don't know if this is intentional or not, but it seems to not be, is that once they are entangled, just the player who controls the character cannot move them from whatever zone they start the turn in.
The funny thing is, I don't think it even worked like that in testing. It was just on prod.
Interesting. Is before we move on to the next card, which is the more, I suppose, interesting card with this set, is Entangle playable?
Yes. I think.
Plus 1 cost. And it could be used as a delay to later Warpath ramp. But is it playable? Like, is it a slot that you want to use over the next card, which again is kind of an AoE Entangle for 2?
Actually, let's move on to that card before commenting on that, I think.
I suppose. Sorry. So we'll move on to Entangling Wilds, which is somewhat more interesting. Entangling Wilds is very similar. For a 2-cost, all characters on your opponent's battlefield become entangled and are unable to be ordered to a new zone. The reason this is interesting for stream chat that may not be as aware as us of what combo this goes with, you play Entangling Wilds on an opponent. On the same turn, you play Fear. Fear pushes all characters on the battlefield, attack and defense, and, on both sides, to the support zone. Entangling Wilds text specifically says that the characters are unable to be ordered to a new zone. In effect, for 2 resources and 2 resources for a total of 4, you are pushing your character's entire attack and defense line to their support zone, and are now saying they are stuck in the support zone and cannot move. I would say that Entangling Wilds is quite playable for this set, and that's why Entangle is in kind of a weird situation as a 1-cost that does a much smaller effect, but can still later be comboed with Fear because the Entangle debuff is still on them, essentially. And I guess the proper way to go about this is to say, is Entangling a worth it debuff outside of Fear? It's definitely worth it with Fear. But is Entangling by its own... Like, let's say that the Fear interaction has changed, and the characters stay locked to where they originally were.
I think it can be, in theory. In practice, I don't necessarily know, but if you can bluff your opponent into a big block on a turn where you plan on pulling back and playing Entangling Wilds or something,
right?
You've effectively removed, 2, 3, 4 characters from the game.
Right.
For temporarily, at least, because they can no longer attack you.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Infinity Wars is a very tempo-oriented game, where if you move a character to the defense zone somewhat permanently, it's almost the same as removing them, So, What?
Yeah, Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say to Merlin, I guess, since he had kind of opened this up, what's your thoughts on the Entangling Wild Sphere combo, wherein you essentially nullify your opponent's board?
Well, people have problems with the Fear Trops combo right now. Fear Caltrops. That is a 6-cost 2-card combo. This is a 4-cost 2-card combo. The Fear Caltrops locks your opponent's creatures to the support zone for 1 turn.
Right.
Fear Entangling Wilds locks them to the support zone for the entirety of the game. I don't really think there is a comparison between the two. This is obviously much better.
It's cheaper and more powerful.
As a quick update from Infinity Wars TCG, an update from the devs on this, we believe that Entangling Wild Sphere is too powerful and plan to do something to resolve this. The balance team will have a chance to review the card at the end. Okay. So... To make a point on that, I believe what the card says it does with the text is perfectly fine. I don't think the card itself is too powerful. I think that it should work similar to Altar of Binding, where if the card gets ordered to a new zone, it is able to be moved freely again. So if you fear Entangling Wilds, the entangle should go away. The card has been moved to the support zone. Now the controller of the card should be able to move it out of the support zone at will. It should no longer be entangled. Because Entangling Wilds and Fear is one of the things that somewhat enables the Martyr of Life deck as a delay card, because you're delaying until you can hit a boom of cards, with Martyr of Life, Sacrifice, now everything costs 2, you board clear and move on to dragons and whatnot.
Yeah, Fear Entangling Wilds currently means you don't need to worry about your early game, because it doesn't matter if they get ahead. Right. You will just reset the board, and everything they played will not matter aside from the life you lost.
Yeah. Katizer, you were saying?
I was going to say, basically, that just for the Entangle versus Entangling Wilds, I feel like the 1-drop is perfectly playable, and the issue is just that Entangling Wilds is too strong. Even whenever you're not building around the... Fear Entangling Wilds combo, I do think that it's a very powerful card, just because even if you don't hit everything while it's in the support zone, it does permanently lock things down, and even if you do force things to lock into the attack zone, it still means that you can reliably expect it to stay there.
I actually want to touch on that too. Entangle, in my opinion, is not a bad card. It's 1 purity, it's 1 cost. It's easier to play, it's easier to splash in a deck. And according to the text on both cards, how they seem to be intended to be used, Entangle can target the support zone,
Yes.
whereas Entangling Wilds can only target the battlefield, which is a big difference between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, that's a key point for Entangle, and that's I think what Katizer was probably getting at too. With it's a 1-cost card with slightly different utility, and if targeted correctly, you might be able to have like a really nice situation where you essentially Death Ray for 1, a card that they planned on moving from support to a new zone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of interesting. So I suppose characters that have really good predictive play. Unfortunately, Logad isn't here with us today, but Logad was a player that, at least in my opinion, had wonderful predictive play. It seems like that kind of card where if you like playing more reactive decks rather than like reactive control decks where you can predict your opponent's next move rather than proactive aggro decks, Entangle might be really powerful.
For instance, think of this as the 1-cost answer to Chlor in a Warpath deck.
Yeah, totally. That's a great example. Go for it.
Yeah, where you expect them, you play out Chlor, and as soon as you have access to a blocker, typically a player will pull Chlor back and start alternating the turns where they attack to get the unblockable. You know this as the Warpath player, which makes it very easy to land a good Entangle predict on Chlor and just take it out of the game.
Yeah, for 1, which is the cost of Chlor. That's very efficient. It's very much you essentially reset the situation. Chlor can no longer do damage. I like that. That's good. So, as a
also, it can be better than Lightning Blast because it doesn't put it in the grave for a letter.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of interesting interactions with Entangle that perhaps people are underselling, which again, Katizer was saying, like, maybe it's playable, So yeah, cool. Riv, what are your thoughts on Nature's Wish? And I will go over it with you. Nature's Wish as a 5-cost ability. It's part of the Wish cycle for factions. You seem to get 1 or 2, per set. Nature's Wish. Choose 1 for Warpath, Triple Purity. Recruit a 5-cost or below character, destroy all artifacts, or give all characters you control reach. So I guess we should go over each mode. What's your value of 5 for recruit a 5-cost or below character? I know where I stand on this, but...
Does recruit work with haste anymore, or no? Or sorry, not haste, vigilance and charge?
I don't believe so. Could anyone else verify?
It does not. It goes through support.
Okay.
I actually don't know because it's a free Purity Warpath. I don't think any free Purity Warpath card has like haste or anything.
Yeah, I think they only have haste.
I mean, charge or vigilance.
It doesn't resolve until the resolution phase, and it'll just go straight to your support. So
okay, so I mean, you're paying 5 for a tutor, which is not the worst thing actually, because Warpath can ramp up just fine, really hard, and they can hit 5 resources by turn 3, I believe. So getting a recruit on whatever minion you might need at that particular time is pretty good. It's not amazing. I don't know if it justifies 3 Purity Warpath, but I could see the recruit being okay.
Fair. So destroy all artifacts. There's an obvious deck that destroy all artifacts is valuable versus Omnitron. But other than that, I guess we'll go over the Omnitron matchup of destroy all artifacts, but then also the everything else matchup.
Yeah.
What do we think of destroy all artifacts, Riv?
I mean, yeah, like for Omnitron, it's great. I think if you're gonna run through Purity, you probably do just throw this in as like a 1-out because of that, and because of the aforementioned tutor. It's just not a terrible utility card. It's like, okay, I think it's one of the weaker wishes, but it's still pretty good just because destroying all artifacts is really just super valuable versus GI, and it can even be valuable versus sleepers to hit, like, say, tomes and stuff.
Right.
Because tomes are always kind of an issue.
So we have the final mode, which is give all characters you control reach. It's a bit odd. It has obvious value versus Overseers, but then also Genesis, Flame Dawn, which have some splashable kind of flying available. But is it worth 5 is really the question,
I think it's nice to have as an extra on the card, but you're not really going to be using it for that most of the time.
My personal take on this card is it's not something you'll ever mainboard. There's no real reason to mainboard it. the best tutor target I can think of for a 5-cost or below character in Triple Warpath is the Pack Leader, and you're typically not going to want to be pulling the Pack Leaders from your deck. You're typically not going to be wanting to run Pack Leaders in your 3 Warpath deck.
Yeah,
honestly,
I was gonna say,
I can see this. I can see this being a 2 of, or even potentially a 3 of, depending on how the meta develops for a sideboard. But it's not something you're going to want to run main deck. It's just not. It has decent utility, but the utility is very specific.
I would agree that it's depending upon the meta, a sideboard character, or sideboard ability. Sorry, sideboard card. But other than that, like, it doesn't have enough main deck proactive power to necessarily warrant like 3 of or 2 of main deck. It's more of a reactive card that's like, okay, they have a bunch of flyers, I need this. Okay, they're running Omnitron, I need this. Yeah, I would agree with that. Pack Mentality. Pack Mentality is a 3-cost ability that gives all beasts you control +2/+2. This is a very, very obvious, I would argue, Hermit pick. Electro, I guess, what's your thoughts on this? And again, keep in mind we already have Guns of Goliath in game, which is a give all characters you control +2/+2 for 4. Is Electro back yet?
My take on this is there's a deck called Hermit. Pretty good. And it plays a lot of beasts. And these beasts sit in the assault zone a lot and hit you in the face. And if you gave all your beasts in the assault zone that hit you in the face to +2/+2, it's probably pretty good. And it only costs 3 mana, which isn't that much mana. Yeah. So, yeah, pretty good card.
Is there anyone that thinks that this is not a playable Hermit card?
Oh god, that card's great in Hermit.
It actually adds quite a bit to the Hermit deck that it doesn't have right now. Like, if your Hermit gets killed turn 1 or turn 2, or gets humbled, or etc.,
right, of course.
Hermit actually struggles quite a bit to close the game out. It relies on things like Scrars, Agent Coil, Primal Hunter turning into a dragon or something, big creatures to finish, because other than that, it just generates a lot of tiny little tokens. This actually provides Hermit with another way other than Hermit to turn all of those tokens it generates into legitimate threats, which is quite good.
And again, it's the cost. Guns of Goliath is generally considered like, well, the stats are okay, but why not just play Luca Ascended, in like an Overseer's deck that wants to spam in and so on. But this is 1 cost lower, which kind of feels right for an ability. And it technically has the restriction of all beasts you control rather than all characters, but in a Warpath deck, you tend to be playing primarily beasts, in Hermit especially. That's your entire gimmick, is you're playing beasts and pushing into the assault zone for a 1 or 2 turn kill, So yeah, I definitely agree. This is a fun card. This is a fun ability.
I'd like to note the fact that it's a 3-cost is you can play it on turn 10 with Stampede, and this is kind of the reason I bumped up Stampede to 3 in my Hermit list.
Yeah, I've always loved Stampede as a card, but it was difficult for me to argue with my wonderful OTK teammates because they were always like, well, but if you play Stampede without a buff, it's not that much damage, strictly speaking, for a 7-cost ability. But now I don't know. Now it's
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So overall, generally speaking, good card. I guess I'll move to Passing Gift. It's a really bizarre card to have in the game, and I'm not sure what to really say about it. Passing Gift is a 1-cost, 1 Warpath ability. You temporarily gain 1 resource next turn. Now, Riverwrath, you are arguably, you not arguably, but are the oldest Infinity Wars player here. So you are very familiar of the meta where Wealthy Noble was 1 cost. What are your thoughts on Passing Gift? Again, the specific wording is a 1-cost ability with you temporarily gain 1 extra resource next turn.
This is like the very slow second cousin twice removed from Wealthy Noble in terms of stats. Like, this is just completely whatever, because yeah, you're getting an extra resource next turn, that's cool, but I believe they have Gift of the Passing as well, and they have,
for triple.
They also have the 04 ramp, and they have all these other ramp cards that are permanent ramp that actively will help you in the future turns. This is a 1-turn ramp that doesn't need a cantrip, so you're actively losing cards in your hand as well. I just don't see the point. I mean, maybe there's some specific timing you can hit with like this and all the other ramp, but it would have to be a very, very specific timing to justify this at all.
Right. Is there any playable decks anyone has come up with for Passing Gift?
No, there's not, and there won't be.
I think that the best use for this is if you want to play an 11 cost card without actually paying to go up to 11 resources permanently, and for some strange reason you have no other cards in your deck that give you resources.
Like a Calamity Bump, yeah.
Yeah, but I can't think of a single deck in the game that would do that.
Yeah.
Even if you're doing that, just playing Brings Life by passing in your deck seems like a better option almost all the time.
Long term.
And it has more utility. It will be useful in more situations than just as a card to help play Calamity.
Passing Gift would only be quote unquote better in situations where you had 0 board presence, you have no characters on the board, you're at 9 and you want to play Calamity next turn, and despite you having no board presence on turn 9, you will not be dead on turn 10.
Well, also, I just want to say, there is one other situation where this card is better than Brings Life by Passing, and that's where, let's say you're at 9 mana and you need to play an 8 mana creature. So you can't play the 8 mana creature and the Brings Life, but you can play the Passing Gift and the 8 mana creature.
I mean, it's so narrow and so specific, the situations that you would want to play this over Brings Life by Passing. And the situations where you'd want Brings Life by Passing over this are so much more diverse. It would almost never be correct to play this over Brings Life by Passing.
Right.
And there's not enough room in a deck to play both. You're not going to play this and Brings Life by Passing. You're just not going to. It doesn't make sense to do.
So I guess as a final word, as it's a splashable card, so you could maybe splash it with like double Flame Dawn or double Genesis or another deck that can play aggressively. Is there any reason you want to splash this and get 1 extra resource and then play and buff Mechborn on that turn, or play Kali on turn 2?
If it cantrip.
If it cantrip. So you're saying if it drew a card, you'd maybe...
Yeah, if it cantrip, this would be a great card.
So we're do like 1 Warpath, double Genesis, or 1 Warpath, double Flame Dawn, so you can get that Mechborn or Kali out. Turn 3 is a 9/9 or a 10/8.
If it might be amazing.
As a cantrip, it gives you a turn 1 play, in a Warpath deck that's, say, not running a Let It in command, into a 3-drop in command, which is a legitimate play. And as a cantrip, you're not losing cards to your hand in order to do it. It basically lets you run 37 cards in your deck because you can just play these out whenever and just run your card.
I just want to point out the balance theme. Like, we were suggesting this card. I think we decided that was probably going to be too strong.
Make it 3 purity. Like that's what I like to do. 3 purity, 1 cost, cantrip, fine.
But they already have a 3 purity card that does that.
I don't care.
Brings Life by Passing.
Yeah, but that card is balanced and really well designed for that faction and really strengthens 3 Purity Warpath, so don't you think they should get this too?
So this is probably unplayable, but maybe there's very specific timings that someone will come up with.
Oh, its art is also stupid.
Okay.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I didn't mention it, by the way, but Pack Mentality, boy oh boy is that great art. Man, I love that.
Oh, I love Pack Mentality's art.
Thank you. I'm glad someone agrees with me. It's really pretty. It's really nice. It has a lot of detail in there with all the outfit. It's just cool. So, Wild Hunt. Wild Hunt's kind of an interesting card. Who did I call on for this one? I guess Wild Hunt. So, let's go, Wild Hunt, 2 costs, ability, the top 3 cards of your deck are revealed, all character cards are put into your hand, the rest go to your graveyard. I guess, Katizer, you've played games where card advantage is big and card advantage is small. In Infinity Wars, arguably speaking, drawing or booming a bunch of cards early and even late sometimes is not that valuable. What's your thoughts on this card?
I think that the biggest concern with this card is that 3 is not a whole lot of cards, and it's in factions that I don't really see being able, there's not really a good way to fix the top of your deck so that you can assure that there are creature cards on there on top, so I feel like you could whiff really, really hard and make this a wasted card.
Right. And spending 2 mana.
It's also not terribly expensive to play, but if it's just a dead pull sometimes, that can really suck.
Right.
The question I have is, how good is this card? If, let's say, you hit 3 cards, how good is it pay to draw 3 characters?
Right.
how good is the best case scenario for this? It's
Well,
not
that's a
even
good way of looking at
that
it, yeah.
incredible. Like,
Yeah.
it's decent for sure. It's not bad. If it always hit 3 characters, I'd play it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's.
But that's the thing, is playing... you gotta keep in mind this is Infinity Wars. Is playing... is drawing 3 cards as valuable as playing a Fleeting Footman in the Assault Zone, or playing a Controlled Temporal Anomaly on your opponent's Mechborn. You have to value what 2-cost means in Infinity Wars. Is there...
If you're already ahead, it's a great card.
I mean, this is a late game card. It's like it might have 2 mana cost, but you're not going to play this early. It's like when you're at 6-8 mana.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. So we're looking at late. Do we put it in Warpath decks? Do we put it in Hermit? Do we put it in Triple Warpath? Keep in mind
We do not put it in Hermit.
Yes, I was going to say. Keep in mind.
It does not go in Hermit.
Keep in mind the cards that these decks are playing. Depending upon the abilities that you run, you can't really afford to discard certain abilities in these decks. So, Marlon, could you go into depth with why? Which I know why, but I'd rather hear it from you. Yes.
At most, a Hermit deck is 50-50 creatures and abilities, and most Hermit decks run more abilities than creatures.
Yes.
So, I mean, you're just not going to play this in a deck where you have more abilities than creatures. It doesn't make sense to do.
Now, what about Turbo Ramp Warpath? Turbo Ramp, where you're just primarily focusing on ramp, and then you're trying to hit like Martyr, Throw Out Dragons, or whatever your win con has.
This could be played in Turbo Ramp late game. You're in a situation you've already got out your ramp pieces, and you're looking to draw your finishers. Like, this is legitimately a card you could include in a deck like that.
Right.
Even if you don't hit your finishers, it cycles through other cards in your deck that you no longer need. You don't need more ramp pieces at this point. You don't need whatever. You only need to draw those, say your Dragon of Autumn wins, so it gets you closer to doing that if it doesn't draw them out, right?
Which I think, Riv, is what you were getting at, right? That you wouldn't be playing this obviously on turn 2, you'd be playing this more on like turn 8 or 9 or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's meant for ramp to get their finishing pieces, like Merlin just said. Like, you're not going to play it until late game, and in late game I think it's actually not bad.
Yeah.
Because Warpath notoriously doesn't actually have a lot of draw either, so
No.
this is actually pretty decent for that.
Okay. So,
like I said before the stream, this if it was 1 purity, it could be like a double Flame Dawn single Warpath deck, where you just like heavy rush creatures with like minimal spells.
Right.
Like turn 7, you play this to refill your hand with like small rush creatures.
Yeah,
it can still be used in a deck like that, honestly, where it's just 2 Warpath, 1 Flame Dawn, and you can still run a similar scenario, but you're going to be missing out on some of the stronger. I think too, if it was 1 purity Warpath, you'd have a stronger deck with 2 purity Flame Dawn there, obviously. But
right, for aggro, yeah. So we've gotten to the end of Warpath. So what's our thoughts? How is Warpath made out from Rebellion? I guess anyone can take this one up.
They overall got a lot. They got probably more big things than they needed. Like, I don't think they needed. Well, I guess they only got 2 or 3. Shockwave Giant. 4. Okay, Martyr of Life 2. So they got 4 8+ cost things, and they've already got like by far the most heavy costed large bodies.
But
and they got to put like
they got Passing Gift.
Passing Gift is a pretty incredible tool to get some of these out. But like somebody was saying on Martyr of Life earlier, like when it comes to using its effect, it's basically whichever big creatures you like the most you can throw into your deck, because you can't.
Right.
You cannot feasibly run all of them. You just pick whichever like 2 or 3 that you really liked and stuck them in there in a couple of copies.
Yeah.
And I feel like they don't need more of those. I like Dragon of Autumn Wind. I think that card is actually really good. But like,
yes. I think
a Helix form and Shockwave Giant just feels so like there would be nice if they didn't already have those like draft tool kind of big bodies, but they already do. And I just feel like it, I don't know, is more than needed.
Right. So, yes.
Yeah, Warpath got several more big creatures, which, arguably they didn't need, but I do really like Dragon of Autumn Wind as a card. I like that it exists in the game now. That's probably one of my favorite cards from the new set overall, honestly, so I am not disappointed with that. They did get more utility in pack, and while the decks that they will go in are specific decks, it kind of slightly expands the scope of the faction and what you can do with it, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Hunter's Wish is decent sideboard utility. Entangle and Entangling Wilds is new, interesting utility that has not existed in Warpath before. So on the whole, I think Warpath actually made out pretty okay. The one thing they did not get outside of the Entangling Wild Sphere combo, which we've been told is a bug, is early game. They did not get very much that addresses their early game weakness.
Like a rabbit.
But the canopy offender.
Canopy defender. But yeah, like what you're saying is they didn't get like a canopy, or
playing canopy defender creates an early game weakness. It does not show enough.
Yeah, but more specifically, they didn't get like a rabbit style drop where it's like, okay, this is very clearly intended to be anti-aggro, it's intended to prolong the state of the game to make it so it actually lasts post turn 5, you know.
This is true. Yeah, as good as Dragon of Autumn Wind is, it doesn't actually help you die less to Flame Dawn in the first 6 turns. Like, you still die just as hard.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. None of this does. It's all like singular ramp focus, and anything that isn't singular ramp focus is bad.
So
from this set, pretty much.
So it mostly becomes you either turbo ramp and gamble, or you stick to Hermit, which we know kills humans very well, and you run 3 rabbits and hope for the best, and if you get to your mid-game, you just timing attack with Hermit, and you walk into them, and you're good. But playing just solely Warpath is still a little bit scary against aggro. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So, we are moving on to Genesis, which I understand is, Katizer has talked at length off-stream about the wonderful art that Genesis has received this set. They've received a lot of really fun
through,
art.
I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah. So I guess we'll start with Crazed Augmenter. It is about the silliest card we could have started with. The 5-cost 8/8. When you deploy Crazed Augmenter, you may overcharge it once. If you do, target character gains +6/+6. Is there anyone that wants to open the floor with this one? I know we have more interesting Genesis cards to get to, but we'll have to wait until we get through this one first.
I kind of wish this was 1 purity.
Yeah.
I kind of wish it was like a bit better. Like the fact that it's human is bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what is this art? Oh my.
I mean, the human keyword, I think you're not giving it enough credit, honestly. I think it's a pretty solid power.
It's like the most ghetto Doc Brown who had too many pills and he's like, look at my new invention. Like,
I love Genesis art so much. It is hilarious for the set. It is in the best of ways. It is.
I like how he has a little race cap too.
Yeah, I do feel like overcharging for +6/+6 is great, and I do think that the only issue that I personally have with the card, it is a little expensive, but if it was 1 purity, that would be okay.
At 5,
if it was 4 cost, it would be okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, at 5, it's so expensive. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to get this out. Like when I'm
3 drops have better stats than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The issue with the card is as a 5 drop, it is almost never worth it to play this card without overcharging it.
And like you think like, okay, maybe I can play this with a card like Double Strike, but then you're like stuck in the 2 purity Genesis situation. So the only card you have is like what, like Ember Starter. You know what I mean? It's 5 is.
You have something you can overclock. It does have increased value there.
This is legitimately draft playable because a surprise +6/+6 on the battlefield is quite good in draft.
Yeah. That's valuable in draft.
Outside of draft, it's not going to see play, or only in very bad decks. So
yeah, I mean, what's that generic robot, the 3-mana 8/8 that Genesis has that you would never play in a constructed deck,
it's
even with
literally called Genesis Construct.
Yeah, the Genesis Construct. Like you're paying because that card at 3 mana doesn't even see play. You're paying like 2.5 mana for +6/+6 and an overcharge.
And
I don't know. I mean, if you look at the cost on this, it has the stat line of the Genesis Construct. And it basically has the ability of upgrade on it. It's +6/+6 instead of +5/+5. But you're paying 5 costs, which is a combination of the 2, plus you have to overcharge a card.
Yes.
So it's really, it's not an ideal card at all to pick, but it is still a combat trick.
Yes.
And combat tricks are useful in draft. So.
Yes.
Yeah. And notably in its favor, over Genesis Construct, it does not die to Lightning Blast.
It doesn't.
Just because it's a human, guys.
It's also a human though, so it doesn't pick up buffs from Luca or anything.
Well, I mean, obviously you're not going to run inferior to Luca. You have Crazed Augmenter. Why?
I guess that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
So broadly speaking, it could be a very cheeky draft card where it's like, oh man, he played that, But in constructed, it's probably a better card. So, Defiant Engineer. When Defiant Engineer is removed from the game, all characters in your support zone gain +1/+1. I'm not going to read that parentheses text because we know it. It's a 2-cost 4/8. I am already hearing too weak. Is there anyone that can come up with a deck for double Genesis that works for Defiant Engineer?
This ramps up log, and that's about it.
I mean, it's a very small pile of stats in a faction that can play Luca, and I'm not sure what Defiant Engineer is supposed to be helping.
With the last card we were talking about how it could have been better if it was 1 purity, but I could at least sort of see why they chose to make it 2 purity. I do not actually grasp why this card needs to be 2 purity.
It's in a strange area. +1/+1 is such a small buff for Genesis, a faction which is often big buffs, big booms, swing into assault zone. You got a pile of flyers, end the game before mass.
I feel like this could be +2/+2, and it might still not be good enough to be played.
Honestly, this card can go into the Biginator log or Wipatron deck.
That's the only deck I can think of. Yeah, it's
does it need to though?
You need.
You're overcharging your whole hand anyway in that deck, so it doesn't not need to because it gives you an effect when you overcharge.
Fair enough.
The only way that this card works. That makes sense, Merlin. The only way that this card works is if you're essentially overcharging every single turn, and if you happen to draw this is essentially like your Wealthy Noble draw, where it's like, well, I'd be overcharging a card anyways, I just happen to be overcharging it, and then, oh, hey, a +1/+1 buff for everything. Nice.
So you're putting in your deck with the express intention of never actually playing it, and getting a very marginal benefit over rather having a card that you could optionally use if it was more effective.
And Jaja has pointed out in the chat, 182 Jaja182, who is a very good Infinity Wars player. He's pointed out that all Defiant cards in the cycle are 2 purity. So for one,
that's never stopped us before. Like that last cycle we had, where we have one that is a significant outlier because balance.
Yes.
For being so Defiant, they all kind of fall in line, then, don't they?
Yes. So yes, the Biginator deck, which is problematic to say the least, with some of the newer designs that are hitting the set, and no real good way to fight it by turn 4, which is about when it hits its spike. Yes, it is playable there. So it is playable in a deck that may be addressed by the balance team, one would think. We'll see.
Please.
So we move on to Enlightenator XT 2500 2500. 4 costs 10/12, which is not the worst stat line in the world, but no haste. So when you deploy,
actually a pretty standard 4-drop that DOD card.
Exactly. Yeah. When you deploy Enlightenator, and it's an artificial, when you deploy Enlightenator, you may overcharge it once with Descendants of the Dragon card. If you do, Enlightenator gains Vigilance. Is there a deck that this card works for? It is 1 purity.
No, there's not.
No, it's just... I will say that
I feel like I'm
really
a salesman here or something. 12 is 1 purity. Take it.
The problem with this card...
Oh my god, art is so cool.
Yeah, art's great.
The problem with this card is Descendants of the Dragon are so cluttered with 4-drops already. And, in what universe are you running this over Glorious Warrior?
Yeah,
I was going to say, if you want a 4-drop Vigilance, there are better cards in DOD that you can just replace.
They have a 4-cost...
This can be unleaded.
They have a 4-cost Spirit, which is a 4/4 with Death Touch. They have a 4-cost 10/12, which decreases your opponent's morale every single turn. This is kind of in a weird spot because they have so many important 4-costs to hit.
You also have to overcharge this one, which means that it's basically 2 cards for an effect that's overall less valuable than just a 4-drop.
And Merlin
has to be a specific card as well.
Yeah, Merlin's talked on the forums and stuff about how overcharge is interesting in that the first overcharge doesn't hurt you too bad, but by the second or the third, you're like, oh man, I really need to think about this overcharge ability, and can I afford to lose the hand advantage? I don't know. Is it worth it to overcharge in 4 for a Vigilance character that is a 10-12 as opposed to just playing like a 4-4 with Death Touch and hoping you get like, a good card, you know?
Here's the other issue, too. If you're playing a GI DoD deck,
of course.
I'm uncertain what purities exactly you're playing in there, but you're either running 2 GI DoD or 2 DoD GI. If you're running 2 DoD, you have a timing next turn on 5 with Agent Coil anyway. And you're obviously running Agent Coil because you're in 2 purity DoD.
And that blowout isn't as valuable if you're already trying to go for a blowout 4, you know?
Exactly. It's much better to, say, drop the Glorious Warrior on 4 and then move it to defense behind your Agent Coil movable on 5. That's just a better play the majority of the time. Like, I see the value behind a 4-cost Vigilance character, existing, but I don't think this character as it is going to see any play outside of draft.
Once again, it's unfortunate that Logad isn't here because I know that Logad experimented often with GI DoD synergy and trying to make like a kind of mid-range GI DoD deck.
The only GI DoD synergy I've actually seen, Agent Coil Assimilator, I think it's called.
Right.
That and Dojo, but you can just suck up your Lucas for 4 instead, which is obviously better what you need and everything.
And it's an interesting idea, but I suppose is there a competitive deck where Enlightenator can really work?
Oh,
no.
That's very interesting. One of its flavor texts says save it for the next set. You're going to take bets that it's not going to be usable on the next set?
Well, I suppose we'll have to say. We pretty much have to work around it.
It's entire flavor text is lazy. It's some of the worst flavor text I've ever seen, actually.
It is a 10-12, which isn't a terrible stat line for 4, but again, it's in a clogged stat line.
The card suffers from the problem of the card in a vacuum is good, but with the cards we have in the game, there's not a reason to play this over other options.
We've got GI, I could play Splitter Robot, we've got DoD, I could play Glorious Warrior, I could play, Spirit of the Ancient Guardians.
Yeah, it has a fine stat line for 4. It's not a bad card, objectively. It's fine for what it is. The problem is it doesn't really add enough to a constructed deck to justify playing it over other 4-cost options.
It's just it's like the end gauge. It's ahead of its time or before its time or something, essentially. Yes. So
I feel like it would be in a much more playable state if overcharging it did a little bit more. I feel like Vigilance is just a little too weak for sacrifice.
Vigilance +2/+2 and reach.
Vigilance +2/+2 reach, untouchable. Shield 1.
It's fine where it is for draft. Like this card will see play in draft.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because it is a perfectly playable stat line for its cost.
4 mana 10-12s are fine.
Yeah, but it's not doing anything for constructed, so...
Yeah. I do like the mechanic, though, instead of just throwing more double, mixed purities on there. I do like the overcharging a card of another faction to be able to play it. I think that is a good...
Mechanic
and a good design.
Yeah.
I don't the card itself isn't good, but it's also not bad. I don't think this card was a waste of a slot or anything.
Right, yeah, certainly.
So
I love the art on this next card.
We have Little Timmy Plot. Little Timmy Pot's character artificial. Someone cost me 3. I just feel terrible looking at this. When Little Timmy Pot dies, you draw a card. So it's very cute. The card, maybe cute's not the right word, but it has fantastic art. So it's very funny. Is there a deck that this works for?
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yes,
Oh.
there is. Yeah. It works in any kind of artificial deck where you're spamming artificial AOE spells. After Luca, this thing's a 6/6. It trades decent and draws a card.
But
it costs 1.
What
Are there better
with
things,
AOE spells? So you have 1 Genesis. What are your other purities in this deck?
No. If you're running, say, just 2 GI Overseers, this can see play in that potentially. It's not guaranteed to be included in there.
Yeah,
but
I don't know if it's just better than the other. You definitely wouldn't play it over a support drone ever. I don't
you play
think.
both.
But
Yeah,
is both
exactly.
but is both are there really not 37 other cards that?
It's cancer.
Well, that's actually kind of the point, is because this more or less it cantrips. It just draws you another card.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
which is
designed to thin
quite
your deck out,
valuable.
basically.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not just designed within your deck though, because you're buffing with GI, right? So it's like an effective actual attacker or blocker as well.
Yeah,
Very good.
most of the time in a GI deck, this is going to trade 1-for-1 with an opponent's card, and then draw you another card, which is good. You know,
So do
it
we really
requires
think
you to
this
buff
is like
it. It
a
requires
3
the
of?
right deck, but
Is this a
I have already included it as a 3 of in several GI decks. That
Yeah,
so-
really?
If,
Man,
if you're gonna
alright.
if you're gonna use this card, it is definitely a 3 of because it
Yeah.
replaces. It usually trades 1-for-1 and replaces itself. That's really
Interesting.
good for a 1 cost.
It's pretty strong
Yeah,
reaction for our little.
I guess,
our
I
little
guess I'm
common slot.
underestimating how good a cantrip on a GI 1-mana card is, I guess, but
I
I,
get-
don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is that top deck
Just-
Luca effect essentially.
Yeah, no, this card is my hero card I've seen so far. Like, I'm a sucker for cantrips anyway, but like this looks really good to me.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I think that we mostly agree that this is like, it's probably better than people think it is. Also,
Yeah.
1 morale. So if you're playing,
Yeah, that's a bit, dude, because the
Whoa!
design of GI's morale cost. Whoever decided that every robot ever, just
I
regardless
want
of
you
stats.
guys to look at little Timmy Bot's face. You're saying if this died, you would only feel a little bit of sadness from your mouth.
I mean-
you know, whatever.
No,
he was
I
gonna
mean-
die anyways.
yeah, honestly, look at its face. It's already half dead. I mean, how
And you
sorry
feel
can
bad
you
about
feel?
that?
See
Oh
ya,
my
Inverted
God,
Eye.
good
I'm
one.
sorry. Inverted Eye unfortunately has to leave. I'm sorry, but yeah. Oh God. All right. So.
Timmy should have like 100 morale cost.
Well, then it might not be a 3 of. But
Good, then it never has to die.
world we live in where wealthy noble has a morale cost, the rich guy has a morale cost of 10. The old Timmy just
You paid everyone
Worthless.
off to feel sorry for him.
So we gotta move on to Luca Rebellion Leader, which I've heard a lot of contentious opinions
Oh man, I
on.
hate this card so much.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
So I've heard
This
a lot
wasn't-
of contentious
Like the whole
opinions.
balance team hates it as well.
Alright, I don't actually know what it does, so I'm looking forward to this.
So Luca Rebellion Leader, Riverwrath, you've been selected now. Is a 6 cost 10/10. It is a unique character human. Again, a 6 cost 10/10.
Okay.
When Luca enters the deployed area, and it's 2 cost. It's 2 purity GI. Sorry. So when Luca enters the deployed area, all characters you control gain Shield 1 until the end of turn.
Oh.
Yes, it's at a very specific cost, 6.
but-
There's 1 or 2 things that
I
hit
feel
at
like there's a
6.
6-mana card in this game that
I
Shield
mean,
1 is really good
hasn't
against.
Varroa just been shit on enough? Like,
No.
have
No,
they
we
not
haven't,
received
apparently.
enough hate? I just, damn, dude, that's just rude.
It's literally like, you know those 3 mass deaths you put in your deck? Fuck them.
I hate it.
But on 12 mana, oh man, we got a surprise for them, right? Double mass death, never gonna see it coming.
Like,
And
I
they
don't-
can't play 2 Luca Rebellion Leader because it's unique, so you can't get Shield 2. Although I guess it wouldn't even stack anyways. But
I just like that's just like damn man. This card is literally the embodiment of no chill.
Is there anyone that thinks this is not an auto include for 2 GI aggro or 2 GI mid range or 2 GI anything?
I mean, if it wasn't an auto include, you'd have to put it in the sideboard, right? Even if
the-
it wasn't an auto include.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that's GI that it doesn't get auto included in is just heavy artificial
Yeah, if you give me
that
like,
Omnitron deck where you don't play creatures.
right, and you're
But
just going
everything
booming
else,
for
yeah.
Omnitron, yeah.
Yeah, I
I
was gonna
think-
say Omni doesn't necessarily need it, but it's probably wouldn't hurt sometimes.
Like
Yeah.
the decision tree for this card is: does mass death at 6 mana make you sad? Yes. Put it in. No. Maybe you don't have to put it in.
Also, this makes like the GI for raw matchup like a 95-5.
Yeah,
I would,
as if
I would
as if-
personally
as
always sideboard this at least.
As if 2 GI didn't get buffed enough from the Mechborn. Shuck it, just make it so it's 1 mana for +4/+4 every single turn. Now they play this card, so you make a massive army. As long as you live through turn 5 with a Martyr or something, or if they don't use Overcharged Storm or something, just play Luca. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna Overcharge Storm at 5? Like, it's...
If you think about it like this, though, they really need that help against Cov because of all those high morale costs that all the GI cards have that Cov can exploit. So, like, they really did need this kind of counter.
honestly, the before this card existed, before this set existed, the Ka versus GI, the way the games played out was actually very interesting and extremely skill based. I've heard a bunch of people say, "Oh, it's GI favored," and a bunch of other people say, "Oh, it's Varor favored."
Yeah,
And
but
it actually was incredibly skill based. But this
Right.
card takes away a large element of that by just saying, "Well, I don't need to worry about mass death on any given turn I decide to play this." So
now Merlin, do you think that the unique character qualifier affects
No, it
that
doesn't
in any way?
matter.
Okay. I was gonna lead into an interesting question, but you're like, no, it's not
I mean,
interesting.
you
I feel like
you don't play it until you're just attacking on 6 anyway. Like you get to attack on turn 1, 2, 3, and 4
Yeah.
without any problems as
Oh, of
GI.
course. Yeah.
You might pull back a creature on turn 3 to dodge a death ray or something. But, the first 4 turns of the game, you don't have to worry about anything. Turn 5, you have to worry about Overcharge Storm, but turn 5 is also Martyr Drop.
Yeah, of
So
course,
you
yeah.
don't really have to worry about Overcharge Storm. Then turn 6, you can just play Luca Rebellion Leader, and guess what? The cop player is dead.
Yeah.
They're,
And
they're just dead
and that's
that
the thing.
turn.
If they
So-
already overcharged like half their hand for an overcharged storm on 5 and you martyred, that's over. Like, what are they gonna do?
Does CTA
Follow up with that
reproc
sick
this?
mass death.
Yeah.
Does Control Temporal Anomaly reproc this?
It shouldn't because it goes at end of turn, and this effect ends at the end of turn. So it
Oh,
should.
wait, is that in turn for CTA? Okay.
If it was like resurrected,
Yeah, right. So if you'd
asleep as
like-
well or something.
If you'd like CTA her, she'd be out of the battlefield for the whole turn, and then she'd only hit at the end of turn. So you get it from when she hit it at end of turn.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
It's similar to Zunshin. You can reproc Zunshin with CTA, but it doesn't matter. So
Right.
What about with Dojo? Is Dojo 2 purity?
it is.
Yes,
never
it
mind.
is. Yeah.
Dude, Enya decks though.
Yes, Luca is definitely an auto include.
You could potentially reproc it with Kidnapper, which is interesting.
yes.
Oh, and then you
Your
can
own
mass deck your.
kidnapper.
Oh no, because team down. Never mind.
This card
Once
looks,
again.
by the way, I just want to point out, this card looks really weird because the face does not look like it should be on that body.
There's a lot of odd things going on with this artwork.
Like, the rest of the art's pretty cool, I like it. It's just, yeah, her
Yes,
face just
the-
looks like it was, like, photoshopped on.
I see the art and I think Starship Troopers like instantly, but yeah, I do like how I like do this and like I hear all of my beer crinkling. But anyways, yeah, Luca Rebellion Leader does feel like it's pretty much an auto include and aggro, a mostly auto include mid range, and I don't really care about this that much in artifact, but fuck it, split in sideboard for artifact decks. It's really strong. So if you didn't get
So
Luca
that's-
Rebellion
it's like
Leaders, go check
Artifact Shield for some
Go check
reason.
Riverath's site for. Go check Riverath's Infinity Box.
I don't actually, my site doesn't work that much anymore. Just PM you guys if you want to buy stuff. Just send me.
Go private message Riverath. If
I
you
also
want.
don't have any of the new stuff either.
Go private message Best Sakia NA for all of
There you go.
for all 8 of my Luca Rebellions, so you can see. Anyways, so we got
Like I was
Splitter
pre-ordering this set.
Splitter Lights. So we have Splitter
This
Light.
card's insane.
Yeah, a little bit. So, Key, I guess you haven't talked in a while, at least opened at a while on cards. Splitter Light is a 2-cost 4/4. When Splitter Light dies, it creates 2/2 artificial characters. A lot of 2s there. What do we think about Splitter Light?
Well, obviously it's like the faster version of Splitterbot,
Mm-hmm.
but it's
Cute
like,
art.
first of all, it can be spammed with the Tag Eater, but I also run it in like my 2 Flame Dawn GI deck.
Right,
And it's
so
the
you
only 2 cost that's actually worth it without a charge in a Flame Dawn deck,
Of
because
course,
it's so
is the value. The raw value
pure
of this card.
value of like that, and then when it dies, it spawns 2/2 tokens, and
You
you
were-
can like buff up those tokens.
You were looking at, like, outside of a Luca buff, you were looking at a raw 8/8 for 2. So,
It also it's free.
It's better.
grade.
It's better than an 8/8, honestly.
yes.
It puts
Because
it
you get
free in
3
the
separate
grave if
bodies.
you're playing Sleeper as well.
Like,
Its
Yeah.
artwork is also cute.
it
Especially
is
in a
very
Flame
cute.
Dawn deck. Especially in a Flame Dawn deck, because you're playing this with Bromic, most likely.
Mhm.
and Defiant Footmen,
Yes,
which
you
means
are.
that the 4/4 is generally going to be a 6/4. The 2/2s are generally going to be a minimum of 4/2s, and potentially much larger, based on what kind of buffs you have going at any given time. So this trades potentially with 3 characters by itself, which is incredibly value for a Flame Dawn deck.
There's
Yeah.
also like the fact that it's 2 bodies and the little tokens to help Saculus and everything.
Yeah, it is a very scary card. I'm not very comfortable with this card design personally. I think that it's very cute. I think the idea of like a light version of a card that already exists thematically, and it's half the cost, and it does half the things, and that's cute.
It's not half, and that bothers the crap out of me that it's not
Yeah.
a 5/5.
Well, if it was a 5/5,
I know it's gonna be annoying Electro and Katizer because I know both
It's
of you guys.
already
No.
if it was a 5/5, it would have to spawn 2.5, 2.5.
Right.
What's wrong with that? It beats a 2/2.
My real question here is, do the tokens look like Genesis constructs again, like every other token?
Yes, they do.
Wonderful. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
They have 4 morale.
I
My
would-
only question for this card is, like, Splitterbot was already pretty broken. So
It is a
like, I
very
don't-
strong card, potentially the
I,
one of the
I
best
don't. I'm just
commanders
curious what
in
the
the
design
game.
intention is. It's like, oh well, Splitterbot was a pretty cool card. It didn't, work the game at all or anything. Let's make a cheaper version of it.
I would say that Splitter Robot has had almost okay. So we're talking over the whole history of Infinity Wars. We're talking Core, Rise, Infestation, everything. Splitter Robot has maybe had the most influence on command zones of any card in the game, and
Yeah.
making a light version of that. I don't know. It's cute. It's very fun thematically. I'm not sure on the balance of this card. Do we think it's an auto include in GI? Do we think it's an auto commander in
It's
GI?
two morale as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
The
did.
funny thing is the tokens are more morale than the Splitter Light.
Really?
They're 4 morale each.
Huh.
Well, so regardless of morale, because I know morale is so important in Infinity Wars, but regardless of that,
Back in my day.
what do we think of this card? Like, is it an auto include commander? Is it an auto include?
I don't
Yes.
think it's an auto include. I don't think it's an auto include commander necessarily, but it's a very powerful card.
I think
It's
this
not-
card is just really, definitely a 3 of in any deck that runs GI. It's one purity too.
It's not necessarily something you're running in command in most decks. I would argue in most cases it's actually going to be better from deck than from command, because a 4/4 body with haste isn't really what you want for 2.
Right, of course.
You want something a little more impactful on the battlefield with haste, which is what command gives you. But it is it has a lot of value for it, and any GI deck is already either running some kind of AoE buff, which is going to make this thing just incredibly valuable. So there's really no reason not to play it as a 3 of in anything GI.
Again, Infinity Wars is a very tempo-oriented game, so it's hitting support, and then it moving to defense so that you can essentially, proc the 2/2. That still makes it good though, right? 3 of? Again, I'm more
Yes.
just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I know that it is, but
Yeah.
Here's my thought on it. Do you know how good Resilient Slime is?
No.
No, you don't. This card is
It's
cheaper.
essentially way better than
It-
that. Yes.
Yeah, it's cheaper. It gives you both of the extra bodies immediately, even though it gives you one less body, and it's got significantly more numbers that it's putting on the field.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh.
only 1 purity instead of 3, and it's less morale and everything about
Although
it.
notably,
It
we're
doesn't
gonna have to
get killed
figure
by a
out
very
how
popular
good
free cost.
out how good slime is, considering GI has Luca now, so you actually kind of have to run slime just to survive against GI now.
If you're Varor, you don't survive against GI now,
I was
so
gonna
it doesn't
say,
What do you
matter.
mean? You run slime? That's how you survive.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, your mass death doesn't.
But
do
it's
anything else,
resilient.
So we're moving to Taiga. So I unfortunately have to take a bathroom break, but Taiga is a 2-cost 3/3. If an artificial character you control dies while Taiga is deployed, all characters you control gain +1/+1. Keep in mind it did not say other characters, it says all characters, so which means Taiga does receive the buff from her own effect. She is a unique character human. Again, I'll go over that again, just so I can leave the discussion, and then I'll come back. But Taiga Combat Reconstructor does 2 cost, 1 purity, 3/3, unique character human. If an artificial character you control dies while Taiga is deployed, all characters you control gain +1/+1. We've been going around the round, so I guess we'll head back to Merlin. Is this a playable in 1 GI, 2 GI, 3 GI? I will let you take it away, and I will be right back.
It's absolutely playable in a deck that's built around it. There's been quite a lot of debate about this card on the forums and the Discord, probably in general chat, even though I never really look at general chats, I'm not sure. But I mean, there's quite a lot of feelings about this card in both directions, that it's too good, that it's not good enough, etc., etc. I feel it lies somewhere between the two. It's a decent card. It doesn't really do anything new for GI in that it gives an AoE buff to artificials, or an artificial reliant AoE buff. So, it's good. It doesn't go in everything. It doesn't really make anything else overpowered. It's worse than Luca most of the time, I feel like. So yeah, those are my thoughts on Taiga.
I don't know how good the deck would be, but there's a lot of support with a card like this and the Lucas and the so many 1 mana, 2 mana robots. It's like sort of like a weenie robots. I guess it's not too far off of what an artificial buff GI deck is, but there's
I actually got a lot of support this set with
yeah,
the cards we've already seen with Light Splitter Light.
yeah,
and Little
Splitter
Timmy.
Light, Little Timmy bot, Big Inator, and then
this
already
set-
support drone.
This set gave Genesis so many 1 purity artificials that I feel like Taiga would have a niche role in a deck that runs 1 GI purity and then runs a bunch of artificials and then uses the other 2 purities to run other faction cards, because Taiga can hit non-artificials with her ability.
Yeah, I agree. She's absolutely playable in the right kind of deck. I think she occupies an interesting area where she kind of... It's similar to a Luca buff, but it's applying to characters that aren't artificials based on your artificials that are dying. I mean, it applies to everything, including artificials, but it's kind of a way to translate a Luca buff over onto, say, overwhelming dead tokens, for instance.
She does feel very all-in, though.
Right.
She does, and it promotes a binary deck strategy that relies almost entirely on characters. Typically not the best kind of winning strategy in Infinity Wars. There's a lot of things that can counter a strategy like that. So, I mean...
But not Mass Death anymore.
Oh!
Well, I mean,
Well, more messed up.
in their favor, they do have Lightning Blast that just takes care of it for free.
Well, and
Yeah.
here's the other issue. If you're playing her with the Luca, you're playing 2 Purity GI, and 2 Purity GI, I feel, has better tools than Taiga to do the same thing.
That's fair.
Well, so
That's-
you know the
that's
funny
really-
thing about this card? This card's been changed I don't know, 4 or 5 times, and the balance scheme had absolutely nothing to do with those changes.
Right. So I guess the real thing with Taiga, does Taiga do better what aggro GI does, what mid-range GI does, what artifact Omnitron, GI does? Is there any deck where Taiga excels where another card would not?
I feel like it's its own deck more so than
Yeah.
being better than
Interesting.
anything that's previous. Because it's promoting a weenie GI, which a lot of these cards are also promoting, which is something we really haven't seen.
Like a true weenie.
There's been
GI,
there's been
rather than-
value where you get a lot of
Yeah.
things.
Right,
There hasn't
right.
been truly weenies.
Yeah,
And
this
now
set
that
gave
is-
3 or 4
Yeah.
cards that support that deck style.
Also,
What I
this,
feel like she does more than anything else is she translates the GI playstyle that exists in a deck like, say, 2 GI Overseers into
Ooh,
a
overseers.
1 GI
1
Sleeper,
GI to something
or
else.
Right.
or 1 GI Flame Dawn, or 1 GI whatever.
Right.
That's actually the first deck I thought of, was 1 GI 2 Flamed On.
Right.
whenever I saw that.
I mean, the thing, and with Overseers too, you have cards like Courtesan, which is, you play it, and you get a 2-2 and a 2-2, and, at the eye, you get multiple buffs from that. So, I guess are we saying that we shouldn't evaluate Taiga in the context of GI, especially with the 1 purity, but more in the context of aggressive decks that want to, scale up and swing for lethal, not in double or triple GI, but more in splashables with other decks. Is that what we're looking at essentially here?
Yeah,
I would
think
say
so.
that's the correct assessment for the
I
card.
feel like
Yes.
it works say 1 GI, 2 Sleeper of Everett, or 1 GI, 1 Cov, 1 Sleeper of Everett with the Rita and stuff.
Right.
But also, she actually got support with, say, Little Timmy Bot and Split a Light
Little
and
Timmy Bot,
Tiny
yeah, of course.
Prize.
The cantrip 3/3, which is, again, everyone had resounding, oh god, this card's amazing, which I wasn't expecting. So, yeah, I mean, maybe Taiga has some support in this set that's not as clear. We're getting to one of the most frustratingly designed cards.
The Iron Giant.
next up. So before we get there, is there anything else anyone wants to say on Taiga?
She synergizes well with the Biginator.
I don't know what that thing does. I don't know what Biginator is and what's the Iron Giant, but I just want to say I think Taiga is going to promote a lot of even triple purity play, where you play triple one purity stuff, and that's really cool because that's not something we see very often.
Again, you and I were around for that, Riv. We were around for the wonderful Genesis Sleepers Flame Dog play back when.
It's been a long time.
Back when spamming tokens was one purity play.
Yeah. I do want to say that since I still play this deck because I'm a complete scrub. I do play a lot of GI Flame Dawn Overseers when I do play, and for a deck like that, this card is probably going to be pretty strong because that deck does rely pretty heavily on artificials for its low drops.
Yeah.
I think that that's a viable card for something like that, so I agree with the triple purity, or the 3 different purities.
It'll be cool if Taiga opens up a whole new or, old school can of worms, essentially, for that style of deck. So, we have one of the most wonderful arts in Rebellion, combined with one of the most frustrating effects in Rebellion. Not from necessarily a
like a
balance
disco
perspective.
party Iron Giant.
Not
It
necessarily.
is the Iron Giant, right? Like, I'm just looking at the preview.
Yeah.
Not necessarily from a design perspective, but definitely from a balance
that
perspective.
animation, oh my lord.
It is a wonderful animation, and I have nothing against the wonderful artists and animators that worked on this process. Like, Shiraz Domingo, you have made amazing art here, maybe the best art in the Rebellion set, but gosh darn is this effect dumb. 1 GI, the Biginator. It's a one cost, 2 morale.
Oh my god!
It's not 1 morale, it's 2 morale.
Just thank God, man. That balancing it out.
Oh, and he's just having a good old time. Oh my god.
And it is an artificial, and it's a 1/1. But the primary problem that many top-level players have in Infinity Wars right now is its text. Whenever a player overcharges a card, any player, so it can be you, your opponent, your next-door neighbor, whatever, whenever a player overcharges a card, the Biginator gets +3/+3. The primary frustration that I've seen a lot of top players have with this card is that there is an existing card in the game called Logarithmatron, which essentially says it's a 1/1 where you can overcharge a card once every turn, and when you overcharge that card, Logarithmatron gets double its attack and defense. So there are Logarithmatron decks where you have Log as a commander, and you try to buff it every single turn, discarding your hand slowly over time. Yeah, I know, Riv already knows exactly where this is going.
No, I'm sorry. I came back and I've seen his little dance. I just can't handle it.
The art is amazing. The art's amazing. The art's, like, mind-blowing. The art's, like, the best art in any card game ever. It rivals MTG's Stasis. But, the problem with this card, I would argue, is that you have a deck where you just discard your entire hand. You're not concerned with your hand. You're concerned with hitting your opponent for face with a giant Logarithmatron. And before, that was your win con. But now your win con is you're hitting your opponent with a giant log, but you are also hitting them with, oh hey, I drew a turn 1 Biginator, and I have 2 on my command already. Playing more of those. +3/+3. I have giant Biginators. Oh, hey, Luca. Turn 4 lethal. So, what are our thoughts on this card? I guess, Riv, I know you're being... It is very good in Logarithmatron. But, Riv, I'm curious. What's your thoughts on this card? Should it be in the game at all?
Probably not. I mean, yeah, it probably shouldn't exist, period. Like,
because it doesn't work in any other deck but that deck, generally speaking.
And it's such a fix for Log's only problem, which was getting rushed down. You can't rush these things down. Like, within 2 turns, they're a 7/7, right? And that's like okay, but it still trades into a lot of stuff, and then after that, they're a 10/10, which trades into pretty much everything. So for the first 2 turns, you're a little bit slow, but after that, you just clear everything for free.
Yeah.
And then you just have a big Logarithmatron, which is a massive clock on the opponent.
And it's kind of like the Tinker Side problem, right? Where, like, you can play Acolytes, and sure, you can defend with them, but why would you defend with characters that are going to get so big so fast? Just move into attack. You are a mid-range deck that aggroes faster than aggro decks.
You know what is pretty hilarious?
What?
Is a mirror match of Logtron double Biginator commands where both players are overcharging every turn.
Oh no.
Because
here's the issue actually, especially in the mirror match. It's going to come down to who draws more Biginators. But
Yeah.
the biggest problem with this,
Biggest nader.
well, no, I mean, there's actually
biggest Nader problem.
there's actually a really interesting thing with this deck. It's similar to old Thrall Genocide, where the deck had the best early game, the best mid game, and the best late game. This goes into a triple GI deck, where you just play Omnitron in your deck. And guess what? If they have an early answer for the Biginators, if they have any kind of way to stop you, you're playing Omnitron late, and there's no deck that can answer both threats.
Yeah.
Right, so you guarantee you
Especially-
can make it to the late game.
Especially not with Placebotron, which makes it to where Omni is way more viable.
So you're playing this with Omni Mind, with Shield Generator, so you have a mid-game point where all your characters can just become indestructible indefinitely,
Or a
potentially.
wonderful Luca, Rebellion Leader.
Yeah,
that makes
you're
Matt
playing
Seth,
it-
relevant.
You're playing it with all the Lucas, because any
Oh
of the
yeah,
ones are
you're
good.
playing with all three now.
And then you're playing with an Omnitron package, so you can just go into Omnitron if somehow your opponent has an answer for all of these other threats.
Yeah.
And it's just from turn
Too
one,
much.
you're saying, okay, deal with this. Turn two, deal with this.
Yeah,
Turn
of
three,
course.
deal with this. And there's
That's the
not a
issue.
deck that has an answer for everything.
Yeah. It is such a frustrating design. It hits as a very specific timing before, like, if you draw enough of them, turn 4, you just have so much damage, you can probably just lethal, And, yeah, I don't know what could be done with Biginator. Does anyone have any balanced suggestions
I have-
for this card?
I think that Biginator needs a pretty radical change to make it to where it's viable at all, while not being ridiculous.
Right, I mean, that's
I feel
all
like
the trick, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it needs to pull something crazy in Hearthstone-y where the Biginator's actual bonus is either +2/+1 or +1/+1, but it triggers in your deck. I feel like that would be like the only
Right.
way to make it reasonable while still being what it is.
So,
I honestly, in the context of Infinity Wars, I honestly think this would be fine as a 3 cost. Because you don't have an explosive early game on. At turn 3, you're playing a big character. It's a big threat, but you can't play
Both
4 or 5 of them from your hand and have them all attacking on turn 4.
What was
That's fair.
what was Riv's idea? I heard him saying something too.
Yeah. So I do have an idea. It's pretty radical, I know, but how about we
Go
can make it as a 1/1. We can make it a 10 cost, and we can make it read for every time you've overcharged this game, cast a random spell from your faction.
That
Target
sounds
a random
wonderful.
person.
That is very Hearthstone. I see you took that advice to heart.
I don't
Yeah.
I really don't like the word random.
Oh, well, this said random like 4 times, so. I feel like that would work pretty well. You could get a whole bunch of random Luca buffs and stuff. You
Yeah.
can buy your own stuff. It'd be really interesting.
So Biginator is problematic in that it is so linear. It is so like I am just oversatted essentially, and I just walk into you. I never need to hit the defense zone. Maybe once. I'll just block with this 10/10, whatever, no big deal, and that costs 1. But for the most part, you were just walking into your opponent and lethaling them at 4 or 5 or so, and it is I don't know. It's a frustrating card. I don't know really what to do with it. Again, its art is beautiful. I can't deny that this art goes right up there. It's with it's
Give him a jetpack.
It's right up there with Give Him a Jetpack. It's right up there with the Mona Lisa. It's right up there with, the Birth of Venus. It is beautiful art.
I really think that we're overlooking how much better this makes the matchup for Kov, because first of all, it has 2 morale instead of 1, and then it's really susceptible to chain lightning on like turn 2, turn 3, once they've played out all their Biginators and are planning on running you over.
It's
Yeah, you're thinking-
Yeah, but
It's
the problem is what I brought up before then, that Kov can't deal with the Omni-Mind Shield Generator combo or
Right.
the Omnitron combo. that
Yeah,
comes
but
out later.
the death by morale is coming so quickly because
Yeah,
of
what
the 2
I'm
morale
saying is
instead of 1.
the big payoff for the chain lightning, where you hit like 4 of them, right?
Yeah,
Like
8
8
morale.
morale damage. They are almost 1/10 of the way to death.
Yeah, and Mayo is pointing out
Okay.
in chat, in Twitch chat, the real Mayo is pointing out, who is a wonderful, again, Infinity Wars player. To be honest, we need to see how some of these cards play out to see if they are actually a problem, because we mainly look at best case scenarios. And that is fair. We are looking at the best case scenarios. We're drawing one or two, you know.
Not really in this case, though, right?
But yeah. But
I've been
even
playing
just
this
from
deck in
command, it's
normal, so
powerful.
I know how this deck plays out. It's
Right.
I mean,
very
Logtron's
strong
best
deck.
case is also its every case, right? 'Cause it's like nothing your opponent can really do about it. It's sort of like, yes, I can guarantee that every turn I'm overcharging this card.
Well, obviously, Merlin's best case is, you know, Merlin's any case is always his best case because he's a god and Infinity Wars and so on.
Well, I mean, with this deck, it comes down to, okay, did I draw extra Bigonators or not? Even if you don't draw the extra Bigonators, the two that you have in command are still quite a large threat.
The comparison that really it reminds me of is early Oppression when Forerunner of the Champions was still what it was at launch at Oppression, and generally speaking, whoever drew more Forerunners early game would win because it was just an insane buff, and neither side really had a good answer to Tempest. You know what I mean? So yeah, we'll have to see where that card plays out, but it is wonderful and terrifying all at the same time. And I guess to keep things timely, we really need to move to Defiance, which is a 3-cost, 2 GI ability. Target character loses all text and gains +6/+6. I love this card thematically. Thematically, I think it's interesting. Lore-wise, I think it's interesting. Electro, what do you think about this card?
Well, you're paying an extra mana for the utility, like an extra mana, 1 mana more than upgrade for the extra utility of like I don't know. I don't think it's good.
Right.
I don't know how to really. It's
I can actually explain what I think you're thinking. It's too much of a positive tacked on to too much of a negative, so you never really want to use it on your own stuff because it'll strip it of its text, but you don't want to use it on their stuff because it makes it huge.
Yeah.
I disagree with both of you.
Okay.
Oh.
So, I'm interested.
This is a humble with a +6/+6 attached to it for 1 extra cost.
Now, what would you be using it on? Because a
well,
humble, generally speaking,
that-
is used on your opponent's cards.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends. Like, this can be used on
Wait,
one of your
bad
own
bot.
cards.
Think about that.
There's all sorts of utility for this. Like, you're playing a GI deck and they have Yuan Shi in command. Say you're playing the Loganator Bigatron deck or whatever, Bigonator
yeah,
deck.
it's a
Logitron.
sideboard card.
This shuts down Yuan Shi. It's not a sideboard card, especially in that deck because you can just overcharge it.
Well, I mean, to
It
be
has-
fair, you could argue that almost any card is not a sideboard card as long as you overcharge it. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you're overcharging everything in that deck though, so you can include a whole bunch of random utility cards.
Okay.
But
okay.
this card in specific, it's a combat trick with a +6/+6, which is very relevant a lot of the time. Like +6/+6, that's a pretty big buff.
Now, but
yeah,
it costs
the-
3 as opposed to upgrade, which is a plus.
You're
2
paying an
cost
extra
plus
mana
5.
to have both of them in the same deck.
Yeah,
one
you're not
card.
playing both of them in the same deck. You're playing
Right.
this over upgrade.
Well, I mean,
Because
like
this
both
could be-
upgrade and humble in the same card for an extra mana,
yeah. I mean,
but
you're
worse than both.
It's technically worse than both because if you use it on your own character, you have a drawback. If you use it on an opponent's character, you have a benefit. But it has so much more utility than either of them independently that this card, I feel, is an auto-include.
Okay.
I just
Interesting.
I feel like I just
uh,
disagree with you there, but I feel like
Yeah.
you tend to be more often right than I would be about
I'm
something
on
like
the
this.
fence personally.
What's up? What's
If
up?
it was like +4/+4, I think that it would be it'd be fine because then the positives and like the times where it's really good and the times where it's really bad kind of even out a bit more. But I feel like there's a huge difference here where it can only make certain very specific things lose text. Otherwise, it becomes too big of a fighting unit, and you only have certain characters you can really afford to target yours for that stuff as well. So I don't know.
So we have a huge divide on this card. This is,
I
I,
mean,
think, the first card we've gotten in the set where people have really
There's,
genuinely disagreed. That's awesome. That's great.
I
That's
mean,
great.
specific instances where I feel this card is incredibly useful are avatars in command. I mean, you're basically permanently neutering
So
the
you-
avatar.
right. So you're essentially dispelling or silencing again. Dual
Exactly.
dispelling.
I guess it's true
avatars. Yuan Shi, Defiant Hermit, characters similar to that. Like this has incredibly it's the same thing as humbling them, plus a small buff. But they're not playing those characters for their combat stats. That's not the reason they're there. They're there to fill an integral role in the opponent's deck, and shutting down their strategy like that is extremely valuable.
But what if you're fighting like a character like, well, okay, so let's read this text again. Target character loses all text and gains +6/+6. So let's say I'm playing this on like a mechborn or something like that. If it's already huge, what does the +6/+6 do? Is it just +6/+6 from its initial stats?
It's going to remove all the buffs and give it +6/+6. So it'll go to 10/10.
But
so if it's already a 21/21 flyer,
wait, why would it lose previous buff? What?
That's what Humble does.
But do we know that this card does that?
Because Infinity
yes,
Wards.
it does. I've played it.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I didn't know
exactly what it does.
I did not know that it changed the buff numbers as well.
Okay, no, if this is a dispel, like it actually
removes silence things? Essentially.
It removes all damage. It removes all buffs. It removes all abilities and gives +6/+6 on base stats and character.
Okay, I'm leaning more towards liking the card then if it's actually a functional.
I guess to be fair, while the side of an upgrade is kind of whatever, like Humble is one of the best cards printed in DoD and no one else has it, so the fact that it can humble things is kind of big deal.
It has an incredibly diverse range of applications. So there's almost never a situation in any matchup where you're going to be, I do Defiance. I don't have anything I can do with this.
Right. It's never a dead draw. It's always got some kind of function.
Right. I think part of the disagreement stemmed from the fact that there was a misunderstanding of the card.
That's true.
I would argue, Merlin,
the
you
fact
can
that
understand
it can be a Humble for 1 more mana, like even just printing Humble for 3 mana in GI would be insane.
Somewhat understandable, Merlin, because again, it just says target character loses all text, and while text is somewhat buffs, it's also somewhat not. You know what I mean? So I can see how people would misunderstand the utility of the card. Interesting. Okay, so Defiance is essentially a higher cost Humble, available in 2 GI for the +6/+6 buff. Interesting. So yeah, it's a very odd card. We'll have to see how it plays out in the meta. Is there any cards in GI and double GI that you think wouldn't run it, Merlin?
I can't think of any off the top of my head, but we'll have to see how exactly the meta develops. So you think
like 2 of, 3 of or so in every 2 GI deck?
I can't see any reason you wouldn't run it as at least a 2 of. I mean, at worst case, you're going to pitch it to something like Logarithmatron or the draw 2 card Sky or something like that.
Interesting.
And best case scenario, this card can single-handedly shut down your opponent's entire strategy, provide a combat buff which allows you to trade, or et cetera. So it's, it has such good utility. I don't see a reason not to play it.
Oh, all right. Okay, so interesting. So I think that I actually really like that whole discussion on that. So we are moving to Dragon Caller. Caller is a bit of a
really not Gorgon B. Oh, okay, it's just a different order.
I can think of some reasons not to play this card though. So.
I've got to say, first of all, I'm glad Lightmare didn't go Dragon Caller. Oh, take control of target dragon, because then it'd be actually worthless.
I love the art on this card.
Dragon Caller's... Okay, so before we get too far into this, Dragon Caller's exact text and everything. 3 cost, Warpath, and Genesis, what... Did they call it hybrid? Okay, so this card's purity. This card requires both generals, both Genesis Industries and Warpath to be included in a deck. So Genesis and Warpath, 3 cost. So in very specific decks... this card can be played. It's a unique ability, which means that when this ability hits the graveyard, you cannot play any more copies until that card leaves your graveyard. So, it is
I can say, as a design team member, I have no fucking clue why it's unique.
Wait, what?
It is a unique ability. For those who did not notice, Riverwrath, it is a unique ability for some reason, but...
Okay. Sure.
Let's go into the text. In the context of being a unique ability, take control of target character on the battlefield with power greater than or equal to 20. So, this is a very silly card. I would say
clearly they only have 1 Dragon Caller in production, so they don't have more than 1 to be thrown around. So of course it's unique.
So I would say there's 2 discussions to be had here. The first discussion is this playable, proactively in any competitive deck? And second, is this a card that you need to play around with decks that you use 20 or higher power characters in,
No.
such as. Well, then I suppose no is for both of them. But...
Okay,
The only
no.
faction that has enough cards that are relevant for this is like
So-
Warpath, which won't actually. I don't think Warpath is going to be good enough with
Well,
their big
because
cards.
they're playing haste with those cards, so
Yeah,
they've already
like, it's
done
just-
their effect, essentially.
Right. See, and
Well,
it's just
most of those characters don't have power greater than or equal to 20.
20.
The only one I can think of off the top of my head is
the
going
new
to be
dragon, yeah.
is the new dragon, which has already hit you in the face for
well,
25.
Titan of the New World and the
You know what
Overcharge
the card-
and stuff.
Overcharged
Overcharged
Shockwave
work.
Giant.
This
I mean, and think about it too. They just pull it back to support for one turn. Watch
But does
the
it only hit
ability whip, and they
battlefields?
never need to
Why?
worry about it again.
Why does it need to be played around? That's
You know what this card is for? Legitimately,
It's
this
for
card
casuals,
is
but
for 2015 Infinity Wars with Constructor Paladin, like GI Paladin.
yeah,
what the card's
Bionic
for.
Paladin, yeah.
If you have some kind of weird constructor combo, like I guess maybe at some point you can take control of their guy, like grafting your splitter bot onto it, but you haven't really accomplished anything by doing that.
Yeah.
First of all, you're playing Inferior Purity. Second of all, you're playing Constructor, which is an inferior card. Then you're taking control of a card that has less than 20 power by
Well,
sacrificing
yeah.
something to get it to 20 power, and then you still can't use that character the same turn. And
To be fair, though,
yeah,
And-
if this does hit a big target, that is a fairly large tempo swing. If you're paying 50 mana.
it is never ever going to hit a big target.
It's-
ever
it's-
in any
Merlin-
way.
Merlin's gonna be
You
sweeping
know what the
out.
best part about what
Merlin,
you said though is, Merlin, legitimately, is it's a unique ability, so you can only do it once.
Merlin's gonna be
Yeah,
sweeping
well,
one of
that's
these
the problem.
times. He's gonna be in a ladder match, and he's gonna have like 2,700 elo,
If
and he's gonna
no,
lose to
if I-
Dragon Collar.
If I see GI Warpath, that's the only thing they could be playing to justify playing GI
Yeah, that's
Warpath.
it.
But
So I will play around it.
We're overlooking the real meta here, which is the BM meta, where you play GI Warpath Cov, and then to end the game, you word of command something to your, word of command something to your opponent, and then take it back with Dragon Collar.
a 5-mana steal, yeah.
Alright, so I think we can all agree then. This card has cool art, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, again, thank you, Shiraz Domingo. You are a wonderful artist. You are so talented. This card is never going to see ranked. We are moving on to Gorgon Beam Cannon 9000.
Another card with incredible art.
Yes.
I love this art again. All of
All of
Did-
the art is beautiful, yeah, this set. Gorgon Beam 9,000, 5 cost, 9,000, 5 cost. As a 2 GI card ability, target character on the battlefield is transformed into an artifact, doesn't take damage, doesn't die, but is transformed, so it avoids some effects, transformed into an artifact and subsequently moved to your support zone. Katizer, I know that you're a big fan of Genesis Industries. What are your thoughts on this card? It is very silly.
I feel like it has some specific uses because something to consider is the fact that it makes it to where I assume it makes whatever you hit not be a character anymore,
Right.
which can protect it from certain removal,
Right.
and simultaneously turns it into an artifact. So if you have a creature that you're using exclusively for an activated effect, you can just zap it into an artifact,
Right.
and it's safer and it puts you a little closer to Omnitron.
Now, 5.
There's
Yeah.
yeah.
I was
That's
gonna
what I was
say-
getting at. At 5 cost, though, I'm not really sure if you ever want to put it in a deck
Right.
because that's a lot to be spending on that effect.
Yeah, the thing is,
Key ran away. Yeah, you knew I was going to call on you, apparently, so go for it. Key
Okay.
ran away.
The thing about the 4 cost is the fact that 4 cost was actually, I think, too strong, and it wasn't ran in like just Omni ramp. It was just ran in tempo GI's
yeah.
removal.
And for context, Stream Chat, Key Ranaway did help to balance these cards. They did. They were on the Infinity Council for this particular set. So you were saying at 4 cost it was a little too but at 5 cost it's a bit, kind of weak. Is that what you're saying?
Like, I think at 4 cost it was too strong, and it wasn't used in like Omni mind. It was just used in like mid range
Just as a
removal.
broad removal. Doesn't matter that you're getting the artifact, you just care that you're removing a big character. Like, oh, Splitter Robot, I don't need to deal with these 20/20 stats anymore, it's just an artifact now. Right. Interesting.
It seems like it's a strange card for me. It's I feel like I want to like it, but at the same time, the 5 cost seems a little bit prohibitive.
Yes, 5 is a
but-
big cost in
Yeah,
Infinity Wars.
I feel like I would personally like this card a lot more if it was not restricted to Battlefield, but it could only hit things on your side, so that it could justify being cheaper.
Right, of course. That makes sense to me.
The only real utility I can think of for it is honestly killing avatars.
Ooh, I didn't think of that because I don't see 3DOD in ranked, but yes, avatars are an interesting
I
target
see
for this.
3DOD in ranked, it's usually
Yeah. The reason why you don't see 3DOD is
Go
because like,
on.
no one needs to defend the dragons. There's only like Dragon Caller, like it's fine. They're safe.
Oh yeah, of course. Dragon Caller card counters 3DOD. Now 3OD is unplayable. Before they were top tier, but now that Dragon Caller is in the game, triple DOD is unplayable in ranked. Of course. Thank you, Rivereth. But yeah, I don't know. Is there any deck that Gorgon Beam really wants to be used with? Because I feel like in aggro GI, you don't care about this kind of thing. You're more looking to outscale your opponent early game and smack them in the face. Mid-range, similarly, you're looking to outscale with more of a timing attack and hit them with a pile of flyers or bigonators or whatever. And then in Artifact DOD, sure, Gorgon Beam can hit avatars or it can hit similarly high-costed minions, but you're not going to be using a 5-cost Gorgon Beam to kill like a Fleeting Footman or something, right? So, where does this card sit in the meta?
It doesn't.
If GI had more weaknesses against things like 3DOD avatars, I would say that this could be a niche sideboard card against them. But right now,
But of course they don't, yeah.
Exactly. Right now, I don't really see a use for it. It is an interesting card to have exist, especially if rotation becomes, relevant at some point.
And it's cute art. It's funny art and it's funny thematics, definitely. But like as far as competitive play goes, yeah, I'm not sure where this card really fits in any deck.
Nothing right now. Maybe something in the future. It's not.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not worthless. It's just not useful right now.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. So, we've got Rapid Iteration. I'm going to let this up to you guys to decide as to who opens this one. Rapid Iteration is a 1 GI 2 cost ability that up to 4 characters gain. Up to 4 target characters, sorry. Gain +1/+1. You may target the same character more than once. Actually, I should open this in a specific way, I suppose. So, the specific text, again, is up to 4 characters gain +1/+1. You may target the same character more than once. Has anyone tested this card to make sure that it works properly? Do you target each character individually? How does this card function in the Infinity Wars client?
And how many +1/+1s does it give to Aether Acolyte when you play it?
That's a good question. Yeah, exactly.
That's a really good question.
Because if you remember correctly, Overcharged Storm gave, a very odd number, counts to Aether Acolyte. So,
My impression
currently
of
it gives 0, by the way, Overcharged
Yes.
Storm.
Oh, yes. So, despite it being a spell. So, let's go off of the assumption that Rapid Iteration works as a single spell that fires off and you can target individual characters for a +1/+1. Now, keep in mind there is a factionless card, Soldier of Fortune, which is a 4/4 that hits support and is considered unplayable, broadly speaking, by the competitive community. This card is up to 4 target characters gain +1/+1. The only value I see here as a spell that costs 2 and as a combat trick, unless someone can come up with some other use for it.
I think the card is ever so it has niche reasons for why it would be better than Upgrade, which gives net 1 additional stat for the same cost. But this lets you, let's say you're lining up your assault zone and you can spread it out 1-2-1 or something, and it makes 3 things trade with 2 creatures instead of 1 creature. That would be a huge swing. But I feel like the number of times that's true is just not enough to make it better than Upgrade, which is already only half playable. Upgrade's not an auto include, it's just you put it in some decks.
Oh yeah, I think this is strictly better than Upgrade.
Really? Why is that? No, Rib, I want to hear this now.
For the exact reason you just said, the amount of battle math that you can cause with this is tremendous.
Yeah, but I
for the most
feel
part, you don't need more than a +1/+1 in a lot of things to make them trade hyper favorably.
Yeah, that's true. It definitely is good. I just don't know if it's often enough.
So what you're saying, Rib, is if you can predict around the combat math the exact number of +1/+1s you need to trade favorably while also giving out +1/+1s to other characters that may need it for combat math. You think that this is better than Upgrade, which is a 2-cost +5/+5 on a single target, despite the fact that it gives you overall less stats. You think that, like, predictably speaking, if you can math it out, this might be better.
Yeah, for sure. Like, just as a basic example, Splitter versus Splitter, you only need +100 to really make a difference.
Ooh, okay.
Like,
It is
+500,
definitely
+100 isn't
situationally
much of
better.
a difference.
There are definitely times where this card is 100% a lot better than Upgrade, but I don't think it. Like, I think there are times where Upgrade is better, and I'm not sure if it's
Alright.
enough to where I would always run this card.
Personal feeling about this card is for draft. This is going to be more useful than Upgrade.
For draft, this is
Most
going to
of
be hell, yeah. This is a really nasty card for draft.
For constructed, I have mixed feelings. It probably very much depends on your deck and how many characters you usually are able to field for any given combat. If you're not able to field, multiple characters in most combats, then this is typically going to be worse than Upgrade because you're going to have less relevant targets for it. So I feel like it very much depends on your deck. I can't think of any constructed deck off the top of my head. I would rather have this in Upgrade at the moment. But that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a worse card than Upgrade. Far from it.
Yeah, I agree with Merlin on that. I just don't think that there's enough reason to run it over Upgrade in current decks.
Riv does pose an interesting point, though, is that how often in Infinity Wars is +5/+5 on a single target worth more than +4/+4, and in that context, having the extra utility of being able to divide the pluses, that's kind of interesting, I mean,
when you're trying to smash people in the face, that extra one adds up.
Yeah. Also, notably, anything with 4 health going to 9 instead of 8 is really good against Lightning Blast if you're an artificial.
Fair.
Yeah.
And it is in 1 GI. It is.
Actually, in fact, having 5 instead of 4, I think, on any even multiple of 4 to begin with stat, having 5 instead of 4 additional is huge.
Interesting.
Okay, my favorite GI card is coming up.
Oh, is it? Well, then, Riv, you volunteered yourself.
Not this one. This one is too meaty for me. It's the one after this one.
Okay. All right. You get the next one then. All right. So the Humans Are Dead is a 10 cost, 10 cost ability. Sorry. All non-artificial characters take 10 damage. Non-meatbags take no damage, in parentheses there. 2 Genesis Key Runaway. Take it away with this card. Is there any deck which would utilize this card? And is it Omnitron?
Honestly, I really don't think so. Like, does GI ever really need this, like, AoE clear at 10? They've already won at 10 normally.
Does GI ramp up? Does GI need the AoE? Does GI not just pay for the extra resources at 9 for 11 and then Calamity and then have one more resource for Omnitron? Is there a use for this card in any deck?
Just Evotron, even Omnitron is faster than Humans Again.
Is there a reason for this card in the game other than the very cute thematics, which I admit are very cute? Is there a competitive reason, I suppose I should raise for this game? And I'll open this up for anyone in our wonderful stream chat.
It's also a 10 cost card counterable by Mana Golem.
It's hilarious in drafts. I mean...
Well, that's like every Infinity Wars card is. Oh, this is really funny in draft.
This one... The other cards were useful in draft. This one is hilarious in draft.
Well, do you think that people won't be playing around GI AoE?
I mean, you get to 10 resources, you have a bunch of characters on the field. What are they going to do? Not play characters because they're afraid you're going to play the Humans Are Dead? They have to play characters.
Are you saying that it's between a rock and a hard place for draft, where you essentially just get smacked in the face by the Humans Are Dead, and it's like, oh, well, yeah, I should have just drafted non-officials,
This card is great as a 3 of in a constructed deck where you guys a 10 mana and then just Humans Are Dead, followed by Humans Are Dead, whatever they play, and then Humans Are Dead again turn after.
And you just stay in Assault Zone, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but you know how they hard counter you? They just play unofficial, man.
Or they play...
Well, what's their call?
Or they're GI and they play the new Luca.
Well, the
That's
new
true.
Luca
That's
doesn't
counter
shield
the
it,
new
does it?
Luca.
Doesn't Luca only shield against skill effects?
Exactly. So
Doesn't shield just stop it from... No, maybe not. Maybe you're right, actually.
Yeah, it gives all of your artificial characters shield, so Luca dies to Humans Are Dead. It's perfect.
Well, there are non-artificials in GI decks, right? Surely.
No, yeah, Luca.
Also, I have a question about Luca. Just because this is the meme card anyway.
Yeah.
Why isn't Luca like unique, where you can only have one Luca on the field?
Because there are different Lucas.
Well,
No.
There's no
They're
proof
all
that they're the
like,
you
same
got
person.
Luca, and then you got
They're
Luca
just named
Offended,
after
then you
each
got
other.
Luca Rebellion Leader, but only Luca Rebellion Leader is a unique character. The
No,
others
okay,
are like,
screw
whatever,
all of
no
that.
big deal.
Luca becomes a unique. You can only have one character.
No,
Luca.
but they're not the
So
same
you're saying that
Luca,
they're unique uniques now. So you can play a Luca, but then you can't play a Luca Ascended or a Luca.
Exactly.
Can't play anything with the same with
Exactly.
any word resembling any
Cannot
word
play
that
the
is
same
the same.
character.
You cannot play anyone with the same name of Luca.
You can't play someone with Luca in their text.
I feel like then they would have to expand that to say G and Kali and etc.
Yeah.
No.
See,
Just
that's
put
a
three
that's a
colleagues in
strict
command,
nerf
whatever.
to naming
No
your
big
child after a celebrity. Like,
they're all no, it's all the same person. They're not named after anyone. Like thematically in the lore, it's the same.
right, but
person.
he's saying you can't have the same name. So if I like named my kid Luca, suddenly they're not playable while the other Luca is. Like,
I'm saying it would fix your issue. It would fix the issues with the Luca.
So,
I think we're getting off topic.
So yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
Riv was very interested apparently in Placebotron, the zero.
Oh, this is my favorite.
Also known as
card.
Dark Steel Relic.
did they steal that flavor text from a Magic card? I'm pretty sure they
Yes, yeah.
Yes,
Electro
Yeah.
and
it doesn't do
Katizer.
anything. No, it does nothing.
Electro and Katizer do seem to know the Magic history with this card's flavor text, which is wonderful. I love Magic so much. I used to be somewhat competitive in Magic, but anyways.
Yeah, the
One GI, zero cost, artifact. Riv, take it away. What do we
It's
do
just
with
a
this
beautiful-
card? As if it wasn't obvious that it was used in Omnitron.
I need to wait for it to click on the image before I can really go.
Oh, okay. So you need
Yeah,
to wait
it's
until the
important.
image appears for you
Yeah, it's-
on your wonderful stream delay for you to describe this wonderful cost artifact
Yes.
that has no text.
Yes, it's actually rather important.
Oh, I see.
So we're gonna sit here and wait
Wow.
till it's up.
I'll play the Jeopardy music, let me just bring up my soundboard.
Drew is saying, I think we heard about this before, but there's more than one flavor text for this card.
Yeah.
They kind of randomize sort of
Okay.
like annihilate.
All right, so I want you guys to look at it. This is a representation of the human psyche. Okay, this is a struggle of man and versus machine. Okay, so the Placebotron represents all of your inner struggles against GI and all of the triumphs that you have when playing them.
Yes.
Because it does nothing, but it actually does everything at the same time.
I'm pretty sure you're high.
I mean, I wish, but
I was gonna say,
that's
Riv,
what
have
this
you
card
had
represents.
more...
Oh, and it's like pretty decent for
Yeah,
for
but
whatever.
I want to comment on a little history about Placebotron's what apparently is the thing that inspired it.
Oh, yeah.
Dark Steel Relic, which is the Magic equivalent of this, was so powerful that it warped the entire metagame of Magic the Gathering competitive play while it was standard.
Affinity. Affinity.
Yeah, I'm glad that you know what that is. Yes, so
Merlin-
I feel like
Yeah. For those who
Placebotron's
don't know...
going to...
Yeah.
ahead.
I was just going to say, for those who don't know, Merlin also has a history in MTG. I believe that Riv does. Almost everyone in this chat, honestly, has a history with Magic the Gathering, the card game that seems to have warped all of our experiences. So, yes. Katizer, go
I
on.
have, like,
Um,
the only person that MTG knowledge properly.
Well, that's because you're the worst person, Key. But,
Oh,
Katizer,
Yeah.
Wow.
continue.
This card could potentially speed up Omnitron enough to make it to bump it up an entire tier in
Right, right.
playability.
Okay.
This card's terrifying.
As if it
potentially.
needed it already with Logarithmatron Biginator. But, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I thought we just determined that Omnitron
Yeah.
was really good right now.
As another comment, though, the standard flavor text on Placebotron looks like a reference to Null Rod. So, that's another thing.
So, what are our thoughts on Placebotron? Obviously, it is intentionally playable in Omnitron. Does it make Omnitron so strong it magically becomes tier 1 and destroys the meta? What
There's
is...
actually hard counters acquire too, for
what
the
is-
record.
Okay, yeah, that's
It
enough.
doesn't.
Okay,
It does
perfect.
not hard counter acquire.
This goes perfectly with my middle deck. Yes, exactly. I play Omnitron. So, but really, what does this say to Omnitron? Does this make Omnitron tier 1? I guess Merlin would probably be the best person to ask on this, considering that they probably, know the most
don't
about the
include
meta.
Placebotron.
No, Placebotron does not make Omnitron tier 1.
Okay.
Oh.
Biginator and Logarithmatron Omnitron too. This is just, like a little bit of ice cream you have for dessert. Like,
So, assuming assuming Biginator got changed, or just assuming the card didn't exist,
that's a good way to.
Would this be enough to?
That's a good way to phrase it, Electro. So let's assume that Biginator gets nerfed, which is probably correct, considering how it's mostly just autoplay, proactive, swing into your face, deal with me. Assuming that Biginator gets changed, what does Placebotron do for Omnitron?
That's actually really difficult to say. Omnitron exists in a very awkward sort of place where you need to make multiple plays over multiple turns that don't actively influence the board.
Right, exactly.
Placebotron kind of gets around that a little bit, but you still need to play, multiple other artifacts in order to get out your Omnitron at a reasonable speed.
Here's another thing that I want to ask. If you consider the fact that Lil Timmybot gives you a little bit of draw, and the fact that this card is completely free to play, like you can just play it and it doesn't cost anything, does that combination improve?
I mean, it does improve Omnitron. Like, don't get me wrong, it improves Omnitron. But even, people are saying potential turn 5 Omnitron and everything. And yes, turn 5 Omnitron is potential in game now. But if you look at what you need to do in order to do that, you have no proactive plays. Flame Dawn kills you on turn 5, even if you play the Omnitron. And even if you play the Omnitron and get the tokens on turn 5, they can just bounce them on turn 6 and kill you then, too. Playing Omnitron that early is not actually beneficial. You need to control the game a little bit before you can play the Omnitron.
Right. So you think with the increased speed of Rebellion, and Oppression was already a pretty fast meta, where it's like Mechborn, Tinkerside, Flame Dawn Overseers, whatever, you're hitting your opponent in the face turn 1 or turn 2 at the very latest in Oppression meta, and Rebellion is only faster. So what you're saying is that Omnitron maybe is still too slow, even with 0-cost artifacts?
Yeah, I mean, the first turn Omnitron ticks. If Omnitron comes out turn 5, and it's the first proactive play you've made, the first turn it ticks, you get 2 15/15 flyers for turn 6. And honestly, it doesn't cut it. That turn, I mean, they haven't used any removal yet because you haven't played any creatures yet. So presumably they have Stumbles, they have Death Rays, they have whatever. They're just going to be hitting your face the turns up until then, unless you're playing something like 3 DOD or Mill, like you've not made any progress towards actually winning the game while they have.
Towards or late game.
So
that's generally Infinity Wars, yeah.
So the question then comes in. This does not allow you to play an uninteractive game with Omnitron. That's pretty much been explained. So playing a proactive game where you are actively defending and you are playing cards, does this card allow you to hit a certain break point while doing that? Like, does it make a big enough impact where you're able to get Omnitron out a turn or two earlier than you would playing like defensively like you have to anyway or practicing? And I think that's kind of what decides if the card is good or not, because you can't realistically turbo ramp it out, but you can potentially play the proactive game you would otherwise, and this is just an addition to get out a turn or two earlier, which might work.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like, it is something that if you're playing Omnitron in your deck, you probably want to play Placebotron to get it out a turn earlier. That being said, I don't think Omnitron, independent of the Logarithmatron Biginator, has gotten any better from Placebotron.
That's fair. So it's mostly riding on that kind of like, I threaten you with aggro, you have to answer this, and that delays the game essentially, or wins me the game. Rather than Placebotron, 0-cost artifact, boom to Omnitron, plan. That's fair. So how was GI made out from this? Keep in mind that GI was already very strong, at least in my opinion, as an aggro, somewhat mid-range, but mostly just aggro. You're mostly just walking into their face and hitting them. How is GI made out from Rebellion, barring all balance changes?
Like a bandit.
Putting aside the Biginator stuff and how that's ridiculous, I really like that they got almost sort of a new archetype of deck that came out of this with the sort of weenie Taiga robots that may or may not be okay.
Right.
And then they also just got some really strong cards to add to their existing decks, like Splitter Light and the Biginator added to the Longshot decks.
Yeah. Other than a few stinkers, I feel like every archetype has been improved in some way, plus there's the one new one.
Right.
Which we totally needed in GI for all of their archetypes to get better.
GI can do everything. That's okay. That's okay. GI can do aggro. GI can do mid-range.
I feel like
GI can
design
do
was
late.
like, you know what GI needs? They haven't been strong since forever. We need to give them a lot of really good support.
I love GI.
We really want to see them top of the meta. That's never happened before.
Riv, I can't stress enough how much I love playing Mechborn on stream and walking through 4 players trying to defend against Mechborn. So if I can get another archetype to play in ranked, I think that's wonderful. So...
I also actively hate GI though, so I mean, I'm really biased.
So we've gotten through GI and Warpath. We're gonna try and speed things up a little bit. We're gonna hit Varroa.
Oh boy.
Varroa, of course, Lightmare alphabetically loves to hit us with the whammies. So we got Alarum, the Fate Twister. Oh yes, I know. Already. It is such an interesting card. Maybe interesting isn't the right word.
I actually don't know what any of the board stuff does, by the way.
So, oh no, Riv, you are going to absolutely adore this. You're going to love this. It's going to be wonderful. So, Alarum...
Roar is my second favorite faction. Don't toy with my heart.
Alarum, the Fate Twister, is a 4-cost, 0/10 commander for 2 purity for Roar. It's a unique character, so you can play 3 of these in command or anything. At the start of the game, if Valerium, however you want to pronounce this, is a commander, choose a turn. Choose any turn you want. Your opponent does not see the turn chosen. If you would lose the game on the turn chosen, Alarium, and Alarium is still in play, your health and morale are set to 100 instead. Riv, as a resident, I hate to steal the thunder from you, Electro, because I know that you love 3-Cov so much, but since Riv said that he was a massive Furore fan, Riv, what are your thoughts on Alarum the Fate Twister, who is... odd?
I mean, this card is going to be the one to save Roar, right? Like, Roar gets hard countered by the Luca, right? You can't match that. So
what do you mean save Roar? During all of the
you just pick 6 every turn, every game.
Exactly,
Right?
you choose turn 6 with this card.
7.
And then when GI kills you, no, because GI's going to kill you at 6 now. They don't give a shit about match sets. So when they kill you, you're like, wow, now I'm alive. What you going to do? And you already used your Luca.
Actually, 6 is actually a somewhat safe turn to pick against GI right now.
Yeah, like, seriously. I'm not kidding with
But here's the problem, right? So let's say you land this clutch turn 6 save. How do you then proceed to win the game?
Well, it's like I don't know how many people in stream chat.
Isn't Fate Twister bugged and always triggers? Says Paul. Does it in fact actually always trigger when you die?
It's a pretty good pick if it always triggers.
It's pretty good.
But for those who play Hearthstone, I compare it to Ice Block, which is good in decks that specifically have a way to utilize the health buffer. But it's bad in decks that don't have a way to utilize it. So assuming again the Lightmar bug fixes this card and it works perfectly forever. Where do we see this card? Is this an auto-include for 3-Cov? Is this a usable card in 2-Cov? Where is this? Is it just random nonsense? Is it a non?
I think it's that last one.
It's gotta be. People are talking about the Ruins of Veroria, Anger of Veroria combo, where you intentionally kill yourself to set your life back.
That's an interesting idea, yeah.
Even so, that's you're not sure how fast the other person's deck. You can get a good idea, but you still. That's not going to be 100% accurate. It's useless nonsense. It's hard to say that when we're not talking about a faction with better commander choices. It's like, oh, well, who do you play instead of this? I don't really know, but it's not. It's useless nonsense.
Yeah, here's how I think about it. Quick, you're fighting triple GI. What turn number do you pick?
I told you, 6/6 every time.
You just carry a 20-sided die near you, and it's like, all right, probably going to die within 20 turns. Let's see which one we're picking.
So question, you can't sideboard commanders, right? I don't remember.
No, you cannot.
Okay, because that would be that would make this way better. That would make this considerably better.
You're like, well, they beat me last game on turn 5. Might as well just pick that turn.
In a best of 3, if you land the effect turn 1, or the first game you land the effect and then win because of it. Game 2, the mind games of
yeah, the BM is real, yeah.
Am I actually? I can kill. I have lethal. Do I go for it, or did I pick this turn?
Yeah, that is the only notable thing for this, like, legitimately outside of the meminess of the card, and
Yeah.
it is completely memey, is that it does force the opponent to have to play a mind game within certain turn periods,
No.
where they have to think, well, if I actually do kill you here, like, you could potentially leave your defense open for a couple turns, where they're burning you down, and then they have to think, well, what if
Are
this
they
is a
planning
turn,
towards
right?
it? Right, yeah.
Exactly, so...
The best way to survive as COD is to intentionally take a bunch of damage and act like you can't do anything.
Alarum is the embodiment of being a siren, right? Like, I will beat you and outsmart you. That's what this card's all about.
Except in reality, all you're doing is getting hit in the face a lot because you don't have a choice because you're playing 3 COD.
Yeah, but that's the double switch, you know, that's... Like, no one actually plays COD, so they don't know that, okay?
Like pure call, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Vile Arbiter, you're completely right. It is in fact a terrible commander, and yes, there are other also terrible commanders that you are intentionally putting in your deck over this one because this one's worse than those.
Oh god, it is such a funny card though. Gosh darn. Mayo is comparing Alarum to Azael,
Don't insult Azale like that.
But yeah, and the idea that, I mean, I guess to be fair, Azael is just kind of a pass effect in the deck, whereas at least with Alarium, Alarium, I don't know, at least with Rita from Power Rangers, you need to
Oh yeah, she is.
Yeah, she is. But a lot of people in stream chat have been pointing out that she is essentially just the Rita character from Power Rangers. But
Roar needs all the Ritas.
But a lot of people are pointing out, at least you have to pick a turn with her character, as opposed to Azael, which just kind of does her thing, you know? But yeah, I knew that this card was good. We're going to be spending a lot of time on this card, because it's very funny. It's imagine in Hearthstone, like, if you play Ice Block, and if someone attacks you on the exact turn that you pick, you also just get a Reno Jackson. Like, what? So, like, it is RNG goofiness to the extreme.
It would be so much more playable if it did something. Like, it obviously, like, people are like, oh, it's a strong effect, but is it really? Like, no, you just have to spend 6 more turns in your game before you die a second time because you're still playing 3 Cov. Like, 3 Cov is so bad, but this doesn't actually help you.
You should
Yeah, you play this in Genocide, my bad. You take out whatever Cov commander you're running and throw this in there because your Genocide deck needs this in command.
No, what it needs is overcharge, deal 10 damage to yourself. That's what it needs. That'd fix it.
Does it even though? Because you don't know when you're going to be set to sub 10 health.
We should probably, like, there's actually a lot of cards left.
So I guess the real question is Alarium playable and ranked and all? Let's start.
God,
again.
no.
More than one person in chat is saying that we're wrong about this card.
I mean, it's playable.
The
You
people,
can play it.
the people in chat are incorrect. This card,
like even if you were really good at
thank
this,
God.
you can't get
Merlin-
it better than 50% of the time, right?
Merlin
Like,
is back
hold
to
on.
shit on all the people that are worse than him, which is essentially everyone.
this is not a good card. You're giving up a commander slot for, like, even if you know exactly what turn your opponent is likely to kill you, even if you're running Anger of Auroria to ensure that you die on the turn that you specified, it's still not a good card because you're giving up too much in your commander slot in order to run it. Like,
Right. Because
this is not proactive.
Cov is really
This is not a proactive card that helps you gain control of the game at all.
No, Cov is super...
It's a card that makes your Flame Dawn opponent pull all their characters back on turn 5 because they're afraid they might kill you when you pick turn 5. That's all it does. It just makes your opponent slow roll you a little bit.
But then they back up the turn after because they get angry because they're like, damn, this whole way.
Yeah, Cov is like
I mean, best case scenario, you get the turn right. You get the health back.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people in chat that are disagreeing with you, Merlin.
Yeah, but like it just doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, since when have they ever been right?
In any other faction, it would be better. Cov doesn't do anything with the extra lifespan.
No, the problem is that Cov is way too reliant on the effects that the commander slots bring to the table in order to survive.
Again, Katizer was around for like the Warp Swarmer meta, where like the whole idea was that you had like Warp Swarmers in command, and then your command zone was your deck basically, and everything else was spells, you know.
I mean, and you have to add to the fact that this card is very easily completely neutered by Kidnapper, CTA, etc. on the turn where you would die.
Ooh, yes, because the exact qualifier, as Merle was pointing out, is if Alarum is still in play. So yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think you could get a 50% win rate in a tournament with this card. Like, you might be able to get a 50% predict rate on this with this card.
No. Like you could legitimately get a 50% win rate in a tournament right now because 90% of the people in the tournaments right now are absolute trash at the game.
Merlin is done with civility.
Oh my god!
This card is not a good card for Infinity Wars. It has to be played in a commander slot. It's easily removed. It doesn't help you in any way proactively take control of the game. You have to, even if you know what turn you're going to lose on, the effect it triggers still doesn't help you win. It's not a good card.
And to be fair, thank you for the To be fair, Merlin does know his stuff. I mean, if I go back into my Infinity Wars line here, I go over to the play slot.
I've also had a little bit of whiskey right now, so
Merlin 13 days into this particular ranked season is above Adora Bear, who, again, I can't stress enough how much respect I have for these two players here, Adora Bear and ES, who are actually below them in ranked right now. Adora Bear has Merlin has a higher elo than Adora Bear and ES, who I can't stress enough, outside of OTK, as just a person in general, I have so much respect for those two players. And Rowanol and Interesting Socks, who is totally not a very specific older player who has changed his name. Certainly not.
Who is Jaja, the guy in chat, telling us that we're wrong here? He is saying that Anger Aurora...
Almost
Ruins, rather.
Pretty much everyone in top 10 right now. They're very talented players, and Merlin just happens to be above all of them right now. He isn't, Merlin isn't just being incendiary or being goofy. He does know his stuff, So, yeah.
The big argument that I think Yaya is getting at here is Ruins of Roria, the location that cuts your health in half or whatever. I forget exactly what it does, but it's quite good if you are at 100 health when you can play it, and the problem is you would never be at 100 health when you can play it, so you say, like, the turn that you go back to 100, you drop that. But even then, that doesn't take control of the game enough, I don't think.
At the same time,
the problem is even with something like Ruins of Aurora or Anger of Aurora, like, your opponent can, A, just out-predict you with this, that's a legitimate thing that can happen, and B, they can just remove it, and it doesn't matter because you're dead now. So,
but at the same time, Interesting Socks and Adora Bear and ES and all these people, they've gotten high ranked. They're decently playing players. They're very, very talented. So I don't know. It's this card, as I expected. The first card in the Barroers set is a bit contentious. So I'm.
It's a looking mean.
Card is bad. It is funny.
I don't think it's contentious. I just
It's a meme. It's a meme card. It's supposed to be there.
Oh, it's
funny. I don't mind that it's been printed, but it's bad.
Yeah, because there's a lot of fantastic players in Infinity Wars. Again, I think Interesting Socks is great. I think ES is great. I think the Adora is great. I think the Merlin's great. So yeah, I don't know. This is a very interesting card. I am very curious as to how it's going to pan out for 2-Cov and 3-Cov. Since that's essentially the decks that can be played in. So yeah, I guess at some point we have to move on to the next Cov card in the set.
Just want to clear up one last thing for Paul. It does say in the text, if you were to lose the game on the turn and Alarum is still in play, so it does say in the text.
Yes. Again, hence why Kidnapper would work on it or something similar. I am curious as to how CTA would work with that, because CTA removes it at the beginning of turn preemptively and then returns it to the game at the end of turn. So I'm not sure our controlled temporal anomaly works with Alarum.
It's hard to tell how Alarum works with Alarum because it's still bugged, so we don't know how it's going to work in its final form. But we really do need to move on. We've got quite a few cards to go through.
So, Defiant Brute, which I apparently have
Angel's Bane.
Okay, Angel's Bane. I'm sorry, Electro. Well,
I don't know what Angel's Bane is.
Angel's Bane is actually a pretty powerful card that you have now volunteered to talk about. So, 6/6, 2 cost, 1 Varroa. It's kind of a tempo card. When you deploy Angel's Bane, you may overcharge it once with an Overseers of Solace card. If you do, return target character on the battlefield specifically, to the support zone. It becomes exhausted next turn. Electro, take it away.
Bad.
Whoa,
I had to
really?
I had to think about it for a second.
2 cost exhaust?
Yeah, 2 cost has a stumble attached. You're overcharging an Overseers of Solace cards. You're playing Cov Overseers. And now all of a sudden you're allowed to hit them in the face because you're playing Cov Overseers, and that's so incredible, right?
But Regicide Electro, Overseers Varor is top tier now, right?
I don't even think it's the worst purity you can put with Roar, but like, why do you care about hitting them in the face? Like, it doesn't fit any current archetype. Like, it's not even in it. Like, it's statted fine. It's like not. Well, okay. It's not a completely bad in a vacuum card,
Regicide's gonna make Varor Overseers great again.
Regicide is not a bad card, but this card does not help a win condition that Varroa currently has at all.
Electro, you're missing something though. Was it Masked Initiate?
This is structurally better again. As is true about almost every single card printed in this game.
As a vanilla without the overcharge, Angel's Bane is technically better than Masked Initiate.
Adaptive Construct is technically better than Drone also, but honestly, like if you compare a new card to a crappy unplayable old card, well, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but like no, it still just doesn't do anything for combat. No, it's bad.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean Angels, by the way. I meant to find for.
I think that their intention with this combo is that they're trying to release cards to support Varor Overseers, because then you can play shenanigans.
Yeah. I don't think it's a waste of a card slot. I think it's good to be printed.
Yeah, I think they're doing that because they intend to make an archetype based on repairing your own base while hitting theirs, or something.
I don't think they intend to make any kind of archetypes. I think. I think it just happens accidentally.
You're bringing the real fire tonight, Jesus.
You got a little bit of whiskey, dog. That's not a lot.
Okay. So
I'll try and step back and tone it down a bit.
No.
So Merlin, objectively, do you think that Angel's Bane is 100% unplayable in ranked?
I don't think it's unplayable. I think it's a purity combination. None that I know, but I don't think the card. No. Hold on. The card itself is not unplayable. The purity combination that it's in is awkward as fuck right now, but that doesn't mean that the card is unplayable and will remain unplayable in the future. Like there's a legitimate niche for this card that could exist if Overseers and Cov have some kind of synergy that develops in the future. I think this card has potential to be a good card at some point.
Yeah, it's good. It's okay in a vacuum. It's decent in a vacuum. It's not good now.
Right now is not that point, but I feel like this card has potential for the future.
Okay, that's fair. Does anyone else in the wonderful one-turn KO chat think that this card has any use in a ranked deck currently before you move to the next card? Again, it's mainly the purities that are restrictive, right?
Yeah.
It's actually a really good effect.
And the deck style, like, even if Cov OS was decent, I don't think that this card
essentially, if you're putting this in command, you're restricting yourself away from an acolyte. So it's like,
I mean, I feel like the design intent behind it is for COV Angels to play a tempo control style.
Of course.
And that's just not a possibility right now. So it's not a possibility for the card to be used. As simple as it is.
And we'll, of course, get into that as we get into Varor and Overseers cards, which are like 15 factions down. But, you know, we're trying to...
let's just move on.
So, Defiant Brute.
Why does this exist?
Defiant Brute is once again a 2 purity Defiant card for 2 costs for 4/6 apparently. That is a character demon. When Defiant Brute is removed from the game, all cards in your opponent's hand are revealed. Riv, I suppose you are up. I am going to the bathroom again, but you are going to describe exactly which cards this deck might be used for, and then
I
guess we'll rotate around.
None.
The short list is none.
My issue with this card isn't that it's a bad card, okay? Like it's genuinely not a bad card.
Right.
The information is great. Like knowing what's in your opponent's hand is fantastic.
Right.
The issue is that COV does not particularly make good use of knowing what's in your opponent's hand.
It's a 4/6.
The cards aren't reactive
like,
towards
who cares,
that.
right? Like
for
there's a
example-
7/4 with charge for 2 that just walks through this, like they both
Yeah,
just
exactly.
die and it's
So-
like, who cares?
Let's say this is a different faction, or let's say this is a creature-based faction. It's helpful to know if the COV has mass death. It's not that useful for COV to know what's in your hand. Maybe they can
like,
be like,
oh,
I'm going
that's
to
so-
overturn Storm here.
Oh,
I know that they're going to play
That's so great. You have 2 fleeting footmen and a flamed on hound in your deck. Oh, that's wonderful. Great. Now I know that I'm gonna die.
Yeah, and that's my issue with it. Is it just feels like it's in the wrong faction. I don't think it's a bad card. I just don't see why I play it in COV.
Right, because COV is generally speaking you react to your opponent's play, you switch tempo, and then you win. But this is oh great, you have charge characters. Good.
Yeah, this is the issue. We're looking at these cards that COV's getting. It's okay, so now they have tools to make their to do what? They're still not gonna win. They have no way to end games. They cannot win against half of the decks.
You know what would make this card good? It'd be a different mechanic, but if you could, for example, pre-target cards that are in their hand with a death blast or something, this would have a reason to exist.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that would be really cool.
Here's the problem with this card. There is currently a mechanic in Infinity Wars that lets you know effectively what all of the cards in your opponent's hand are anyway.
All right, well, not everyone's a cheater, Merlin.
No, you don't need to cheat.
No,
You just need to focus real hard, and no one wants to do that.
If you watch where your opponent plays their cards from and where the cards they draw go into their hand, after a couple of turns, you know all of the costs of the cards in your opponent's hand.
Merlin is speaking of a mechanic in Infinity Wars, wherein
Mechanic, it was designed.
Yeah, that's the mechanic. Come on now.
Wherein, if you see a card leave your opponent's hand, let's say you see a card leave from your opponent's hand all the way from one side, and it is 6 cost. You now know that they have no cards in their hand that are over 6 cost. If you see a card that leaves from the middle of their hand that's 2 cost, it's less information, certainly, but it means that everything from the left of that, everything from one side of that is lower cost than 2, and everything from the other side of that is higher cost than 2. It is not more than likely an intentional design from Infinity Wars, but it's something that many top players do intimately know about. It is a very unfortunate side effect, but it does somewhat
Damn, chat is fire.
it is Chad is going a little bit nuts, yeah. But yes, the hand mechanic wherein you can see essentially exactly what the cost in your opponent's hand is likely not intentional, but is an effect that many top players have discovered. Adora Bear was likely the first, and Riv, and myself, and Merlin.
No, I didn't know at all.
Really? Oh,
Yeah, I don't think it's stuff. I played Infinity Wars on a second monitor. I don't have time for that.
But yeah, that is an effect that's been in the game for a very long time, likely since before my time. And so yes, that does somewhat devalue, I think, is the effect.
Yeah, it's been known about since the second set.
Yeah.
If you are willing to try hard in Infinity Wars, a couple turns into the game, you can reasonably assess all of the cards that are in your opponent's hand. And if you watch them draw every turn thereafter, you can reasonably assess which card they've drawn within a range of 1 or 2 cards, because there's very few cards that are actual playable options for every purity, and you usually know more or less
exactly.
what their deck list is.
So exactly. So past a certain cost and before a certain cost, you
And
essentially.
this is why other games have a shuffle feature. Where they
That is
shuffle the cards.
crazy, Riv. I think that is crazy talk, and clearly that.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's the whole thing. So the value that you gain in the current metagame at the ranked level and tournament level for looking at other players' hands is not as large as many players may think. Moving on to Disease Brute, where I will eventually go to the bathroom.
Great art.
Disease Brute is cute. Yeah, it's cute art. It's got the poppin' thing on his head and everything. It is a 5 cost, 1 purity, 816. It is a human demon, because it's a demon, but of course it has to have the wonderful negatives that humans have in Infinity Wars, wherein they suck. When a character enters combat with Disease Brute, that character loses -3, -0. I'd like to leave on a character that has a lot to talk about, but I feel like this doesn't have much to talk about. Is there any deck where this character works?
Before we jump into this card, I just really want to jump into the thing in chat here really quick with
So checking back to chat.
what's going on with top players versus not top players versus et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying that anyone in particular necessarily is a weak player except Orizolf, and yes, I am directly saying Orizolf is a very weak player, and that has never changed in my opinion. That's not to say Orizolf can't win a game. He can.
Wow.
But he is not a good player in my estimation.
I'm not saying anyone is shit, but I am saying Orizolf is shit.
Oh my god.
As far as the
Yes,
tournaments, I don't know what the in-game name of the specific person in the chat is, so I don't know. But most of these people in these tournaments are new players or inexperienced players or players who run suboptimal decks, and that has not changed ever in the history of Infinity Wars. There's 3 players usually in any given tournament who are decent at the game. Sometimes there's as many as 4 or 5 in a bigger hyped tournament.
Okay.
But Soch King, yeah, I know Soch King. I actually respect you as a player. You've beaten me several times in draft.
Yes, I do.
I don't have any problems with you or your play. I think you're a decent player. But you have to admit that the tournament scene in IW is not exactly packed with good players. Like, any objective assessment of the tournaments we have here, I feel would say that.
Man, going in. All right.
No. Like, I'm not even trying to shit talk. Like, if you look at the tournaments we have 12 to 16 players in a tournament. Out of those 12 to 16 players, how many have a reasonable shot at winning any given tournament? I would say it's between 2 and 3.
Remember we got like 50 for the gold tournament? Nah.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that is not a challenging tournament environment. It just isn't. If there's only a couple of contenders in any given tournament that can potentially win, like, that's not.
Man.
I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Holy shit. No, it's funny. It's just funny that you just like went into the real talk. But yeah, no, that's fair. There is a definite problem. I think that's less that there's like less good players going into tournaments and more that there isn't as much like education for like lower players. Lower players is a good way to say it. There are an upper echelon of Infinity War players who research every card and really think about the interactions and everything like that. But then everyone that plays against them kind of gets crushed. Like, a Bear is terrifying, Soju King is terrible, as terrifying. Not terrible. I'm terrible. Merlin's fantastic. Helios, when he used to play, is fantastic. Riverwrath is fantastic. And so on. You know.
Thank you guys. Here, I just want to post this in the chat. This is it's Merlin's view. He was just explaining it.
Oh no. What is Rick posting?
I took the time to draw that up.
I think the bad player circle needs to be bigger.
on the list of
my god! The picture that Rip made. Jesus Christ. But no.
Anyway.
No. Honestly, though, it's true. I have zero respect for Orizolf as a player, and I never will.
Holy
So.
Fucking OTK, like. OTK suicide right here. We've destroyed all of our, Jesus Christ.
Nobody respected me to begin with. This doesn't bother me.
But yeah, Disease Brood is also bad, I think.
Yes, thank you, Electro, for staying on topic. I appreciate it.
Disease Brood is actually efficiently statted too. It's just
of all the people here, like all of these top player players are like Disease Brood. Okay, whatever, Roar. Who cares? This player's bad. Let's talk about bad players.
The last tournament game I played against, I played against Orizolf. I had sideboarded no location removal in Tinkerside. All right, or not Tinkerside. 2 GI Overseers against his Tinkerside list, which ran Varoria. He managed to land Varoria against me in both games, and I still beat him. That's bad. I'm sorry, but that's bad.
Alright. To go back on topic quickly, I will actually defend Disease Root quickly because Electro is pretty garbage.
I don't. Okay, so the stats are fine. Like a 5-mana 8/16 that does -3 to whatever attacks it.
But it dies to fucking red tape. It dies to death ray. Who cares? Like every match.
Oh boy, like a defender. You know what else defends? DoD. You know what they don't do? Win games, just like Koff. Like.
Alright, so the way I will defend this card is that. You were saying Roar has no commanders whatsoever. This can function as a commander.
Yeah, this can function as a commander, and then you still lose the game.
Yeah, but that's because you're playing Roar.
This is a step in the right direction.
If you're gonna make the bad decision to play it, you might as well make the opposite.
Yeah, like this is a step in the right direction for good characters for Koff, but like.
It is a great card for draft.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like...
I like how Merlin's been that for, this whole fucking stream. It's just like, well, this card's shit, but it's good for draft. So...
I mean, some of them are shit for draft, too, but most of them... No, that's a legitimate thing, though. Lightmare has had a history of releasing sets where the bad cards were not even playable in draft. But in this set, at least the bad cards are still playable in draft.
I would like to say that I feel like if the meta was slower, Disease Root would actually be pretty solid. The problem is just that the game's too fast for it.
Oh my god.
Because it's got a good stat line. Well, it's got an okay stat line for its cost, and it's got an ability that makes it pretty durable in combat because it has a permanent negative effect and it helps keep it alive in a lot of circumstances. The problem is just that the game's too fast and it's not quite enough.
Thank you, Electro, for pointing out that it's been 2 hours or so, and we're the third faction in the goddamn.
That's why I said I'm good to go. That's gone.
On the plus side, Sleepers only has 1 card, so that'll go fast.
Yeah, but Overseers has a few extra, and Flame Dawn is gonna take us a moment because we're gonna be like, why the fuck are these cards?
So how about this? For the rest of at least Varor, can we? If the card's really bad, can we just say it's bad? Move on.
Well, we can briefly explain why it's bad, but the general answer is it's because Varor is bad.
Let's speed through Varor. Preface for everyone watching: Varor is a shit faction. So even if these cards are good, they're still kind of shit.
Okay,
right,
I'm gonna leave this for the rest of my wonderful team here. Intimidating Brute, 5 cost, 10/12. Hooray! Do Beardy Burr. When you deploy Intimidating Brute, you may overcharge it once. If you do, all characters your opponent lose. All characters your opponent's controls lose +1. +0, not 2 or 3 or something.
So 4 mana 10/12 isn't playable unless it has a good stat, like a good
5 mana. Sorry, 5 mana. Not even 4.
Right, so you're paying an extra mana for, you could have this card be 4 mana and it would be alright, it's fine.
No, it's a 5 mana 10/12 with an overcharge effect.
Right, so you're paying an extra mana and a card that you don't need,
You're not ever playing this in Constructed. You might play it in Draft because it has a decent stat line for a Cov.
Because if you're trying to pick cards in Cov,
you play this when you don't get Warpath in Draft or Sleepers in Draft.
Let's move on. Also, just as a side note, can we please please remove the S from opponents at this point?
Yeah.
2 vs. 2 is never happening. Can we just stop pretending?
So, we have Malignant, one of the coolest arts in the game, because, or at least one of the coolest arts in Rebellion. I love this art so much. It's so creepy. It's so Silent Hill 2. It's wonderful. Character. Aberration.
That's actually cool.
And it is a 4 cost, 2 purity. If you kill 2 or more opposing characters in a single turn, while Malignant happens to be in the graveyard. Malignant raises from the graveyard. It's
this
a
card's
9/10.
actually really cool. Its stats are almost good enough. That's
It'd be cool if you could click on it.
That's slightly above curve for a 3 mana card, just barely. And then
it feels like the closest Cobb is ever going to get to Splitterbot.
Yeah, I was gonna say Splitterbot, but not essentially.
It's not gonna save the faction at all.
Yeah.
But it's the closest they've gotten to a good character that I actually think thematically fits the idea of Kov. I like it.
Yeah.
I think it's good design.
So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna leave this to you guys. Martyr of Death, which is a 2-cost 10 purity card for 10 morale.
Look at this, terrifying.
Flying, 15/15. Sacrifice Martyr of Death, destroy all characters. This ability can only be played, can only be used while Martyr of Death is deployed. Key ran away, take it away, and then open it up to the floor. I will be right back.
I mean, in like normal,
Because a lot of new players think this is broken, for the record, so...
They're wrong.
Yeah, it's
No.
not.
the only time this is playable is in free cards when you resurrect it on turn 3, and it's like the only time it's playable.
That's true. This card is
That's a
pretty
good
cool
use
to
for
do
it.
your early dragon play, but
This card as a turn 10 play is strictly worse than Calamity. Like, it's strictly worse than Calamity because you need to play it, and then the next turn you get to sack
yeah.
it.
Oh wait, well you can't sacrifice at the same turn as played.
No, you can't. 'cause
Unless it's a commander, in which case you've lost a command slot.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought this had potential because if you can play at the same turn and kill it, it's just it's a really
No,
good
I mean
kill spell.
it's effectively the same thing as upping resources on a turn
Yeah,
and the next turn playing Calamity. So, and it's strictly worse than that because it doesn't kill things like paladins. So,
Alright.
Literally, the only good thing I have to say about this card is that you could use it with your Acolyte of the Altar command to and then Dark Wish it back out and use it before GI plays their turn 6 Luca.
yeah, I mean if you're playing 3 Cov with the Dark Wishes returning and everything, like I feel like Subjugated
lose
Dragon
anyways.
is still better there
Yeah.
than this. So.
Yeah, it is. You still lose that game anyways, so playing that deck, you just lose most of the time. So I don't know. It's cool though.
Well, do we? Sakuya's not back yet. Do we want to just skip over Rancid because it's bad and go to Acquire?
Yeah, Rancid bad. It's bad.
Well, let me read the card here. So I don't
Okay.
actually know what it does, but I believe you. 'Cause
It's-
it's a 10 mana
It's
1/1.
it's a 10-drop, 1/1 unstoppable. When you deploy it, remove all characters in your opponent's graveyard from the game,
Alright.
and it gets +4/+4 for each.
So it is another case of a card that costs lots of mana and doesn't do anything when you play it, and is therefore bad.
Yes.
The only kind of usable thing I find with it is it's not even a good combo, like it's strictly worse than Siphoning, is you drop Acolyte the Altar, and next time you sacrifice a card and drop it in a murder commander to a set. That's like the best thing.
Huh. If you could get it up to 50-50, which I guess isn't even that unreasonable.
It's still like it feels worse in basically every situation than Roar Magic Siphoner.
Yeah.
It requires your opponent to be playing a deck that has multiple characters. That
Can
end
you
up-
imagine if this cost an 8?
it might be a little bit better then because you get a cut timing attack in before Calamity. So
exactly.
like,
Murder commander, right? Like, just,
That essentially puts it at timing attack, essentially. Timing.
at least kind of usable. Like that plus murder commander is actually a really cool way to end the game. It's your reward for controlling the game the entire damn time.
yeah, I mean at 10 this just feels really janky.
Notably, it is 1 purity.
Yeah, and I guess it's an uncommon too, so like you can play it in draft, I suppose. But
Eh.
yeah,
It's
I mean
still bad.
other than that, like it's not. Well, I don't know. Like in drafts, potentially getting 30-30 unstoppable.
Yeah, if
That's
you didn't
actually
get the
kinda
option
good.
to go, Warpath that draft, I guess it's almost as good.
Yeah, I mean if you're
Anyways,
no, like seriously though, if you're stuck on 1 purity Cov and this comes up as a late game pick, like this is legitimately something you could pick. But it's
Maybe.
not.
Maybe.
it's still
It's
that's a
potential.
desperation pick though.
Well, I mean, a lot of your picks in draft end up as desperation picks anyway.
Especially as 1 cough.
But
So,
But yeah, the only redeeming factor I think is the freaky art with the cage vagina on its head. So
oh, you guys already
No,
put acid.
Iguana Mana doesn't save you 9 mana, because while you have to... you have to pay the 9 mana to up and then cast Well, I guess it does kind of, but you're still taking 2 turns. You have to pay the 10 mana that turn that you would normally be upping resources, and then you don't get the extra resource afterwards.
It's also more counterable than Calamity.
So I just got back. Are we talking about Martyr of Life or Martyr of Death? Sorry.
So
or
we were just
Rancid?
talking about Rancid for the draft pick. We'd already covered Martyr of Death and decided that it was bad.
Oh, okay. So Rancid is at a definitely kind of bad cost. I'm not really sure. Like, it doesn't even really counter Death Blast because it's like, oh, I can just rob Death Blast's deck, Death Blast's graveyard of all of their characters. But by the time you play Rancid at 10, they've already played like 15 Death Blasts. It's like, who cares?
See, I don't even agree with you, Mayo, when you say that it'd be okay if it hit. Like, it'd be better if it hit both graveyards, but the problem is not that it doesn't get big enough. The problem is that it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how
It's a
big it is. It could
10-mana
be a
card.
fucking 200. It doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah, like, it's an
The whole-
unstoppable card that you played for 10 mana.
Right now, acquire.
Well, and then the other thing that happens too is that if you're playing multiples of it at all, every single other copy is completely dead because it's a 10-mana 1/1. So
all right, let's talk about Acquire though, because that's probably the most interesting.
Yeah.
part here.
Yes.
Let's move on. This
Go
card
on.
wasn't worth the time we spent.
We're
Go on,
assuming
Rick.
this card works as intended for the record when discussing it.
Go on, Rip, with Acquire, 4 costs, draw 3 cards from your opponent's deck. You have the floor.
Me,
Me
or
too.
Yes, Rip.
Oh, sorry. I figured someone who was like actually knows about the deck would talk about it. I don't know the deck that well. But
Well, I would have
essentially-
Inverted Eye take the floor, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. This deck is like what this card essentially does is draw 3 cards from the opponent's deck before is pretty underwhelming normally. But what it allows you to do is it allows you to play essentially mill again, where you actually kind of are milling them this time. It's not just named for morale, where you are taking cards away from their deck. You play a slightly higher amount yourself, and you eventually just make them run out of cards. And you're a scumbag, and you're the worst person on the planet. And that's why the card's interesting, because for each one that you use, you accelerate their deck by three cards. So it essentially prevents you from ever having the situation where they can't, like, where you're even on cards, which could happen before the old mill decks, where you didn't really have a way to mill them, so you both just kind of traded cards off, and it became really annoying math to see how many cards you could play. Whereas with this, it doesn't matter. You're going to eventually win the mill game now.
it also does really interesting things like potentially taking away key answers that your opponent has, and your opponent does not know that they've been taken away. So
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. They don't know what you drew, so they could be looking for
It's
that,
unknown.
last part to their combo, and they don't actually have it.
I would agree with that. We have, so is there any deck that Acquire would be playable in that would not be a mill stall deck, essentially?
No, 4 mana draw 3 from your opponent's deck is worse than 4 mana draw 3 from your own deck.
I think it's like mirror or something.
Oh yeah.
yeah, I could see it sideboard in certain specific COV decks that are not mill, just because it's useful in either mirror matches or matches that are similar. So
Mm-hmm. So, sideboard, but for the most part, main board, it's just kind of mill or bust. Well, we'll see how that plays out. It does seem like a bit of an odd card to add, in the sense that it essentially encourages archetypes that people are frustrated playing against. Ashes to Ashes. This is a bit of a
So,
strange one. Yes?
This card we're probably going to want to talk about alongside Dust to Dust, just because of how they work.
Right. So Ashes to Ashes, and Dust to Dust hit the attack zone and the defense zone, respectively. Ashes to Ashes, destroy target character in the assault zone if you do create a Dust to Dust in your hand, and Dust to Dust similarly destroy target character in the defense zone if you do create an Ashes to Ashes in your hand. So you are essentially trading Death Rays back and forth for hand advantage, which isn't that valuable in Infinity Wars.
Especially since every card is worse than Death Ray individually.
Yes.
And Death Ray's already bad.
Yes,
It's
that's what I
terrible
was going to say. Is that Death Ray is already, strictly speaking, worse than Kali, which is the definitive 3-drop of Infinity Wars. And, yes, is there a deck that is playable in, or Dust to Dust?
I think that this card is actually very playable for like low skill level players, but it's not going to be something that you're ever really going to use at high level.
Right.
Sounds about right.
Its name is hyper appropriate though. Ashes to Ashes, Dust to Dust. We can put these cards to rest.
Okay, moving on.
God damn, with the subtle BM there. Or maybe not subtle, but, Death Blast. Death Blast is a pretty good card. Death Blast...
It's alright, I hear.
Death Blast,
It's not
remove the
that,
top
but it's
card.
okay, I guess.
Death Blast, remove the top 10 characters in your graveyard from the game for each character you removed. You deal 2 damage to the enemy fortress. Broadly speaking, for those who don't know in stream chat, this deck this Death Blast card is used in a Cov Flame Dawn aggro deck, wherein you hit your opponent for face for a few turns, they're reduced to about half their health, and then you follow up with AoE to control the board and burn from hand to finish the game. Death Blast is essentially a supplement to that deck archetype, which kind of pushes it over the edge into Tier 1, which some top players have issues with, in the sense that you essentially spam attack mindlessly and then move into burn spells and AoE. Rib was around for when Cov 2 FD was top tier or so, with
Good old days.
with Demon of Fear, and if you can remember that far back, Aerial Commando. What's your thoughts on this, Riv? Do you think that this is okay to have as a top tier card in a top tier deck, or do you think that Death Blast is too strong? Do you think it's toxic for the game? I'm excited to hear your response as someone who's seen all kinds of metas in Infinity Wars, dating back to metas before my time.
I'm inherently biased. I really like Flame Dawn. I really like Varroa. They're my two favorite factions.
Of course,
together,
of course.
they are some of my favorite archetypes. Like FD Varroa is probably one of my favorite decks ever. So I'm really happy to see Death Blast personally. I think it's a really cool card. I don't necessarily think it's super healthy for the game. I mean, you're inherently rewarded just for like smorking your opponent as hard as possible. They answer and you're like, oh, well, whatever. Here's 20 damage for all your efforts.
Right.
So it definitely doesn't feel super great on that aspect, but I am happy to see Roar FD getting more support. I really do, like I said, I really like the faction, so I'm happy to exist. I just don't know that it's a good thing it exists.
Because again, a few sets ago it was top tier. Merlin is someone who is currently, top on ladder for what it matters. What's your thoughts on Cov FD with tokens from Rita in Command being top tier with Death Blast?
Oh, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the card. Currently, without Rebellion Wave 4 being ranked legal, I don't think it's overpowered and toxic. With Rebellion Wave 4 legal, I don't know. We'll have to see. I haven't played extensively best of threes with the new set yet, so I don't know. But I do disagree with giving Cov more face burn. I've said this in the past.
Yes, of course. It's a critical mass face burn situation, yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with it as a design choice. I think it's bad long-term for the game.
Right. Without rotation, it's like they just accumulate a mass of do damage from hand. Yeah.
If they are intending to do rotation after the set, before the next set is released, or as the new set is next set is released, or if there is a next set, I don't know. Maybe then it will be okay, but there's a very real danger of having too many face burn spells existing within the same faction or within the same deck archetype available at the same time, and I feel like Death Blast puts it over the top currently. So
right, of course. And that's reasonable. I think that Death Blast is mainly in a situation where it is in a top tier deck, and encouraging that style of play might not be the most healthy, route for Infinity Wars to go to. We already talked about Dust to Dust. So Regicide. Regicide is a one-cost kill spell directed at commanders.
You forgot Price of Fame.
What? What's up?
Oh, I guess mine was differently your command.
Yeah, sorry. But yes, Dust to Dust and Ash to Ashes are kind of tied intrinsically. But Regicide is a commander kill spell in Overseer's Furor, which we've established is not the most, powerful of purities, but is one cost. Is there a deck in top tier that we think in Rebellion Regicide will be playable in? Because it does kill Mechborn for one, it kills Kali for one, it kills Splitter Robot for one. What are we doing Regicide? What are we doing with Regicide?
Looking to the future for next set.
The card is strong. The deck that it can literally is restricted to being played in is not on the radar even for being good. If the deck were good, you would play this card in it.
Right, because it is very efficient. It is a one-cost Death Ray when played correctly. But in the purities, it's hard to figure out where it lies. you can play Varor and Overseers in some combination, but yes.
The purity combo currently feels awkward as fuck. There's not really that much synergy between the two. Honestly, they try and do very different things. So, I mean, at some point in the future, maybe that changes. Regicide becomes an auto-include 3 of, but we're not there right now, so.
Yeah.
I do think this would be an auto-include 3F if the deck existed.
Right,
I think it's good enough.
They're like an aggro.
I honestly don't know if it would ever be a 3 of, necessarily, honestly, because you draw it late game, it doesn't do anything, so.
That's true.
2. Yeah.
I mean, you could argue for the 3 though. Just get it.
Yeah, but there's enough overcharged effects just in general that I think it might be okay.
I could see 3, but it's all theory crafting.
Oh, that also
anyway.
That also triggers the overcharge on Angel's Bane because it counts as an Overseer card, though. So
yes, it does. Because that's the other legendary support that they have for combo Overseers.
But yes, there is.
I think legendary. Oh, that's unfortunate.
No, it's not a legendary. Surely that is not a legendary. That is an epic, right?
Regicide's an epic.
Okay.
Yeah. Regicide is an interesting idea. It is very well costed for the ability, but it's hard to figure out if it's going to sit in top tier this set.
Zaxxas has a great point, though. Flamed on Cobb Overseers, red tape into Regicide.
I mean,
Sick combo wombo.
You can just play Death Ray too, but.
Moving on.
So,
What's next?
It is very funny, but yeah, I'm trying to blow through at least half of these factions tonight. We got the Price of Fame, which is a 4-cost ability. Destroy target unique character. Electro.
Bad at 4.
I guess I haven't called.
No, it doesn't matter if it changes zones, and it doesn't matter what zone it's in, though.
You know, I think I have to argue some more.
Bad at 4.
Okay.
Are we
It's
just,
definitely not bad at 4.
are we just moving on?
No, this card's good.
No, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
it is.
I disagree.
Okay, the fact that this can hit no matter what, it doesn't matter if it's in support, it doesn't matter if it's in command.
Yeah, it can hit command, which makes it interesting. So.
How many sick unique characters are you
Romich?
I find that commanders tend to have a high unique character rate.
Yeah.
All things considered.
Like,
Yeah, it kills Hermit before Kidnapper can come out. So
it kills Bromage, which is very important as well. Like on the turn it's played.
it can kill Rita. Like, I'm not saying that this card is necessarily top tier. I don't know what kind of 2-cop deck necessarily exists in this set that's super good. Like, I feel like Cobb is going to be a 1 purity faction this set more than anything else. But
Yeah.
like, I don't think that this card is bad
And this
as
is
it
superiority,
is.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just like guaranteed targeting of command.
I think
is
if the-
valuable.
I think if the deck develops where this card can be used, it's going to be a good card.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Wow.
It's so exciting. Like, that's all you're doing with that turn in 2 Purity Conf is trading one. Like, if you're playing against Flamed On and they've played their Kali turn 3, and then you trade 4 mana for 4 mana on their turn 4 play, assuming they played Romek. If they didn't, then you're super behind because you killed their Romek in command and they did something else for 4 mana and you're playing
Right.
against Flamed On.
As a tempo play, I see what you're saying.
Right. Like, it's just not, I don't know. It just doesn't, like, I feel like a lot of cases removal has to be cheaper than what you're killing with it for it to work out in 1-to-1 trades efficiently.
Sometimes I won't always deploy Brom on turn 4 because of the theory, definitely.
Alright, well, I mean, it's okay, because the last best card is coming up, you know. The Mad Painstone.
That's true.
Yes, exactly. Riv knows exactly what's coming up. Painstone. I guess.
Oh God, Painstone.
I guess I will call on. I would love to call on Inverted Eye, but he's gone right now. So I guess I'll have to call on Merlin for Painstone. Painstone is a 4-cost artifact. All non-combat damage you deal to 2 characters is increased by 2. Inverted Eye, for those who don't know, has combined this with Acquire for a mill deck that truly burns you out of cards while destroying everything you play, refusing to allow you to play the game, and essentially just making it a horribly uninteractive battle all the way to, 15, 20 turns or so, you know, until you eventually deck out and fatigue and lose. So, Painstone, Merlin. It's playable in Mill, certainly. Is it playable in anything else, and is it good for the game?
Those are so many questions. It's actually really interesting to note that Painstone is currently bugged with Martyr Golem, where Martyr Golem will not absorb the additional 2 damage
Of
that
course
Stealth
not.
2 things.
Yeah, no, I won't.
So like that's actually incredibly relevant because they play a Martyr and if you one cheat Wrath, and guess what? All their stuff still takes 2 damage, and the Martyr doesn't absorb it.
Yeah, of course.
So,
So
it
Painstone
increased.
is bizarre in that it exists beyond Martyr Golem, but continue.
Yeah, I mean, T-Bat does 12 damage split between 4 random characters right now. This ups it to
6.
20 damage total.
20, yeah.
No,
Wow.
because it adds 2 damage to each character that was damaged. So
24, but yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely playable in mill decks. It's definitely playable in like 2 Cov DoD Morale, if 2 Cov DoD Morale is going to be fast enough to be back in this set, this meta. Like, it's certainly a very powerful card. Is it healthy? Probably not. I mean, I don't know, but it doesn't feel like it is to me, but I've been wrong before, so.
Right,
I
right.
confirm, yes,
That's fair, that's
there's
fair.
like some really stupid
Notably, I
shit.
just want to add that, so this thing does work with the bat, right? Just want to make 100% sure that it does work with the bat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, and it adds 8 extra damage onto about 2 damage to each character that he hits.
Awesome. Cool. So, I guess the reason why I like this is essentially it makes the bat into Rambo with the gun. Like, it just turns into a giant Gatling gun where he just shoots all around and kills everything. It's beautiful.
Yeah, of course.
This also turns Heatwave into Yuan-Chi's Wrath that only hits your opponent.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Also, it turns particular 8 damage spells against artificials to 10 damage, which
Yeah,
is
Chain
a break
Lightning
point.
is quite good.
And keep in mind,
It's a great
if
point
you
for splitter,
use Acquire and you kill all humans, then kill all humans will actually deal 12 damage.
Of all of the combos listed, I feel like that's the least relevant one.
That's the one that swings this deck into it. A really good counter pick against GI. The deck that we're so worried about. Now you can.
Say that again, Key?
Shockwave Giant, man, it's
Shockwave
whimsical.
Giant. It is non
7 damage to
Oh,
everything.
dude.
Notably,
Insane.
if you're really crazy, Painstone's not unique, and you can have more than one.
Yeah, that's actually very relevant because, say T-Bat with 3 of these out, it's dealing a minimum of 7 damage to each character it tags. So
That's pretty good.
Also, doesn't spontaneous combustion have the potential to hit like?
yes, same thing.
Yeah, but it
adds
can hit more than 4
each-
targets though.
No, 4 targets max on spontaneous combustion.
Yeah, but it does more damage. So.
And well, the way spontaneous combustion works is actually really funny because it will deal, if it has 4 legitimate targets, it will deal a maximum of 3 damage to each target. So this first one ups it to 5, second one ups it to 7, third one ups it to 9. So
Yeah. Essentially, yes.
That's decent. That's decent.
I mean, it's if you're playing Cov in a mill deck, it's obviously include. If you're playing Cov in any kind of AoB damage deck, it's obviously an auto include. But
Otherwise, it's just a bit too
It's-
slow.
If you use it with Overcharged Storm, is it going to give you? I could imagine it being bugged to give you +2 damage per each instance of 4 damage it does.
someone would need to test that. That's it. It probably does, but I don't know.
It
So
almost
someone would
certainly
need to see.
does, but yes.
Which would be pretty ridiculous.
So broadly speaking, how has Cov come from this set?
Oh, and Soch King had a good point. Rampant Virus deals 3 damage to every character on the battlefield after you can with this in play.
Yeah.
That's true. This does
So-
function really well with ticks like that. Also, that sick dragon of Summer Flame hits.
Yeah, after the second Rampant Virus is
Why is
gonna
this
be-
card 1 impurity? What the fuck?
Wait,
Yeah.
Rampant
Yeah.
Virus actually sounds like the most cancerous shit.
Yeah,
Holy
actually,
crap.
yeah. With 2 Rampant Virus in play or 2 Painstone in play, this is either dealing 5 damage to every character on the battlefield that your opponent controls at the end of every turn, or 6 damage, and that's just, with a couple of them in play. It could obviously get much, much more insane than that.
3 of 10
And
moves in
effectively
every
means-
tournament.
I might have to play this
Yeah,
game again.
It effectively means your opponent probably isn't having any of their characters live through a combat turn ever. So
So you're
That's
saying that this could stop the rush?
no, I'm saying that 2 Cov Sleeper's Death Blast is probably a whole hell of a lot better with this in it.
Yeah.
So
Well, that deck was needing a power. It was like tier 2, so I'm really glad that it's getting up to the tier 1 echelon it's looking for.
The tier 1 of the walk the dog tier, yeah. Where you just
Yeah.
kind of walk away from your computer.
I strongly suspect that this card is not healthy for the game, but we'll have to see how it plays
I
out.
strongly suspect that you are right.
I strongly suspect I might actually play some Infinity Wars again with this card.
Oh my god.
So, my takeaway from Roar, because that got asked at some point, is that Varroa could potentially, if another set releases, be very strong, but it right now is in desperate need of support. Like, the set doesn't really give it the support it needs.
Like,
it's either like really cancer nonsense or like it's like Varroa can't really.
I didn't
play
say it was
honestly.
healthy.
Yes, exactly. Varroa can't really play like.
The problem with Aurora as a faction right now is it has an incredible amount of utility. It has more utility than any other faction. It can do more diverse things in more interesting ways and more powerful ways than any other faction can do it. It just lacks effective ways to translate that into winning a game.
Yep,
it doesn't
has no finishers, no ending games.
It doesn't have good combat characters to hold a mid game. It doesn't have good combat characters to hold an early game. It doesn't have good combat characters for a late game. Like, that's where it's lacking as a faction. If at any time that weakness is shored up, like the amount of utility they have will come into play in a massive way, and they'll just be overwhelming. So,
and we've seen that, right? Like, we've actually, like, anytime Varroa has had good minions, they've been top tier, like with the 10-10 Brood, or like Demon of
Warp
Fear,
Swarmer, or
Demon of Fears, when they were 10-10s.
Acolyte, for those who weren't.
Yeah, like anytime they've had, like, they've had all of their creatures essentially nerfed over time. But anytime they've had good creatures, they've always been top tier, which is
for those
kind of an issue because it relegates them to being kind of a cheerleader faction where they just support others because it means they can't really get good creatures.
Yeah. For those who weren't around for it, Riv and I were around for the wonderful horror of Roar Acolyte. You know, Acolyte was a 3/3 that got +2/+2 for every spell, and this is back when Uncontrolled Rift was cost 1, so you would just play 1-cost spells to give characters.
That card actually got nerfed because of that. So stupid.
Yes, it did. And
the fun card just to screw around with got nerfed because of a meta deck.
So like you'd play like turn 1, you'd get 5/5/5/5s, and then turn 2 you'd get 9/9s, and then you just play him from command, and what could fight him, right? So yes, Varroa tends to live and die by broken commanders, and without broken commanders, it tends to need support in some way. The only deck that's really made them work is Tinkerside and Death Blast, and they're both. Tinkerside's kind of interesting.
Remember when Obliterate worked?
Nonsense. Yeah, Obliterate. Oh my god. Back when Obliterate was meta,
We've been in the stream for almost 3 hours. Yeah. I think we need to move on.
So let's try to blow through Flame Dawn. Good, bad, good. Nah, anyways, Cowardly Recruit.
It's alright.
I thought this card was a lot better than it was.
Cowardly Recruit is a 1-cost 7/4, but it can only attack alone. It can't attack when... to be very specific, can't attack alone. It has to attack with another character, essentially.
It's a fine card. It needs its morale changed, but...
You're saying that morale is relevant? Infinity War is relevant? Interesting.
I'm saying that Flame Dawn cards should not have morale of 1.
Oh, I see. So 10 or 20 morale and it would be good?
No, I mean, give it like 3 morale or 4 morale. Like, it's actually a legitimate weakness of Flame Dawn, so, giving Flame Dawn multiple cards at morale 1 is not
Merlin,
a wise idea.
Merlin, you're saying Flame Dawn has weaknesses? Reddit told me that Flame Dawn's top tier.
Flame Dawn is top tier, but... I mean, Flame Dawn is top tier. Like, it's one of the best factions in the game, and it's traditionally... been unchanged in every set release. There's always been a really strong Flame Dawn deck in the game. Yeah. That being said, morale is one of the faction's primary weaknesses. If you can just hold on through the assault, they have a very low morale total afterwards, and decks that exploit morale have a traditionally very easy time against Flame Dawn because of that. So, like, negating a faction's primary weakness for giggles, I guess, doesn't strike me as a good idea.
Right, of course. So that makes sense. So it's very all-in and very kind of goofy. So, thank you, Jen, for following. But, Cowardly Recruit is kind of more of what Flame Dawn doesn't necessarily need. Defiant Footman, 6/5, 2 cost. When it's removed from the game, all characters in your assault zone gain +2/+0. Is this
That card's
playable? Is it
insane.
needed?
This card is insane as fuck.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, this card's you put this at the front line of a.
Well, of course, that's why I phrase it.
Ridiculous.
That's why I phrase it.
This-
Is it playable?
this-
Of course. Is it needed?
This card in a 2 Flame Dawn GI deck right now can potentially give you turn 4 wins. With Intimidating Rally, overcharging 2 or 3 of these from your hand to
Yeah.
give everything +4/+0 or +6/0 on turn
While
4.
also bopping all of the defenders through the support zone.
Yeah, with tokens in play, with Bromic in play, etc. I mean, it's just insane with +2/+0. I don't. There's no other way to put it. It's insane.
Like it deals 6 damage too at the beginning of combat.
Well,
like
the
when it
issue is
trades.
Intimidating Rally is a card. That's why it's broken, right? Like,
Yeah, well, exactly. That's exactly it. Any turn where you Intimidating Rally, the more Defiant Footmen you have in hand, the better
Riv.
your Intimidating Rally
Yeah.
is. So
River, you're
That's
saying
true.
that Intimidating Rally is unbalanced? I don't.
no, actually, I'm saying that giving cards to support it is unbalanced.
Oh,
I actually think Intimidating Rally is fine by itself.
Yeah, this is barring something even crazier. This is the best Defiant card you've seen.
it's clearly the best Defiant card easily.
yeah, because it's proactive. It deals damage. It pushes towards a win con, of course. So.
And it actively helps them with their strategy, whereas the others,
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, this card's
we
nuts.
have Duke Rushington.
excellent.
We have Duke Rushington. I've seen a lot of arguments about this card.
it
His
doesn't
art
have
is
charge.
Well, it's good art.
Its art is beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but I've seen a lot
It-
of arguments about this card.
It does have charge effectively.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is 15/5, and at the start
Oh,
of
okay, that
combat,
works.
if deployed, it moves the
Mhm.
front, not the back, but the front of
Right.
the assault zone.
So
What
it's
do we think about this?
a 4 mana usually trades 1/1 with whatever their first defender is.
Now keep in mind, this is a game with Kali, this is a game with Splitter Robot, this is a game with Mechborn, this is a game with all of those commanders, so, all of this in mind, is Duke Rushington overpowered as a 15/5 that arguably has charge?
Does
And
this hit over?
Not at 4 minutes. 4 minutes is decent.
I think it's fine. I don't think it's broken.
It doesn't
Oh.
die to Lightning Blast next
Yeah.
turn.
I think
But it dies the turn you play it, assumingly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would assume in most situations it's going to die the turn.
Yeah. It
Does it trade with
trades
Mechborn?
1/1 with whatever's in the front of their line. It requires your opponent to play around it in some. It's another thing that your opponent has to play around in the defensive zone. But like, even if it trades with something really good, like a Bromic or a Kali from the other side, is like good, but you paid 4 mana for a trade. Like it's good. It's not broken though.
Sox has pointed out that it does combo with Fear, which is pretty relevant.
Yes,
That's
because
true.
let's say you fear everything out of the assault zone, everything out of the defense zone, and everything is off the battlefield. You are still doing all of the damage from Duke Rushington's because fear is before the start of combat. So
Well,
that's an
and
important point.
assume you play it and it does live through the first combat that it would take.
Yeah.
Next turn in a Fear Trops style deck, you have Fear plus Call of the Crusade, for instance, deal 27 damage to the face. Like, that is not an insignificant amount.
That's true.
Whether or not this card is overpowered, I mean, Flame Dawn with Fear in it has been able to do similar or potentially more powerful things in the past. Things with
Festive Night.
exactly with Infested Night, Fear Ferocity combos, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't necessarily know that this card is overpowered. Is giving Flame Dawn a 15 power attacker on 4 so they can trade into effectively anything
Right.
necessary for the game. I don't know that either.
There are so few things that can trade.
Yeah, that's what I
with-
was asking about. Does it trade into Mechborn clearly?
Well, Mechborn hits often at turn 2 at 9, and then you often follow up with Kali, or you follow up with a 2-drop and buff Mechborn to 13/13. So, assuming you buff Mechborn on turn 3 to 13/13, you can technically buff it to a, 17/17 at turn 4, but that is often not the case because your Mechborn command zone is Kali and Splitter Robot,
Yeah, I mean, blocking with Mechborn against Flame Dawn is super risky anyway, because if it takes a Kali hit, it's going to die.
Yes.
Like, even if it doesn't die same turn, it's effectively dead already. So
Kali is 10 plus 5 damage, technically, essentially.
Yeah, I think this card's fine then. It's just yet another charge character for Flame Dawn, and that's never bad, really.
Yeah.
Fiery Ascension, Duke into Martyr into Fear Drops.
something that people in here aren't thinking about. I'm pretty sure it's a relatively minor thing because I don't think it'll survive this long. But if it survives after the first turn, you can just pull it back into support every turn, and it can't be removed or targeted really.
Yeah,
in any
By
way.
any
Well,
battlefield.
I mean,
fire ascension, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be directly target removal with spot removal, but you don't really need to because you're just going to play
Yeah.
that on the Kali or the Claw or something else instead, and just throw, say, a Bloodthirsty Dead at the start of your assault zone.
I mean,
Yeah.
So
I guess notably, this really screws over COV even more because I actually can't really kill this thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's so frustrating at 15.5, not 15.4 or something like that, you know?
That's true. 5 is quite a bit better than 4.
Yeah.
it matters versus factions which can't maintain any kind of early battlefield presence. It doesn't really change anything against the ones that can.
Yeah.
Is my take on it. So
I agree
And
there.
it's a minor buff to Sleeper Flame Tongue.
I think it's good design, though. I think it is something that's actually good, interesting design for Flame Dawn. While I don't think it's necessarily weak, but
yeah, I think it's a strong card. I don't think it's an overpowered card.
yeah, I agree.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah, okay. So next is Morningstar Accelerator. When
This
you
guy's great.
Do you want to take this up then?
I mean, there's not too much to say. It's a 16-10 for 5. It has to overcharge. The overcharge is as big a deal with Defiant Footman as yet another charge card. Pretty cool. And it looks like a mech. I like it.
He's covered all the high points.
Yeah,
The art's nice.
Yeah.
The card's
Every-
good. I feel like we don't need more. I feel like at a certain point, it's like, why do we have this many cards that have charge?
It reminds me of Raven from Armored Core. Honestly,
but
that's my vibe from this card.
yeah, like the thing, like I mentioned this before.
It was usable is because of the Defiant Footman win.
Oh yeah, right. You can overcharge it and then.
That's
Yeah,
true.
exactly.
Defiant Footman makes any
Amazing.
card that says
Oh,
overcharge in it better.
But yeah, like I feel like this is at the point where Flame Gun doesn't need to run a single card now that does not have charge.
Yeah, of
Or
course.
it does, yeah.
They've honestly been at that point since Oppression, though. So like,
I meant with like an even curve though, like with they can curve out properly now.
Yeah. So we have Morningstar Way Clearer, which of course, if Accelerator is at 5, Way Clearer is at 6, is a 14-12. When it is removed from the game, the next character you play gains charge. Now, with our talk, however, recently on Flame Dawn having infinite charge characters, is this a playable?
Bad. No. You're not playing a 6-mana 14-12 and Flame Dawn expecting it. Like, it's way too slow for Flame Dawn right now.
Yes.
Or at least
well,
wrong.
and the
You never
yeah, the
play it
other
though.
well, no, and the other thing is all your characters already have charge if you're playing Flame Dawn.
Yeah.
Except maybe Sacula's. So
And
like
Kali.
he's not gaining you anything extra.
Play
He,
it in
he is 1 purity though, so he might have
That's true.
some kind of splash
He's another
ability
three
in
of
some other
Anuncios.
factions. But
yeah, like FD Angels for example. Like FD Angels give like soul charge or something.
I mean, you can already effectively do that with Champion's Companion, though. You don't need this to do that. And Champion's Companion is in general better, I feel, because you're.
Champion's
you know-
Command is an amazing card as long as Champion Rush works.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't think this adds anything to the game that I can think of really. Where it's like, oh, I need to have a Morningstar Way Clear in my deck because I need to give my guy charge this turn. Like Kav has Word of Command. Ferocity and 1 Purity Flame Dawn, which does a similar thing except slightly better, I feel. So, and Ferocity has a lot more utility because it can kind of work as a stumble too. So,
Yeah.
like, I don't really see a niche for this card.
So, we have the next card up, which I imagine is somewhat contentious. It is a 3-cost 14-1 with charge.
Okay,
Well, I love this card.
no, hold up. So someone earlier in the chat said that once was clean was ball lightning. Nah, this is ball lightning.
This card is better strictly than if it were to hit face, it is just better than like a face. There's no 3-mana deal 14 to your opponent's fortress, so this charge is better than that if it hits face.
It also effectively trades with.
Yeah, it
other
trades with
vast
almost
majority
anything.
of that. It trades with Primal Hunter, which is extremely relevant.
Yeah.
It trades with everything good except for like a movable.
Yeah, it's a 14 damage spell. Like it's really good.
Yeah, no, this 3-mana deal 14 to something somewhere. It's
And
either
it also
face or...
fills the grave if you play COV or if you play Sleepers or whatever. Like it's just really good.
Yeah, this card's
Like,
good.
this card is obviously an auto include in Death Blast decks, and it makes
not
them
even a question, yeah.
quite a bit better than they are currently. So
because they needed it.
Because before it's like, oh, okay, they're probably going to play Coil from Command turn 3, and now it's, oh, they're going to play Rapier Fanatic for 14, right?
Well, even if they don't play it, like even if they don't play it on turn 3, you don't have to play them on turn 3. Imagine 3 of these on turn 9, for instance. Like it's legit at any point in the game. It's a very powerful card to just throw out. Like, unless your opponent is somehow predicting it and playing Heat Wave that turn, or you want Yuanqi's Wrath that turn, or something like that.
Or like a single, like Rita,
Oh, fantastic!
The vast majority of the time, this card is going to do something very good for you before it dies if you play it. So,
yeah, it's an excellent card.
Yeah,
like probably too strong.
Not as insane as Defiant. It's like it's not even the craziest card Flame Dawn is getting, but it's
yeah,
really
which is
good card.
so funny because Flame Dawn needed buffs. But,
oh no, we haven't even gone over all the really good cards that Flame Dawn's getting.
Defiant Footman might be the best card they get, though. I don't know.
Flame Dawn has been so bad for every single set. They needed a buff.
They really
I don't think
needed
you guys understand.
I'm really glad that Kav is finally being kept in check.
I really do think the next card they get is probably the best card.
Yeah, I know, Rib. We've talked about this one.
Is Sin really better than Rapier? We'll see. I guess we'll talk about that. Or not better than Defiant.
I do not think that Sin is better than Defiant Footman.
No,
I don't either.
I know that I think that Sin is fantastic, and I think that Riv thinks that Sin is fantastic, but I know that Electro and Merlin think that Sin is bad. So let's go.
No,
I don't think Sin is bad. Sin is a great
bad.
card. Sin is a great card. Defiant Footman is just better.
Yeah, I don't think Sin is as good as Rapier Fanatic or Defiant Footman, but I think Sin is still quite good, especially if you're playing, Flame Dawn GI or something with support drones where, guess what? I get to kill your Kali on turn 3 for, free, basically, and keep a 9/7 afterwards. It has a good stat line, for a 2 cost. It's fine with charge, and it can trade with any kind of 2-drop that would block that doesn't have haste or something. So, it's a quite good card.
It's also got excellent art.
The art is amazing.
The art definitely has a +1 for me. So
the art is like, wow, they've there's a lot of frames in that art.
Yeah, I feel like Sin is a great card, but honestly, I do agree that it's not as good as Defiant Footman.
I feel like it's a lot better. I think it fixes their primary issue of early blockers that FT has had a penchant for, where they don't deal super well with a turn 1 or 2 defender, actually.
So did you just say early blocking and Flame Dawn? Are you...
No, always saying
early blocking against Flame Dawn.
Facing.
Oh.
Against them.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Like
this deals with that pretty well because it will actually remove said blocker, whereas
there's a potential Mechwarn matchup that you were going to be running into a 9/9 turn 2, and that is the thing.
See, my issue with that is that yes, it does address that issue. However, it doesn't address it super well. A lot of the characters that block on turn 2 against Flame Dawn are things like Rabbit that come out from hand.
Yeah.
Where you can't target them with Sin on that turn.
Yeah.
I feel like it has a better it has better playability on turn 3 than it has on turn 2, which kind of restricts its usability slightly. I still think it's quite a good card, but I don't think it necessarily shores up that weakness as well as it could, I guess.
It just said when the first character played.
That was the one that made it.
Yeah, Key ran away. I'm sorry, I didn't call it. Key ran away is the person that redesigned Sin to be what it is in its current iteration, which is important. Key, do you have any thoughts on Sin, strength, playability, tier list?
Well, strictly, I feel like it's better than Flame Dawn, Doge, and Fleeting Footman, but worse than Paladin, kind of.
Okay.
Bit of it. Basically, the reason I want it to be good is the fact that it's an epic and it has amazing art.
It's beautiful.
I want it to be at least usable.
It is a very pretty, epic art. It remains to be seen, I suppose, how playable it is at 2 costs as a combat trick, essentially, much like Coil, Primal Hunter Coil is at 5. So
I feel like it's definitely going to be playable, period, in general for Flame Dawn, because it is strictly better than Flame Dawn Hound. like he said.
Yes, I mean
And-
it's 1 damage for a trade. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any kind of scenario in which Sin is just not playable in the meta. Like I don't see that happening at all. I am not 100% sold on it being an insane super blowout card that super shores up Flame Dawn's early weakness. I think it's a solid playable card comparable to Paladin.
Yeah. I think
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't think it's any better than that though. Like that's the extent of how good it is. I feel currently.
I mean, I think math-wise, there is a decent amount to 6 damage, and then 6 damage the next turn that needs to be answered with 4 damage, or else it's going to do with 6 damage. I don't know. We'll see. But Tailored Knight is a card that I saw a lot of players, saying that this card is broken with its recent buff of +3/+3 to 12/5 for 4, and whenever you deploy it, you can overcharge it once with a Genesis card, and if you happen to overcharge it with a Genesis card, it gains +3/+3 and Shield 1, which would make it from 12/5 to 15/8.
8. Yep.
The card's really hard for me to evaluate because Shield 1 is not a mechanic that I've seen a lot of, and I'm not quite sure how to grasp how strong Shield 1 is. But
avoids mass death. Avoids death ray. But
yeah, Shield 1 is very good.
It doesn't avoid like raw damage though, so it doesn't like trade with a splitter.
Yeah.
Here's my problem with this card. You're not playing it from deck because it doesn't have charge in Flame Dawn, and you're not playing it from command because you're playing Bromic and Splitter over this.
Yes,
so, it's not a bad card at all. Like the stats it has and the ability it has seems fine for a card to have. I just feel like some other cards, especially at the 4 cost in the set, it's just overshadowed by other 4 cost cards that already exist.
And that's reasonable. There is a definite issue in that Bromic and Splitter Robot are just so darn powerful that they do warp the meta around them, again, in ways that we appreciate as top-level players, but in ways that can be unhealthy for when you try to design characters with higher attack and lower defense, but that have some special ability, but if they can't trade with those cards in an interesting manner the second they're played, then, So, yes, this card technically does more damage than, like, an individual Bromic or Splitter Robot to face, but the Shield 1 is just kind of like a weird utility thing that comes into play later. It's an odd spot.
Saku, a couple of people in chat want you to make me less loud on Discord and Key louder on Discord.
Okay, so let me do that. So I will right-click on you, and I will move you down to
Key is super quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Key at the maximum volume that Discord will allow me to have him, and he's still hard to hear. So.
I apologize. I have moved Key up already to 147% volume because I anticipated this, but I will move them up to 200%, and we will see how that goes.
Yeah.
So, Electro has moved down. Key has moved up.
Alright,
Thank you, Streamchat. So, we have Tulio. Where the fuck is Tulio now? Because he's a 7/4 without charge, but he has multi-strike 3 essentially if he attacks alone.
I don't know.
Where the fuck is Tulio?
He has 4 life.
Is that where he is?
He has 4 life.
Yeah.
He is better than Redaria situationally in that Redaria deck, I think. If you can give him... If you mix it with 1 Purity GI, give him a jetpack and a buff.
You don't need to give him a jetpack. There's another card in this set that lets you do that.
I mean, you can play like Fiery Ascension and then like play a bunch of upgrades or strength in numbers or something on him and shoot him out there for face damage. But that's like the coolest thing I can think of to do with him.
Yeah,
we already have cards that
it's a combo
do
deck
things.
that is.
And like,
good.
Yeah, I mean, we already have things that do that in the game, though, and they've been proven time and time again that they are not top tier competitive. They are not that good.
Yeah.
So
it's almost like the death of Bionic Soul, and Tulio is like another card that's like no Biosoul and Biopaladin. Sorry, so
they're just
Paladin,
not good anymore.
But like it's a fun gimmicky idea. I'm not sure if we can make Tulio work as like a 1-turn KO surprise thing.
Yeah, I would
You can play it
100%.
fun.
Even in a deck that can graft stuff onto it and give it flying and stuff, I would 100% play Ember Starter over this every single time.
And he doesn't have like 2 lives or anything, so it's like, what do I do with this?
He has to OTK
Lose.
for it to be useful.
Yeah.
That's like.
But like, why would you play this over Siphoner?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Yeah, I don't know. There's better whammo combo decks.
so so he's kind of like gimmicky.
What about-
he's not really.
What about a Varian's Banner?
I mean, you'd play that as well for
Right.
sure.
But like even then, I don't know.
It's so
the setup time compared to just aggroing with charge.
you could play it in normals. And
Like
be fun, but it can't keep up.
there's a lot of multi-card combos you can do with him. I don't think they justify including him in your deck.
Okay.
There's like a lot of things like, okay, if I draw my 3 or 4 card combo, yeah, I can hit face for a lot of damage with Tulio, but it requires so much setup. It requires so many cards that are generally dead aside from that combo that it's just not worth running.
So
fair
you're moving
point.
to a very contentious card in competitive. Bombard is a 1-cost ability for 2 Purity Flame Dawn.
Auto include 3 of.
It's
Yep, guaranteed,
remarkably-
amazing.
What, Bombard? I just assume you mean Bombard. I didn't even hear what you said.
That is remarkably similar to Lightning Blast, which is
Oh, yeah.
auto include 3 of.
Yeah, Bombard's excellent.
Deal 4 damage to the opponent's fortress.
Is there-
or target.
The only thing, if I'm not mistaken, the only thing Lightning Blast hits the Bombard does not hit his
Command.
command, right?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
I feel like there's actually not a lot of. There's not a whole ton of discussion here. It's a cheap, fucking. It can even burn. Like that's the thing, right?
It's cheap removal that late game you can potentially burn for 12 to face with like 3 of these in hand.
Yeah, you just
So
you play in
there's no
three.
reason not to play these.
Flame Dawn
Yeah.
got like 3 auto includes, 4 auto includes.
Also,
Yeah.
the
Flame
mirror,
Dawn is so bad. We
pretty
need to
much
give them more
beside him
buffs in the next set.
I'm not complaining. Flame Dawn is the best.
Flame Dawn
exactly.
Flame Dawn is so terrible. We need to buff them in the next set.
Yeah,
They're-
there's really
they
not a
just
whole lot
can't
to say on
win.
Bombard.
They just can't win at all, and we need to give them more. So, Fiery Ascension. So to establish that correctly, Bombard is amazing. Fiery Ascension is a ability, 3 cost. The first character you play next turn, not this turn, but next turn, gains flying and charge.
Can you imagine how potentially viable this would be if it said this turn?
It would actually be viable then, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that the design right now is particularly good because you lose so much tempo by spending 3 resources to do literally nothing other than buffing an acolyte that isn't in your command because you're playing
Well,
double
like,
Flame Dawn. Like it's like
compare this to Herald of the Dawn.
what do you-
Herald of the Dawn right now does not see play in 2 Flame Dawn decks. And that's a 1 cost and it comes with a body.
Yeah.
To give charge.
Yes, it does.
like,
and Bromec.
This is generally worse than Herald of the Dawn. The flying is situationally useful, but most of the time it's not going to be worth having the
2
extra
mana. and
3 worth of stats plus additional stats that can come out with Gromic or whatever.
Card.
And
I'm not sure what deck you play this in. It doesn't.
Yeah,
work
I mean-
with like evil.
I mean, it's an OTK deck enabler, right? Like, it might not work right now, but that is what it's for.
Yes.
It's
I mean,
for some
in-
form of OTK combo offset.
The idea.
yeah, in the
idea
future
is-
at some time it might be more useful, I guess. It's
The-
2 Flame Dawn and 2 Flame Dawn. All your characters have charge already, so it's like,
That's kind of the difficulty with this set is that they keep giving Flame Dawn characters charge, and then they give like terrible Flame Dawn characters not charge, and so it's like okay.
Oh,
so
I
only
didn't
play
know about
charge
this card. That card's
characters.
broken.
There's
I mean,
no-
like I said, like you could play this with Tulio or something, I guess, but you're forecasting ahead of time that you're going to be swinging in with a flying charge character. It's kind of obvious what the opponent's plays can be then.
And
So
Tulio doesn't have like shield or 2 lives or anything, so it's gonna die. So
yeah, I mean, it runs into the same problems as Herald of the Dawn runs into. I feel like Herald of the Dawn is strictly a better card in every scenario currently in the game, effectively.
Agreed.
So
Yeah.
It's a strange situation. So here's a kind of contentious pick. I've heard a lot of rumblings about this one. Glory of the Empire, 2-cost ability. If a character you control deals damage to the enemy fortress this turn, not a character, but the enemy fortress this turn. So face damage essentially. It gains +3/+0. What is this?
I think it's too slow. I think the card, if this is the only card Flame Dawn got this set, it might be good enough. But the card is too slow compared to everything else they can use to buff their attack. Like, why are you playing this when you could play something that does damage to their face immediately for 2?
Heretic. Praise the sun. Glory to the Empire.
I kind of agree with Electro. I think that this card is good in a vacuum. Like, imagine this plus, say, Splitter Light in 2 Flame Dawn GI, for instance, where you're giving your tiny little tokens a fairly significant buff if you can stick them behind something larger or get a good attack through on a guaranteed timing turn or whatever.
Yeah.
But honestly, you already have good AoE buffs, attack buffs that you're playing in Flame Dawn. I don't know that this one is better than any of them that you're already running. It doesn't take place in the same turn, so it kind of feels a little awkward.
It's
Yeah,
strange. Yeah, I'm not sure what the use
I mean,
of it
I
is.
think the biggest issue with the card is the other buff you're talking about help you get to the point where you can hit face. This doesn't. This only works if you're already hitting face, and that's
Yes.
kind of an issue.
It is a get more ahead card in the game where tempo is so key that you can't afford to waste time on get more ahead cards when you might not be ahead next turn because Infinity Wars is so swingy. It's odd.
Plus, it's hard to quantify HP as being so far ahead, depending.
Right.
Like it's
yes.
much more
That's very
flexible
I agree with
resource.
that. But yeah, so it's a card that if you're already ahead, it does a lot of good. But if you're that ahead, there might be better cards for you to play, so it's in a bit of an odd spot.
Yeah, I'd say skip it.
I am moving to Red Tape, which, at least in my opinion, is
Oh boy.
is one of the most, and again, maybe not everyone agrees with me, but I agree on an efficiency basis. Again, keep in mind, I'm sure you've seen me playing Backborn and Ranked nonstop because it's an efficiency deck. I think that Red Tape is one of the most efficient cards in the game, bar none. Any card that costs 3 or more, Red Tape is so positive against it, it's unbelievable. But I am very curious as to if anyone in OTK, I haven't really called on people specifically because I think it's getting more casual at this point.
Well, you don't need to ask people's opinions on most of the Flame Dawn cards. They're all just good.
It's frustratingly good. Does anyone think that there's a reason to not run Red Tape?
If just in case the opponent decides, hey, I'm not going to play any of my commanders ever, and they're never going to die.
But you
It
can
that
still
would be a
doesn't need
reason.
to be a commander. You can move any character to the command zone. It doesn't need to be a
Well,
commander.
if there's no open slots in the command zone,
Doesn't matter.
If you'll
It
go
makes
to the command zone.
Oh,
they can
what?
add, yeah, it'll just add more commanders to the command zone.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
man.
card is actually just ridiculous.
Oh,
Like,
okay, yeah,
the,
no
the
reason.
card Sap in Hearthstone is literally my least favorite card they have ever printed.
And this is
And
that.
this is
So I guess we should
Like-
explain why this is so broken because it's not extremely apparent
Well,
necessarily.
Yes.
Well,
no,
I
Riv,
just
Riv,
want
hold
to
on.
touch on one point really
Okay,
quick.
well then, Riv.
Sakuya asked the question, when would you not want to run Red Tape? And the answer is you're not playing any Flame Dawn Purities. And that's that's it.
So, Riv, from a card game perspective, and not even just an Infinity Wars perspective, but, just a card game perspective in general, efficiency, Red Tape. Why is this card so dumb?
Okay, so I'm going to actually explain this two ways. So let's put Red Tape in COV, for example. Actually not super good in COV. And the reason why it's good in Flame Dawn versus why it wouldn't be good in COV is Red Tape is an effectively soft removal. It's a removal that works, but it doesn't actually get rid of the threat. The threat will come back in a future turn.
Yeah, tempo.
Now, this
essentially, yeah.
exactly. So this for Flame Dawn doesn't matter because Flame Dawn's goal is to kill you by 6 mana. So if I Red Tape 3, 4 mana, whatever, I'm essentially going plus on tempo for my board state, especially if I can deploy alongside it. So let's say I play a 2-drop and you play a 4-drop and I Red Tape your 4-drop. I'm just plus 1 on the board. Now, my play still isn't hyper efficient if you can clear it next turn, but for Flame Dawn, which doesn't care because they're just pushing damage through, it's an effective enough play where it just doesn't matter. Whereas in COV, it would be a little bit iffy. But due to the speed and nature of Flame Dawn, Red Tape is just such a massive enabler to remove absolutely any threat on the board in the early first 4 turns.
So imagine you play Splitter Robot for 4 cost, and at the same time, your opponent plays Red Tape. So you played a Splitter Robot for 4 cost. They play Red Tape, and another 2-drop of some sort. You need to bounce that back to your command and pay another 4 for Splitter Robot. Do you want to play 8 for Splitter Robot?
Well, the Splitter Robot's still efficient at 8, so that's kind of true.
I suppose. But you know what I'm saying.
At the same time, you've effectively time warped your opponent for 2. Like their whole turn has amounted to nothing. They didn't play anything effectively, so
No.
that's why it's good. It's an early game time warp effectively. That Flame Dawn can play.
Yeah, it's essentially, it forces your opponent to never play any 3-cost or higher cards or suffer the consequences, which is a bit awkward.
This card could be triple purity and cost 4 and would probably still see conditional play.
It's such a frustrating card to see in the game because it doesn't hit battlefield, it's deployed, so it's just...
Yeah, this card is actually nuts. Like,
It's
And
frustrating.
it's still not as nuts as Defiant Footman.
I love playing Flame Dawn. I don't want to see red tape in my decks, and I'm getting
Yeah,
red tape in my decks.
I actually do think
I-
that this is. I think that red tape is stronger than Defiant Footman.
It's just so frustrating. So, we have moving on to DoD, which I'm sure
Wait,
everyone.
We have one more card in Flame Dawn.
I know,
Well,
it's like
it's- well,
freaking
kind
DoD.
of, kind
It's,
of.
it's kind
Although-
of a transition.
At this point, I at least have to take off,
Yes.
Yeah, it is not.
and
Yeah,
I believe he is also taking off.
because it is late in Britainland.
It is late.
We need to go to.
Do we want to postpone the stream at all? Like, do we want to
Yeah,
wait?
yeah.
until
We want to
everyone's
make it a
back?
2-part thing, and then you have it do like the VODs and stuff, so that people can.
But guys,
Yeah,
we
I
won't
mean,
be
you
able to
can
talk
still
about all
play,
the
like,
so
Infinity
powerful
Wars.
DoD cards.
I mean,
We can
we
probably
will. We
just
just
skip-
won't be able to.
No, wait, hold on. We can just skip DoD and move on to Sleepers, right?
I think you need to
Damn.
move on to Overseers, really. We can just-
Freaking savage. All right, but yeah, so I'm out right now.
Okay, that's fair.
Um,
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, guys. What's fun?
You got-
Alright, so are we going to conclude the stream for now and conclude this maybe on a later date where we can all convene? I think this was a lot of fun. Again, we disagreed on some subjects and agreed on some others, but I think this was a lot
Yeah.
of fun.
I think we only disagreed on like 3 cards, honestly.
Yeah, most of the time
Yes.
it's pretty.
Yeah, a lot of
Like,
these cards
our
are pretty
biggest
cut and
disagreement
dry.
was like which Flame Dawn card was the best of their broken cards.
It's like,
Which
okay,
one was the
so
most broken.
I think there's 2 or 3 cards that Flame Dawn got that aren't like incredibly powerful, at least
Yeah.
situationally. And
So-
it's just the argument
We
which
didn't
one is
ask that
most
question.
incredibly powerful.
How did Flame Dawn do as a whole this set, guys? Do you guys think they did
They
all right?
Oh,
they
they're
did
terrible.
they did
Unplayable.
exceptionally
Unplayable.
well,
Unplayable
Yeah.
Electro.
and this is in big part why I said the meta is going to accelerate in
Yes.
Rebellion.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Flame Dawn
Flame
Flame
Dawn
Dawn
got a
did
lot of
so
good cards.
well that you could restrict Flame Dawn decks to only the cards it got in Rebellion, and it could still win some matchups.
Red tape was unbelievable. I don't know how that got printed.
And we've hit
It's
like
so
strict power
frustrating.
creep through this set.
And I
think.
love Flame
like-
Dawn. I love Flame Dawn so much. It's just I see red tape and I'm like, oh, maybe like reduce the cost or maybe.
See,
like, make
here's-
it cost
here's-
one more. I don't
Here's
know.
the thing for me: I don't know if Flame Dawn will necessarily be the best deck, even because Biginator Logatron.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
get-
this
they
is
get
extreme power creep. This
Yeah.
set.
Like
Biginator
no,
is
like
so good.
Flame Dawn, however, may honestly actually
Let's
be
go
able to
back to
keep up with
Biginator.
it and potentially beat it. Like Flame Dawn can launch similar early game threats to the Biginators, like stat wise, as they are on turns 1 and 2 and 3,
Biginator's
um,
unbelievably strong. Yeah.
and they can potentially rally on turn 4 with Defiant Footmen and just win the game. So I feel like out of all of the factions that can have to compete with that deck, I feel like Flame Dawn probably has the best chances.
Yeah. Biginator is ridiculously overcurved right now for the deck that it is tailored for. You do, Logarithmatron, Biginator, and it's just
Yeah.
ridiculous. And it's
It's-
so powerful.
It's also worth noting that Death Blast can run Chain Lightning, and they still keep most of the strengths of Flame Dawn. So
Yes.
Yeah.
And so you pretty much are playing Flame Dawn because if you run, Roar against Flame, yeah, it's a messy set. Again, it's sort of the set. We'll have to see how it plays out. I do think that with the loss of a significant number of our teammates, we may have to postpone this. We've gotten to
Yeah,
3
I
sets.
think so.
For our first try here, we got into 3 factions. We got through Warpath,
We got through
Genesis,
4.
and through War. Well, and Flame Dawn, yeah. So we got through 4 sets. Sorry. So we would still need to get to DoD, the all-powerful 1 sleeper card, Exiles, Overseers, no Star Trek cards, no Klingon cards, 3
It's like
factionless
3
cards.
factionless, so.
Yes, sir. So, we might be able to conclude this next stream, go through the sleeper, DoD, the 1 sleeper, the Exiles, the Overseers, the factionless, and then maybe go through what Oppression looked like, what
Yeah.
Rebellion looks like, what the transition to that is going to look like. It is going to be, as Merlin said, likely a very faster set with characters like, I do 14 damage and die next turn.
It's shaping up to be power creep, and it's shaping up to be the strong got stronger. Like the strong
like, all
factions
the-
already.
All the
DoD 's
weak
terrible,
factions,
this set. It's like
all the
really
weak
frustrating
factions
how
just
terrible
got
it is.
almost nothing this set, and this
Not on the
factions that
level
are,
that Flame Dawn and GI did.
yeah, like the factions that were already powerful got some of the strongest cards that they have at this moment.
Thank you, Key ran away in chat. SOA,
Yeah.
Exile, and Factionless, we will zoom through because
Yeah, no,
pretty
it's
much-
really, and DoD's all mostly bad cards from what I've heard. I haven't actually looked at them, but it's really Overseers is going to be the
There's
beat.
one or two good cards in DoD, in my
Yes.
opinion.
Yeah,
But
there's a very
For the most part,
select-
DoD didn't
Yeah.
get anywhere near the tools that Flame Dawn or GI got, or even Warpath,
Warpath,
honestly.
yeah.
And
Even Warpath
what
did
really-
pretty well.
Yeah, like
What really frustrates me, Merlin, is like oftentimes we will get a card like Warpath that's like, oh wow, this is 1 point or 2 points stat wise under exactly what they would need. You know what I mean? Like it's like,
Yeah.
oh, this could potentially reset to neutral and delay the game, but no.
Yeah.
It doesn't
It's like
really
Warpath
work.
is hitting stuff that is like a round curve, and it's like it looks like it's healthy, and then Flame Dawn is hitting like twice what curve should be. So it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. And again, coming from someone who was known in the olden days from playing Varroa Flame Dawn, I am not happy with Varroa or Flame Dawn getting so many powerful cards. I want to see other factions in the game, and I want to play other factions, but like it's like, why would it? Again, like pre-Rebellion, why would I play anything but these specific factions? And then Rebellion hit, and it's like, why would I play anything but Death Blast? And then this hits, and it's, I don't know. We'll have to see. But we will continue this stream. So we will continue it at DoD to Flame Dawn, then DoD Sleepers, Exiles, Overseers, and then we will talk about the competitive meta, assuming all bugs are fixed, compared to the oppression meta. I think it's going to be interesting. This was a lot of fun to run, though.
Yeah.
I liked running this with you guys. I liked not just being the guy talking, to avoid, wonderful stream chat, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was very productive, and if there's one takeaway that any of our viewers in the chat can, take away from the stream, it's that Resolve is a trash player.
I saw it coming.
That is something to take away from the stream, yeah.
Oh my god. Well, anyways, I have a feeling that there's going to be, like, in the future, like, a 1st to 5 or 1st to 10 or something of Merlin versus Resolve or something that's going to be brewing.
It'll be 10-0.
Jesus. But, yes. I imagine that there's going to be something going on with that. But, Biginator, once it gets fixed, we'll have to see where the meta pans out.
Yeah, do you want to pick like a top 3 strongest cards you've done on the day so far?
Yeah, sure. Let's scroll back through. I guess we'll start with Merlin. What do you think for top 3?
Top 3 for me are probably Biginator,
Yes, of course.
Defiant Footman, and Red Tape.
That's funny because that's my list.
Yeah, same. Not even. No
Not even a competition.
divergence.
Yeah. I just conceptually get frustrated by Red Tape, but I suppose since Biginator costs 1, Red
Yeah.
Tape bounces it
Yeah.
back and then displays itself again. So it's like,
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
I would put Red Tape above Defiant Footman, and I think I'm the only person here who would say that,
Yeah.
though.
I don't know. Red
I
Tape
just-
is so frustrating.
I
don't
hate
know
the
what to
design
do
of
about it.
Red Tape so much. It's like, because again, Sap, I just like. It's worse than Hearthstone because in drafts, like if you play like an 8-drop, you just lose the game. Like if you were to Red Tape an 8-drop or something, it's
You're just
actually
done.
disgusting.
You're done.
But in this game, it's more likely going to hit like a 4-drop, but that's still so ridiculous tempo-wise.
But yes, broadly speaking, we were saying that Red Tape and Biginator and Defiant Footman are just so gosh darn powerful. If you
Yeah.
Red Tape and Biginator, obviously, because they're just vanilla, just like, oh, play this, and if you play
Painstone
the
is a good
Biginator-
point.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Painstone is legitimately up there too. I
Yeah.
don't know where exactly it falls under those because they're very different style decks. That they
Yeah.
And I
but that is also an incredibly powerful card. That
Yeah, I feel like because Painstone is a lot more limited in its application, it's not quite as disgusting as something like Red Tape, but it's definitely an incredibly powerful card.
yeah, Painstone.
For
Painstone's
3
very
worst
good.
designed cards, Painstone and Red Tape are definitely the top 2, I think. Because I don't think Biginator's design is just bad, it's just way too strong.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Defiant
Xixes
Footman, about the same, I think.
asks the very realistic question. I very much appreciate them for doing this. So, when these broken cards are fixed, i.e., nerfed into, as usual, unplayability,
Yeah.
what will we really get out of Rebellion? So, let's say that all of our top picks here are nerfed into unplayability. What are we looking at? Are we still looking at Flame Dawn being really dumb with all of their.
Yeah.
Literal light.
I think we're looking at a really strong Death Blast deck still. I don't think Death Blast got any weaker from the
No,
wave.
no, certainly not. Oh,
It's still good.
But Merlin, we have a 10 cost for rare card that Grave robs.
Yeah, no,
Um,
that's not a card.
I think I think
we-
Splitter Light's going to be
Like 3
a
turns
big
every
deal.
die.
Yeah, I think GI has a lot of potential, and I think there is a Ramp Warpath deck somewhere in the meta.
Yeah. I would like to see
Um,
that playable because I do think it's interesting. So long as it isn't like tier 0 and everything else is tier 1.
Yeah.
I would like Ramp Warpath to be playable alongside other tier
Yeah.
1 archetypes because
Yeah, I don't know how powerful it will be because it's traditionally very weak against rush decks, and
yes,
the rush
it is.
decks
Yes,
are
it is.
going to be
Because
strong.
it's die
But
until you
I
play
do
it.
believe it is going to be somewhere in the meta as a legitimate thing that people have to consider when they build their other decks. So
Yes.
I don't know exactly what form it will take yet, but I think that it will be there in some form.
Alright. So, I'm not sure when we're going to resume the stream, but I do know that the ideal is for us to resume the stream as soon as possible at the exact point of Strength of Unity. But yes, our 3 top picks, assuming that no rebalances happen, which will likely happen, is, what was it, Red Tape and 2 other cards?
Biginator and the Biginator deck, assuming absolutely nothing changes, the Biginator Omnitron deck I think is going to be the strongest.
And then also Defiant Footman, right, okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, Painstone can probably replace one of those cards too. But which one it replaces, I am not sure. So
yeah,
Yeah,
Painstone is so frustrating.
Painstone design is just so dumb too. I don't know. It's like, why do we need more of this?
Here's a thought: best designed cards, because
I
We've
really
been
like
talking a lot
the
about
4-drop
the
9/10.
Dragon of Autumn Wind. Dragon of Autumn Wind is my
I don't-
favorite design for the set.
Since I can't talk about Time Stopper yet, since we haven't gotten to it yet, out of the cards that we have talked about, Dragon of Autumn Winds is really interesting as, oh my god, a playable dragon.
Yeah, a playable large costed thing makes me very happy to see.
everybody's super excited about that card. Huh?
Yeah, I just in every card game, like trying to play something that costs lots of mana is just like if it doesn't do something the turn you play it, it's bad, and that's just how it is, and it sucks because those are some of the coolest looking cards.
I imagine,
And like,
I imagine that if I would have said like Death Blast or something, I would have been like drawn and quartered by stream chat.
yeah, I think I like the 4-mana 9/10 for Cov more than the Dragon though, just because I like having playable like cool design creatures in Cov, and I think they actually did it with that card.
Yeah.
Like it won't matter because it won't fit in any of the good Cov decks that are going to be cancer filled, but
Yeah.
it's cool.
I kind of want Taiga to build a new archetype because I think it's possible,
Yeah,
and
Taiga's exciting.
I'm hoping that's going to be good.
Taiga's exciting because again we have GI aggro where it's like hit them in the face with Neckmore, and I don't care that much about buffs. I'm gonna do like 1, maybe 2 buffs for the whole game, but the main point is just hitting you for face. Then we have like GI mid range where it's like I'm playing splitters from deck, and I'm gonna build up a big buff army, and it's generally not as strong as like the Mechborn aggro. Maybe you do some GIOS stuff where you heal, but yes, and you still hit him for face. And then you have the artifact, the artifact deck with Omnitron, where it's generally considered the weakest GI deck, but it has new support now. Taiga, assuming the Biginator gets nerfed and it doesn't become the only GI deck you can play, Taiga is an interesting concept. It does get nuked early game because it only has 3 health, and even with the buff it only has like 4 health, you know what I mean? But if Taiga lives for long enough, maybe? I don't know. I'm still not sold on Taiga, but I think that her ability is interesting. I don't know. 3 costs, and then if a character dies, she's only 4 costs. I'm not completely sold on her working, but
I feel like I'd be much more excited about Taiga rather than hopeful if she was naturally a 4/4.
Yeah.
Or a 3/4. Just enough to where that +1/+1 bumps her to a 5.
It's just so, I don't know. It just feels like it's so easy to kill her. Like Merlin, you know what I mean? Like, let's say that like Tinkerside is still playable this set. Like, that's just turn 1, Taiga's done.
I've talked a lot about Taiga in other places, so I don't really feel like going into a super Taiga breakdown of where exactly I think she fits in the meta. I think she's interesting. I think
if she survives for long enough to survive Lightning Blast, she's fine. But the trick is getting her to live that long.
I don't know that she's fine because I don't know that the deck type that she supports is is a solid meta competitive deck type. I feel like she's fine for normal games. She's fine, for more fun oriented decks in general. Like I don't see any problem with that. I don't see her being a major staple in ranks.
Oh,
I just don't. So.
Oh man, Zeke's again with the hard hitting questions. Zeke's points out we didn't get any Swarmers this patch, which again for the millionth time, it is so unfortunate that Logad is not here because Logad was a huge proponent of Swarmers, and Swarmers got no love.
Well, not in their current form. He wasn't. he liked them back when Warp Swarmer was still a thing, and you could do fun combos with them, but.
And of course, Jaja pointing out no insects with plenty of bugs this set, but but yes, rip Swarmers. Thank you, Zexus, for bringing that up. Swarmers are a cool concept, much like slivers in MTG or similar concepts in many other card games, like the Clockroach and
except they're either overpowered or underpowered.
Yes, they are often either you play proactively, spam them, and you draw well and you win the game, or you just lose because you don't draw the particular slivers that you need. Swarmers were never really in that territory, other than Warp Swarmers just being a good card. Swarmers were never really in the territory of being like top tier. I don't know. It would be nice to see more Swarmer support in this set, like maybe like you play this and all Swarmers gain Shield 1, something like the Luca Nuke card. But the Pancake Bandit asked the question, what classes are left? So that's a good question. So right now we've gone through all of Warpath, Genesis, and Veror, and Flame Dawn. So we've gotten through the first four, as Electro pointed out. We have one Flame Dawn DoD card to go through, and then from there on out it's DoD. The singular sleeper card we got this set. Exiles, Overseers. There's no of these, Star Trek-ish, silly sets. And then 3 faction lists. So we are we're over halfway through the total number of cards. The Pancake Bandit.
Yeah.
I just feel like it would be smarter to go through them when we have Key, when we have Eye, when we have Riv, because they offer a lot to the stream, I would argue.
When one of the 4 people left isn't a noob.
Well, yeah, most of us are noobs. Everyone here except for Merlin.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. Everyone compared to Merlin doesn't know
I'm kind of a noob right now. I mean, I just started playing again after 8 months of not
going into this. I had seen 2 of the entire set
but
that
Merlin,
we're looking at now, and have played none of the recent meta decks.
But Merlin, Reddit told me that you were unbeatable.
I mean, everyone's been saying lately that I'm out of touch and no good at the game, so...
Wow, that feels familiar, yes. Yes.
You remember when the last sleeper was the last sleeper?
No, I don't remember
I don't
that
actually
being a thing.
I remember the last sleeper, but I don't remember it actually being the last sleeper.
It was. That's a joke. It wasn't. Because there had to be... never mind. I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah, Katizer is right in that they didn't phase out sleepers, and they didn't keep going with sleepers. They just awkwardly make 1 or 2 sleeper cards each set, as if that...
Yeah, no, instead they're going for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Strategy of power creep. Fuck rotation. Everything is legal, but if you play anything a year old, you're trash. So...
Mass Initiate, man. Oh man.
It's just... God.
Oh my god.
Right, well,
I think the Key is turning into Merlin. He just said everyone here is an Ori soft. Jesus Christ, Merlin going on an Ori. We gotta end the stream though sometime. Guys,
yeah,
so
I've got to head out now, but it's been good.
Alright.
I'll definitely be around for the next stream.
I promise that we will all coordinate for the next stream. I hope that you guys had fun listening to a bunch of top players shoot the shit about balance. Electro is headed out. It's mainly just Katizer and Merlin at this point. We are going to end the stream. I hope you have a wonderful night. There are a bunch of other card game streams to check out, I'm sure. We will reconvene probably next weekend, but we'll figure out times. We'll figure out a time when all what was it, 7 of us? I think it was.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 or 7.
Yeah, can reconvene at the same time. As always, Merlin's the best person at Infinity Wars ever.
No, I don't know about that.
Everyone else is shit. Yeah, I'm glad that you agree, Merlin. We are going to reconvene and talk about the rest of the set, but it's been a lot of fun so far.
I mean, I never played at the same time as say Carnage or
I guess that's fair.
some of the. I only briefly played when Hart was playing, so it's like I can't really compare myself to a lot of the older.
Oh man, I almost
players.
turned myself into you. I was gonna shit talk about Hart, but
Hart was a good player. I mean, he had other problems, but he was a good player.
but yeah, yeah, I'd say you, ES, and Dora are probably the best players in the game right now, assuming that Helios won't ever get back into the game seriously, and I will just kind of meme myself on my server.
Yeah, I think Helios is better than I am, honestly.
Helios is a very astoundingly good card game player.
Helios, sorry, go on.
No, you were saying.
Nah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was just saying, Helios in general is a astoundingly good card game player. I'm pretty sure almost any card game he would play, he'd be good at. He gets them. But don't undersell yourself, Merlin. I know you were joking earlier about being so awesome and everything, but
I don't think I'm awesome. I just think Orizal is trash.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I imagine that. Iguanaban is asking for an update on the one-turn KO card game. I suppose that the fairest question is that we are trying our hardest to build towards a closed alpha environment, but it's difficult. We have, conversation and disagreements about how faction thematics would play out for our card game. For those in stream chat who don't know, the pile of people that you heard talking throughout the entire night are all working on a card game, an original CCG. It's very exciting, has a lot of really interesting and unique mechanics, but we're still working out the initial balance for all 6 factions. Once that's worked out, we need to work heavily on the client, and then we will likely offer up some situational closed alpha. It's exciting though. It's been a lot of fun working on a card game with 6 or 7 other people who shit on my ideas regularly and tell me I'm trash. That generally seems to be how it goes. I'll make a card and Bert and I will be like, this is broken or this is unplayable, But it's been a lot of fun developing it. So I guess if you want to see a card game that is being developed by a bunch of Infinity Wars and Magic players, feel free to drop by the stream more regularly. You might get more tidbits on the faction thematics therein and the resources, all that. But yes, thanks for dropping by. We're going to end the stream for now. Thanks everyone who hosted us. You're all wonderful people. Well, ending the stream for now so we can all take a somewhat deserved sleep. Have a good night.